legends in this sport's history by before Rivers Como, before Shabazz Napier and Maya Moore, before Peter Tork, before Wally Lamb, before Chris Dodd, before Gino Auriemma and Jim Calhoun, the likes of Nick Tronsky, Andy Fryer, and James Wolfensberger put Eastern Connecticut on the map through the Duckpin Bowling's Eastern Classic, the longest running and most prestigious tournament the sport has to offer. This year marks the 85th edition of the Eastern Classic. Over the years, Duckpin Bowling has undergone changes big and small. Even the venue of the Eastern changed, moving 1 mile down Route 32 in 1968. But Duckpin bowlers have always been able to rely on one thing: the annual Eastern Classic. Over the years, the legends of Duckpin Bowling have cemented their places in this sport's history by winning the Classic. Tronsky, Fryer, Wolfensberger, Farrant, Lavers, Pierce, Wolgemuth, Cabral, Pellet, Piles, the greatest of all time. Who will join this elite group this You have 12 games, gentlemen. Let's see what you've got.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in, and welcome to Duckpin TV's presentation of the 85th Annual Frank Barber Memorial Eastern Classic. My name is Eric Lateska. I'm joined by my broadcasting partners, 2 members of the Duckpin TV team this weekend, Pat the Weatherman Rufo,
How you doing, Eric?
Billy the Kid Kuntz. We will all be working together to bring you virtually nonstop coverage of this world-class event, starting from now until about 4 p.m. tomorrow, March the 1st, where a new champion, perhaps a new champion, will be crowned. I should mention we're here at the lovely Bike Lanes in Mansfield, Connecticut, tournament hosted by the Dunnick family. And we join the action here. We're on the second weekend of a 2-weekend tournament. The leader in the clubhouse is Jesse Deach. We'll be interviewing him. We've got him on the phone waiting for us in just a moment. So maybe let's Pat, can you tell us, this is the Eastern Classic, 85th consecutive year we've run the tournament. What's so special about this tournament?
To the duckpin bowling world, it's been around since the beginning of the duckpin game. Just about started. Anything that's been around for almost 100 years, something that's worth having around. It's great to be back here. I know last year when we were just, kind of on a whim, we decided to try this, and gosh, we got so many responses, and so many people came up outside of the bowling world and said they saw it. I was really kind of surprised, and I'm glad we were able to, get a bigger team together, and I think people are going to notice we got a little bit more bells and whistles this year. It's going to be quite a show for you, and if you do tune in right now, don't be afraid to tell your friends to get on YouTube and check this out, and the more the merrier is what I say.
Yeah. So Billy, what's special about the format of this event?
I think it's interesting. There's no head-to-head in this, what you might see in the Pro Tour, the Pop Whitten Pro Tour. I mean, it's just a 12-game pinfall. It's an arduous task to come in, whether you're bowling Friday and Sunday or all day Saturday like the shift that's bowling right now is. A lot of people prefer the Saturday and Sunday. At least get a day in between. See what you can do, but it's only about pinfall. So really, I think it's one of the harder tournaments to win because there's no timing involved. There's no, it's not nearly as much luck. You can't go out there and shoot 120 on a Sunday and beat somebody. It's all about, hey, what are you posting? What are you doing compared to everybody else? And, basically who's on fire for the most, over the 12-game span.
Yeah, it's a long stretch. You separate it across 2 days.
Yeah.
You come in feeling different the second day. You could have bowled really well day one.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of fall on your face on day two.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. So, Billy, we've completed one weekend. We've actually completed shift 2, and we're in the middle of, we're halfway done with shift 3.
Right.
We're actually joining the action here today on shift 4. We're in game 4. It's the rundown of the leaderboard, where we stand 2.5 shifts.
Right. We have Jesse Deach from Maryland is in the lead, actually, posting a score of 18-27 last weekend. Jesse, threw the ball really well. I talked to him, and he said, the first shift, he did some things right. He didn't want to make too crazy of an adjustment. Came back the next day, posted a really high score the second 6 games, got to 18-27. Obviously, anything over 1,800 is a decent score. If you're averaging 900, you're averaging over. Yeah. And Jesse averaged over 152. Scott Wolf, time winner of this tournament, is sitting there in second, posting a decent score of 17-63. Roy Kaczewski, Jimmy Mulvihill, some of the better northern bowlers are up there as well. Colin Dunak, another former winner. So, some decent scores from the first weekend. Nothing crazy high, but definitely, scores to be reckoned with. Seeing the scores from last night, many high scores. I think 866 from Jason Salter was the high for 6 games last night. Only one other person broke 840. So you may not expect 18-27 to hold up, but compared to the scores last night, that's looking pretty darn good. So it's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, so we've got Jesse Deach actually live on Skype with us here. You can bring him up on the screen here.
Jesse, how you doing?
How you doing, buddy? So, Jesse, you are the leader in the clubhouse here. So, I don't know, just give us your perspective here. How do you had an interesting weekend, kind of went in okay through your first 6 games and then came back really, really strong on day 2 in the 970s. That's a huge number. In great position to have a shot at this.
Hey, sorry guys, it's kind of hard to hear you.
Jesse, Eric was trying to tell you that the first shift you had, kind of were in the mid-8s, and how was it coming back after that first shift? That first shift you had the mid-8s, and you came back to the second shift and went, almost 1,000. How was that? How was that for you coming back and looking at your scores compared to the rest of the guys on your shift?
Oh yeah, getting to the mid-8s, I definitely knew I was still playing. I knew I still had a good shot. I had my highest game the last game of the first shift. I got to 181. I made a good adjustment. I was confident in that adjustment, and everything just fell for me.
Yeah, I know you had a couple of guys on that shift with you that were in contention, last year, and it put up some big scores. Colin Dunak was up there for a bit. You're bowling against not only a house bowler but the owner, and you went out there and you had a monster last 6 games. And I know Well, I was here for about 4 of them. People were starting to gather around your lanes. It was getting exciting.
Yeah. It was I caught myself running down to see what Colin was doing. I knew going in it was his house. I knew he was going to put up a good score. You know, I just tried to keep pace with him, and then once I got to the fifth and sixth game, it just kind of rolled.
Yeah, and not only Colin Dunnick, but you also had someone named Scott Wolgamuth, who has the world record in this house. He was standing there, pretty much in contention with you right up until the last 3 or 4 games.
Yeah. I got there, an hour or two early. I was watching Scott Bowl. I knew he obviously he's a world record holder. Obviously in that house, I knew he was going to do something well. I just tried to take down some notes from what he was doing and work it into my own game, and it worked out for me.
Well, Jesse, it's been great. I'm glad we were able to have a conversation with you, and hopefully we have this. Maybe we'll have the same kind of conversation going on this time, maybe 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. How'd that be?
Yeah, hopefully that would be awesome.
All right, thanks, Jesse.
All right, thank you.
All right, so a word from the leader in the clubhouse. Great performance last week by Jesse, and like you said, Pat. Hopefully, tomorrow. You
It's
never
a big
know.
score, man.
It's a big score.
It's a big score.
There's not really a close second out there. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be back right after this. Oh my God, Brian!
I got it. Is it the dream?
About Diffie.
I gotta see a specialist.
All right, welcome back, folks. We hope you enjoyed that commercial. Brought to you by Duckpin TV. So I think one of the greatest things about this event is how rich its history is.
Absolutely.
What we actually did, Duckpin TV, original productions, we created a series of little documentaries about some significant events in the past, one of which occurred when Scott Wolgamuth set the 12-game, the tournament record, 2066, and as well the world record. And we prepared a short clip for that that we'll share with you now.
The story of Duckpin Bowling's 12-game world record begins in 1977 when Steve Foley of Massachusetts shot 1,915 at the Eastern Classic to set the record, only to be beaten in 1978 by fellow Bay Stater Richard Frechette, who shot 1,927. In 1981, a new world record was set when Jeff Frand won his first Eastern Classic, shooting 1,938 for 12 games. In 1983, however, Buddy Creamer, in a Virginia All-Star tournament, shot 2,025 to set a new 12-game record. In 1984, however, the man in black, Jeff Frand, set a new Eastern Classic mark, shooting 2,010 to win his second Eastern Classic. In the following years, Dave Cecil was the only bowler to come close to Frand's Eastern Classic mark, shooting 2,008 in 1989 and missing the record by 2 pins. In 1993, however, the Eastern Classic mark and the world record mark would fall when Scott Wolgamuth had a day all bowlers dream of, shooting 2,066 over 12 games. Battling an arm injury for 18 months, the Eastern Classic in 1993 was a tournament Wolgamuth had no intention of entering. He told the Duckpin News that Jeff Piles had to talk him into entering. Wolgemuth went on to appear in Sports Illustrated's April 19, 1993 issue, highlighting his world record achievements, which still stands today. The closest challenger came in 2006 when Dennis Cabral shot 1,981 at the Eastern Classic, 75 pins off of Wolgemuth's world record mark. In 2000, Wolgemuth won the Eastern Classic for a second time, adding to an incredible list of accomplishments in duckpin bowling. In the same year, he was also inducted into the National Duckpin Bowling Congress Hall of Fame.
So that was, an incredible accomplishment. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, he averaged over 170 for 12 games. We actually had an opportunity to sit down and chat with Scott. We took a few minutes. He spoke about his world record, and he's also the reigning here on the Duckpin Professional Bowlers Association.
Correct.
It's a great interview.
That's an
there was a lot
amazing
to
thing
talk
too.
about.
And it happens. The record was 20 years ago.
20 years ago,
The
yeah.
guy's still reigning. That's amazing.
Yeah. So let's see what he had to say.
Hello, folks. Welcome to another edition of Duck Talk. My name is Eric Lateska. I'm here today with Scott Wolgemuth. Scott, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the honor.
So we'll start with some of your accomplishments, Scott. We know you're a Hall of Fame member of the DPBA, the NDBC. You've been DPBA Bowler of the Year 2 times, 2 out of the last 3 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Most recently last year. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You are the owner of 10 Pro Tour victories, which puts you 6th on the list all time, which is 10 is an incredible number. So I don't mean to start the top of the interview by sort of showing your age, but you've been around a long time, and you continue to compete at the very highest level. The best example of that being last year, winning outright the Bowler of the Year on the DPBA Pro Tour. What do you attribute your continued success, sustaining your level of competition to in this game?
I'd say 3 things. 1, a lot of practice. 2, an inborn desire to succeed. And 3, a lot of God-given talent.
Excellent. And always on display. And we'll just jump into the Eastern here, because here we are. The longest held tournament. This is the 85th running of it this year. And, you've won it 2 times, right?
Yes.
2 times, and you are, of course, the owner of the tournament and world record for 12 games, 2066, a mark that is it's very hard to see anybody beating that. What keeps you coming back?
The competition, friendship, the love of the game, and an opportunity just to enjoy doing something that I happen to be good at.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. We'll move off of the Eastern topic for a moment and ask. So you've been on the Pro Tour for a long time. You've had a lot of really good matches. Or even recently, you were in a match against Luke Robustelli. I think there was a couple of 200 games thrown against each other. You were on the winning end of that. A couple of years ago, you were in a match against Scott Sponheimer, 201 to 200. You were on the losing end of that, but still
I remember it well.
An incredible game on your part and on Scott's part. But look back over your career. What's like some of the most exciting matches that you can recall?
Not that they were close matches, but the most exciting matches that I've ever bowled were the first 2 in the stepladder finals of the Pro Tour back in 1982. I had never made a dime in an open tournament. I was a long way from being a top-ranked bowler either in the Washington, D.C. area or nationally. People looked at me as being a tall, skinny, loudmouth who he could bowl. I shocked a lot of people that weekend in 1982. The person who was shocked the most, I think, was myself. A very dear friend of mine had to lend me the money because I literally was a poor college student. She didn't want half of the proceeds. She didn't want to be my backer. She just wanted to guarantee that I was going to give her a check for the amount that she was kind enough to lend me. And obviously it was very easy to give her that check since I was fortunate enough to win the tournament. I shot back-to-back 200s that day in the stepladder finals. That had never been done on the Pro Tour in its history. And what more can I say? It was like a fairy tale come true.
Yeah, and I mean, you've gone on to a lot of success since then. I mean, that reminds me actually of the story. We'll go back to the Eastern for a moment. You shot that 2066. I'm very curious to hear what you remember about it, some of your favorite moments. But we know that you were in Sports Illustrated.
Yes.
Featured in a Sports Illustrated article, many newspaper articles. But what I think sticks out to me about the story is that you had to get talked into bowling that tournament that year because you were coming off of an injury, tendonitis?
I was coming off multiple injuries, including tendonitis in the arm, wrist, and elbow. I was unemployed at the time at the Eastern, so financially I didn't have a lot of extra money to, if you want to say, invest in my tournament participation or to spend and go enjoy being out of town with friends for a weekend. Jeff Piles basically came up to me and said, "You are going to the Eastern." I said, "I can't." He said, "We've taken care of that. You're going to the Eastern." I said, "Okay, I'm going to the Eastern." What were some of my fondest memories of that weekend? One of the fondest memories, and I apologize if I'm embarrassing any of Jeff Piles' two younger children, but probably my favorite memory of that weekend was it was a blinding snowstorm. It was Jeff, Debbie Piles, his wife, Todd Piles, Lisa Piles, and myself all crammed into a little Honda Accord, singing Bible stories that the kids knew. All five of us were just singing along to the tape. No, there weren't CDs back in those days. It was probably an 8-track tape. But that's probably my fondest memory of that weekend, just being among friends and sharing common interests.
Okay, I'm taking notes here. So you said singing and jam-packed car. All right.
Yes.
So that's the key to success. So let me ask you, Scott, in your opinion, who is the best duckpin bowler ever?
That's a question that I'm going to choose to defer to answer because I think that the times, the conditions, everything has changed so much. I wish that I were old enough to have been able to enjoy the participation back in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s when duckpins were in their heyday. I wish I could have had the privilege of watching Nick Tronsky bowl, among others. The two best bowlers probably that I've seen in my 35-year career on the Pro Tour would be Jeff Piles and Don Dove. Might sound very partial, they're both from the South. Other people would say Peter Pierce and Swede Labors. Swede's one of the greatest men on the lanes that I ever had the privilege of bowling with and against. I miss that man terribly. I wish he were still around to enjoy the game. He was a class act and an asset to our game.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you gave us a couple of names, and I'm actually glad that one of them was your friend and competitor, Don Dove. So let me just ask a question here. I mean, you guys travel together, show up at every tournament together, sit behind each other when one of you is bowling on Sunday and the other one's not. Very supportive and mutually beneficial. Does the competition always stay friendly between you two?
In tournaments, yes. I will say that Don is my least favorite opponent when it comes to legs. I hate bowling against him. It's like there's not that much money involved in the leagues. It's more the, I think, self-induced pressure of I want to beat him, but at the same time there's also that admiration, that appreciation, that friendship of I want to see him do well. So I feel like I'm caught in a proverbial gerbils wheel. I don't know which way to go. So it's difficult. It's very difficult to bowl against him in leagues. It's very easy to in tournaments.
Okay, so in match play, do you know who's got the better record, head-to-head?
I would say it's pretty darn close.
Oh,
I don't know that it's exactly 50-50, but I can't ever remember a period of time where either of us has won more than like 2 matches in a row against each other.
Wow, very tight race then. Huh?
Very tight, very, very tight.
And lots of years. It's not a small sample. We're talking about a lot of bowling together, right?
We've been traveling together on the tournaments for almost 15 years now.
Well, so I'll end with this question. It's about Don. Do you think you'd be as good a bowler as you are if you weren't friends with Don Dove?
Absolutely not. He's, for the last 10 to 15 years, he's been my coach. He knows my game, I know his game. If he says, Scott, you're dipping your shoulder, I don't have to second guess and go, am I? If he points it out, I'm doing it wrong. And I think the reverse is true. I remember one particular league match many years ago where I was bowling against him in a mixed doubles league, and he came out of the gate just horrible. I said, Don, you're overthrowing the ball. I regretted saying that because he still, even though he had about 45 in the fourth, he managed to shoot about 500 that night against me, and I'm going, part of me is really glad that I said something, and part of me is going, why did I do that? That's just an example of how close our friendship is.
Yeah. Bittersweet night for
Yes,
you, I guess.
it was a bittersweet night. Yes, indeed. Good way of summarizing it.
So that's the last question I have. Thank you so much for being with us.
You're very welcome.
It's a pleasure. And to our viewers, thank you for joining us.
And welcome back, folks. That was really an excellent interview. I had a great time with Scott. So this, we're talking about a big number, 2066. I mean, is there a chance somebody's going to break this number at this tournament this year?
I mean, there's always a chance. I mean, the caliber of bowlers you have here, it's pretty incredible. It's always, drawing the best competition. 2066 is, uncanny, and that's an unbelievable number. I mean, to even hit 1,000, you have to have everything working, everything going in your favor, and then the pins have to cooperate.
And then you got to do it twice.
And
Exactly.
you got to do it twice.
I mean, plus 66. So I mean, it's obviously a very outside chance, but anything could happen.
That's right. And we haven't seen 1,000 yet, right? Jesse threw a 978, and that's all we've seen.
And when you say plus 66, it's not like that's over 5 pins over your average per game.
Yeah.
So that's an additional challenge.
It's two 530s. It's not just 500. It's
right.
two 530s.
Right.
Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, and we're going to start looking forward to this year's competition. We'll see you in a moment.
Hello? Duckpin TV hotline. Yes? Uh-huh. Yep. Right at your mouth.
Ma, we're right here. Just talk to me. You gotta keep the phone line open.
Jesus. We probably missed 10 calls.
And welcome back again, folks. So we just finished looking back on Scott Wolgamuth's incredible accomplishment. Billy, let's look forward to this year.
Okay.
Give me the name of a bowler you're looking out. You're going to watch over the weekend here.
I mean, there's a lot coming up. Obviously, this next shift has some incredibly talented bowlers. Greg Schrieffer. I mean, the guy won last year. There's nothing to say, he won't win again. Even before last year, he had a couple really high placements. I believe 4th and 6th. A couple times in the years before that. So he's consistent. You know what he can do, what he's capable of. So I don't see any reason why he can't do it again this year.
Yeah, and he's got to be coming in confident. Actually got Jim Kaufman, our in the field reporter, out waiting on standby with Greg.
I'm here with Greg Schrieffer, last year's champion. You're from Dundalk, Maryland. You had a score of 1861. Congratulations on the win last year, and welcome back.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
What do you remember? What memories do you have? What stands out from winning last year?
Honestly, through the whole tournament, there weren't really many big spots. shots, but then coming down those last couple frames, I remember getting those last couple marks and kind of closing it out, and just having to actually watch everybody that was still behind me. But yeah, those last couple frames were pretty special.
At what point were you thinking, hey, I got a shot here?
I remember there was a spot in, I want to say it was game 10, where I'd made a split. And after I made that split, I kind of thought, this might be it. And I had a pretty good feeling from there on out.
So you felt more making that? You weren't more nervous?
I kind of got a little bit of a mixer ball, left the split, made it, and then it's just kind of one of those that clicked, like, this might be my day. And it felt good from there on out.
Always a good feeling.
It was, yeah.
So you're going to bowl 6 games today and then 6 tomorrow. Do you have a number in mind, like as far as what you want to shoot for today?
1,000 would be nice.
That's
but
a nice round number.
Any 9, something, give yourself a shot. Yeah, get up into the 9, 920, 950 on a real good day maybe. So just keep it close.
One last question. Other than yourself, obviously, who else do you think on this shift has a shot to win this year?
I could say you got Walt Brooks, John D'Antonis. Those guys can really put it in there with the best of them. I'd say, besides myself, they probably sit on the top 2 with a real good shot to do well.
We'll be on the lookout for Greg, John, and Walt throughout the day today, and we'll send it back to the booth.
So we heard Billy's thoughts. We've got Greg out there who's looking to defend his title. Pat, what do you think? Who's the guy to watch?
Well, first and foremost, I'm going to put my first money on Jesse, who's in the clubhouse. That's always a good spot to be. He's over 1,800.
I put my chips on the table there too.
I'll take that. I'll take that risk with the money in the bank. But
Seems pretty safe.
Looking at the shift we got right now and the upcoming shift, I like Kyle Shaw, young bowler out of this house, knows these lanes real well. Has bowled them for hours on end, day after day. I watched this kid practice as a young bowler. He practiced for hours and hours on just 1 pin, no pins, 3 pins. He would shoot at empty lanes for 2 or 3 hours while we bowled an entire night. And that kid just is mechanical, but he may be just a little young yet. But looking at one bowler, I'm going to take one. If I had one bowler right now going forward, I'm going to take Johnny D. That's my.
That's a great pick.
I'm going to ride that one for today.
Yeah, and Johnny's somebody who's out there, always in contention. His name is always in the conversation. So you got Walt Brooks too. Let's not forget Ron Pelletier.
So many former winners.
Yeah. So let's talk about the conditions, okay?
Oh yeah.
So the three of us have thrown some games. I bowled last weekend. Pat, you bowled last weekend. Billy, you got some games in already.
Right.
How are the lanes scoring? What are your observations about the way the pins are reacting here?
Last night was interesting because the first 2 games, the ball I was really spraying it around, but I left a lot to shoot at. I wasn't hitting the head pin, but if your second ball was there, you could still be successful. I had 280 for 2, but then it always kind of caught up with you. You didn't get away with a lot. If you hit light, you're a lot better off just entirely than going light. It really turned into, by the end of the night, what you hit is what you got. So it just depends. I mean, I saw some people mixing pins well. I saw some, high hard pitches, get up there and, mix them around. Some mixer balls that worked, but I saw a lot of really good balls that didn't leave too much to shoot at. So, I mean, it's a lane-to-lane thing. Obviously, it's a tournament where you're sliding. Your 5th and 6th game of each shift, you stay on the same lane. So you're able to develop, some familiarity with that pair. But other than that, the conditions change from lane to lane, and that's just the nature of the beast.
I think, Bill, you hit it right on the head. I bowl out of this house predominantly. And what you said, the heavy, high, hard, high, and heavy, you got to almost rip. Mm-hmm. But when you almost rip is when you get your best results. If you're just a tad light in the pocket on either side, that's when you start the 8-9, the 4-5. And I saw a few of those throughout, today, last weekend, and they weren't terrible balls. They were pocket hits, but they weren't quite, perfect. I mean, when Jesse was bombing them, he was almost ripping right through the middle, but they were gone.
Right. That's what I experienced too. I mean, a few of my balls that I thought might have been 8, maybe 9, ended up being strikes. Whereas some of the ones that I thought were really good balls came out, and I thought, well, if that's not a strike, I'd be surprised. I left the 5, 6, 7. I left the 5, 6, 7 back-to-back games. But then each of those games I threw balls that mixed.
You do know the name of this house, right?
What?
Lucky Strike.
Oh yeah, Lucky. Yeah, That was very much the case last night.
It's definitely got a reputation of being an honest house, right?
Oh, yes.
You hit the head pin light. You shouldn't be expecting strikes.
No.
You hit the head pin heavy. Sometimes that works well, but
it's not a guarantee.
It's not a guarantee. I mean, most importantly, though, there's no doubt about this. It's a fair house.
It's an absolutely fair house.
It treats everybody the same. The guy who usually wins this tournament is the one who's in the pocket consistently, doesn't miss his spares,
and the spares.
is on his game, and that's it.
It's all about earning it here, I think.
Earning it, yeah, absolutely. That's a good theme, right? So we actually have another interview queued up. We've got Ron Pelletier, 3-time champ.
And he went back-to-back.
Yes.
He did go back-to-back, 2012 and 13.
Yep.
And then you had Greg last year take the title from his hands. But, Ron definitely going to have
big lefty,
make a good
big
run
tall
out of
lefty.
here. So we've got Ron standing by with Jim, and we'll kick it out to him now.
All right, I am back with Ron Pelletier from Providence, Rhode Island. Not only is Ron a 3-time winner of the Eastern, but you're the only one who did that in 2012. First of all, thanks for being on Duckpin TV. And thank you. What was that feeling like when you won second time in a row in 2013?
It's like with the field out there and all the competitiveness in this tournament, I just way above the clouds in that, I just can't believe that actually did happen. And I came in last year, trying to do it for the 3rd time. It's very tough to win back-to-back tournaments anytime, especially on the Pro Tour, but it was just like, just do the best you can out there. It's like each year is a totally different year.
Own animal, right?
Its own animal, and if you treat it well, it'll treat you well. That's how I look at it.
When you won in 2013, did you know that you were the only person to go back-to-back?
No, not at the time.
And then when you came in last year, I know you touched on it a little bit. Was it in your mind? Were you thinking about that? Maybe going for the 3-peat?
Definitely. That was my only intention coming in last year, and it was exciting.
So I would have to think, we talked about this a minute ago, but would you rank Lucky Strike as one of your favorite places to bowl?
It always has been, and not because of the center itself, but because of the Dunnick family, for what they've done for duckpin bowling over the years. Ever since I started bowling tournaments in this house over 20 years ago, they have been nothing but personable. They welcome you with open arms. They're a great, great family, and that's why I always look forward to coming here.
I think that's probably one of the big draws why people come here, on top of just the bowling and the competitive aspect of the tournament, but the people that are involved.
Yep.
So I agree with you on that. Well, thanks again for taking a minute or two to be with us, and good luck this weekend. And
thank you very much, Jim. Appreciate it.
We'll send it back to the booth. Thanks, Ron.
And I couldn't agree more with his comments about the Dunnick family. This place welcomes everybody with open doors. Great ambassadors of the game, the Dunnick family over the years, for sure. So we're going to actually take another quick commercial break, and we'll be back. We'll go through a little bit more about the bowlers who are on the 5th shift, which is
it's full. 40.
It's
a full
hitters,
shift.
Right?
40,
yeah,
40
full
bowlers.
Shift, so a lot to talk about. We'll be right back after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Oh, hi. It's your wife.
You just called 2 minutes ago. I love you too. No, I love you too. No, I love you more. I love you more. I love you the most. Okay, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Hang it up. We gotta keep the phone line open.
I gotta go.
You gotta tell her to stop calling. Phone line has to stay open.
She can't help it.
And welcome back, folks. So this is the 5th shift we're about to kick off, which we're setting up here. It's a full shift, stack shift, always is. This shift filled up like in a week, if I'm not mistaken, and there was a waiting list. Billy, you previewed some of the people out on the shift. Who's out there?
Yeah, we talked about Greg. Greg's out there. John D'Antonis, Pat's pick. I think it's an interesting mix because it's not only good bowlers, but it's good bowlers of across the spectrum. You have good bowlers from north and south, good bowlers young and old. There's some big young hitters. You got, Greg's a younger guy. Chris Kruger from Baltimore is up there. Guys like Andy Fearlett, Will Rigney from
I was
Rhode
gonna say,
Island.
There's a large Rhode Island contingency in
Yeah,
the shift
huge contingent. And you got past winners. Older guys. Gene Fearlet, he's bowling.
Andy's dad.
Past winner. Yeah, Dave Mulvey won in 1994, I believe. He's bowling. So you get stuff like that. I like to see a mix and stuff like that. You got a guy like Mike Weaver, great bowler. Came in the top 5 last year. So Walt Brooks, another past winner.
I bowled with him when he won it.
Right. So I mean, not only is it stacked, but I think it's a varied group as well, which I think makes it all the more interesting. So.
Yeah, it's a great shift to really display the diversity in people, backgrounds, skills, styles of bowling.
Oh yeah.
Age groups. I mean, it's a great shift.
I was also going to say we do have a good, strong Massachusetts contenders here. So we've got, all the states where duckpin bowling is still thriving and existing, they're all represented in this shift.
Oh, I think I just heard somebody, Mike Tomasello is bowling.
Yeah.
He lives in New Hampshire now,
yeah.
so another one.
Yep, and another guy who bowls at this house frequently has really had some success here. I mean, he's not a past winner.
No, he hasn't won it, but I know one league when he bowled the last league he bowled in here. I want to say he averaged 151.
That's incredible.
That's a really good score for this house.
He's right on the heels of Jesse. So,
right.
So lots to watch. I think we're going to set up for another quick commercial break, and we'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that. Strike. Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
All right, so we have switched over to the cameras pointing at the lanes. We're going to start covering the action, the end of shift 4. Our bowlers are all starting their 6th game, and we do have some impressive scores up there. We've got Kyle Shaw, who's got a 756.
We got John Zekas right here with 752. Right above him, Joey Sears, I spoke with. I believe he has 731. So some decent ones there. Joey said he had 250 for 2. Had to make a little bit of an adjustment. He's been pumping since then. So if he can finish this one strong, get to 900, obviously that's what he's looking forward to.
Yeah, it looks like just sitting in front of us, we got 3 guys right there that well within range of 900. And if one of them goes off, I know Kyle started the day with a 183.
Oh,
so pops another one of those at the end, and he's looking at 930, 940.
Started with a spare there, so how you want to do it? I said, this shift, it's not full, but there's some decent bowlers here too. Zekas obviously done it well here. Joey Sears has won this tournament before. Some younger guys, Mike Steinert.
I was talking to John. He's bowling out of Johnson Lanes, and he's in 2 leagues. He's averaging in his 2 leagues. He's averaging 154 and 147.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
There he is.
And there's right on cue right there. That's how you average 154 right there.
Yep. See some of the other guys, we have some lower average guys out there too. But again, that's one of the joys of the Eastern Duckpin Classic. You got the handicap divisions.
Well, there's
people come out from everywhere.
Division. Yeah, it's as me being like a lower tier, 120ish, maybe once in a while approach 130, but I'm not anywhere near the level of even a Kyle Shaw. It's exciting to bowl with guys that can throw those games, and it leaves you kind of like, wow. It doesn't even look hard. It's like, they don't even it doesn't look hard when they do it. It's
a little extra motivation. It can be done. It's easy.
It inspires you to bowl better. You watch guys that that bowl well, and what they don't do, they don't throw any pins away. If they have an 8 drop and they leave a split, they pick one, get the next one, and they move on. They don't have that 8 box, that 7 box.
They understand that
every pin.
This isn't a game of perfection.
No.
Nobody's ever done 300. It'll, doubtful that'll ever be done. So you have to use everybody.
300. I was reading. I think I saw something online the other day. A guy threw a 900 set in 10. I mean, that just tells you all you need to know
he was
about
an amateur.
that.
It was no pro
I know.
bowler.
He 36 balls in a row. I don't care what kind of a ball it is. That's incredible.
I haven't thrown 36 good balls
in
in
the
one
pot.
set in my life.
Yeah.
Probably in the last month.
I think he was only the 6th person ever to do it. I think that was what I saw. And again, what you just said about this game, 300. I know we've had this conversation maybe once or twice before. And is it, realistically, can someone throw 12 balls in a row and get 12 strikes? I'd say yes.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
but when it comes down to it, the game's been around for 100 years and it hasn't happened.
All right, we get a little bit of action going here. Oh, nice strike there. Kyle's getting ready to step up here. Like we say, Kyle is sitting at 752, it looks like. Again, started this game with a spare. So Kyle's type of bowler, obviously familiar with the house. He knows what he has to do to score well here. It's just a matter of execution.
Yeah, you watch him throw the ball, and every ball, 1, 2, boom, done. Everything's perfect. And, the result is usually 9 or 10. You very rarely see him off the side of the head pin. And when he leaves a single, that's usually what the result almost every time. So we got another Rhode Island entry here. Danny Richmond right in front of us on 11 and 12. One of the guys we hadn't talked about in the one of the guys in the preview we hadn't talked about, Lou Sarkeesian's bowling on shift 5, which is he's a legend.
Yeah.
46 years in a row, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got Mike Steinert taking lane 9 up there. Mike had quite the season on tour last year.
I think he won back-to-back tours at Meadowbrook. Was it Meadowbrook and White Oak, I believe?
Yeah. Top qualifier for one of those, right?
Yeah. Yep. Meadowbrook. That was his weekend. It looks like he has 693. So again, certainly playing, almost average 100.
And
we got Anthony Howe
covers up
another
that
bowler
spare
here, bowling right next to Mike.
Covers a 10.
Child's 2 on that one. Anthony used to be a 10-pin bowler. He's a friend of mine. He picked up Duckpin, popped onto the scene a couple years ago on the Pop Whitten. He actually moved to North Carolina, lives in North Carolina now, but he's been traveling up. He bowled in the adult challenge matches last week, so it's good to see him up here. Certainly a longer trip for him than it was even for us coming from Maryland.
Yeah, he's got great form. I think there's a lot of stuff that translates over very nicely, most notably probably the approach.
Yeah.
Smooth. Very smooth, and you can kind of see his preference to sort of throw the ball in from the right. It's probably indicative of a guy who's throwing a hook and 10-pin.
Yep.
And we got Kyle Shaw taking the lane on 10 here. We're going to throw it over to Jim Kaufman.
Yeah, we've got Kyle Shaw about ready to get up on lane 10 here. He's in his last season, his 6th game for this first block. Already has 2 spares to start the 6th game. I was talking to him last game. He only had 60-something in the 5th or in the 6th, and we're talking about trying to salvage the game, and sure enough, he went out and finished the 5th game with a spare, double, spare, and strike for 154, which gives him a 5-game total of 756. So definitely among the leaders after that salvage of the 5th game. And then on the pair to his right, John Thomas Zekas has 752 for 5. I asked him, he had 333 in his 4th and 5th games. Asked him what he did differently. He said it was just a matter of hitting the head pin more. He only had hit it about 60% of the time the first 3 games. Felt like it was like 95% of the time in games 4 and 5. Then also on 11 and 12, we have Joey Sears, 731 for 5, but 310 his last two. Asked him what he did differently, and for him it was just a matter of slowing the ball down a little bit. But he said when he slows the ball down, he gives up a little bit on the accuracy side. And the 146, he had 146 in the 5th game. He felt like it could have been easily 160. Felt like he could have started with a 5-timer, had a couple of spares in there, and then the last 2 frames, ripped the middle on a spare, and then left the 9-10. So a little bad luck for him in the 5th, but still, again, 731 for 5 for Joey Sears.
Yeah, so you heard a couple of interesting things there. You hear Joey making some adjustment with his ball speed. The conditions out here, they don't change. I wouldn't say, unless, other than maybe humidity, things don't change that much that you're making adjustments the way that you are in 10-pin, where you've got the lane conditions changing rapidly on you.
Right.
This is a little bit more about finding the right way to hit the pins.
You're more adjusting to the results
Yeah.
based on what you're throwing versus the lanes adjusting.
Right.
Right. There's no oil pattern breaking down, nothing of that sort. It's just, that's why it's so mental. I think, the adjustments have to happen as much in your mind as they do, in the physical part of the game.
Yeah.
Well, and if you throw a good ball and get a bad result, you don't just automatically adjust. I mean,
Right.
It's got to happen a couple times before you start to think, well, I really shouldn't throw it there.
I think that's part of the biggest thing, especially in a tournament like this, because it's 12 games. So you're going to go through stretches where you're just not that successful. You rip the middle a couple times. Maybe you miss a break or two. But at what point do you realize, hey, I need to do something different, and not, hey, I'm going to break out of this?
Yeah, it's a tough call to make. Sometimes you really can make that move a little bit too early and really set yourself down the wrong path. A lot of times, the control that everybody possesses in this game, it's not as though everybody throws every single exactly where they wanted it, right? I mean,
Right.
nobody here is throwing nobody's ever thrown a 300 in this game,
Right.
and nobody.
Most people average, the best bowlers average half of that. 150 is a great average.
Yeah. So if you are consistently, I mean, I don't know how many frames in a row it takes. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, if you rip the head pin 3 times in a row, do you make an adjustment?
I think one or the other. You got to adjust either your position on the lane or your either side to side or forward and back. You're doing something where you don't want to go 4 times in a row through the middle.
Yeah. How many times do you, Billy, before you make a move?
If I go, 3 or 4, maybe half a game, maybe I'll just, if I do it 2 or 3 times, okay, well, that's just bad luck. If it's 4 or 5 frames, things aren't working out, I have to do something different. Now, I'm not a proponent of, moving forward or back. I can't do that because I'll end up fouling if I move forward or being too far away, and stretching and reaching too far. So maybe move left, move right, maybe take a little bit off the ball. It just really depends. And it could completely depend on the house, too. There's some, if it's synthetic lanes, maybe I need to get out more. If it's wood lanes, maybe I can't, let it get out there and bounce. I have to, lay it down, but really, put more behind it. So it doesn't just depend on how I'm throwing the ball that day. It might depend on where I'm at.
And another thing, I think we could even talk about the adjustments left to. We talk about left to right or forward back. I think a lot of it's even speed, approach to the lane too,
Right.
can make a big difference.
We got Bob St. Germain from Rhode Island on lane 10. He's looking at a 6-pinner there. 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 7, 9. Took
Not
a shot at it.
Trying to clean up some wood here, shooting the 179. Grabs 2, and again, that's so key, especially 12-game tournament. You can gain or lose so many pins on your third ball. I mean, over 120 frames, how many pins can you gain or lose, on your third ball? I mean, my grandfather was a great, one of the great Duckpin bowlers in the 50s, and he always said your third ball is your most important ball. I mean, the first ball is big, obviously, second to get but how many pins can you gain or lose on your average by not giving 100% effort on that third ball? It's 5, 10 pins. And whenever, I'll talk to younger kids and tell them, you have to concentrate. You have to do that. I think Kyle's a good example of that as he goes up on their lane right now.
Yep. Demonstrate how important the first ball is in a particular scenario where you're filling a strike. That first ball's of the utmost importance. You want to be on the head pin and give yourself the best chance at a double. That's how you accumulate pins in any form of bowling.
Frustrating thing I've actually seen some people do here. I myself was guilty of it last night. Saw some guys do it last night. They'll finally get that strike. They kind of let up, maybe get content, and then they kind of get loose. Next thing you know, you got a couple open frames. So you have to keep the foot on the gas, even if it's 12 games. You can never let up.
Yeah, we talked about this not being this particular format. There's no head-to-head. There's no catching your opponent on an off game and,
Nope.
and getting by with a 120 or something like that. You've got to bowl 12 good games.
That was a rare box for Kyle. He left 3 pins up on the first ball and didn't make any of them. That's very unusual for him.
I will have to chide him later for that after I was trying to make a good example of him.
I know.
And he said a bad example.
He did exactly
Thank you,
what you told him not to do.
Yeah, this is a good grouping. You've got Mike Steinert and Kyle Shaw on the pair together. There's something to be said about compatibility within your group, as well as the pace that each of you is bowling at. I think these guys are probably more than happy to be together on in their group.
I think, and there's a lot to be said for that, especially in a tournament like this. You're together for 12 games. I mean, you want to be people. You don't have to be best friends with a person, but I mean, generally everybody gets along here, so it's fine. You get a good pace going, a good rhythm. Maybe one person starts getting hot. I got on. I was also in lanes with Eric Barnes. Another guy was in the top 10 last year, a great bowler out of Rhode Island. So it's kind of the same thing. And again, it's not so much, they're your best friends, but there's a sense of camaraderie about it.
Yeah, you see a similar, probably some similar chemistry on 11 and 12. You see Dan Richmond, Joey Sears.
Zekas is up there.
John T. Zekas, yeah, guys who probably are okay bowling together.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're going to take a quick step away. We'll roll a commercial, and we'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep.
The Nick Tronsky.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
And we're back here. You got Kyle Shaw shooting the head pin for a 10. He picks up the 10. He's got 73 in the fifth, and he's looking to keep his 150 pace. He's almost halfway there. 900 is a great place to be through 6.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get to all you want to do really is keep hitting that 150. The 150 is the magic number, and if you pop the big game, that's what's going to put you over the top.
It buys you some pins to work with, which can be the key, because that game's going to pop up where you don't have 150, and you probably threw the ball just as well, if not better, than some of those other games. So that's the only case where it is about timing.
Yeah, that's the game lurking in the shadows. Kyle, I mean, we should mention, he's Pat, you kind of picked him as somebody to watch, certainly. Number 1 bowler in the state of Connecticut last year. He really had a fabulous year on tour.
It was his first year coming out of juniors, too.
No, he's a rookie of the year before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Second year. Yeah.
But so that's another, quite an accomplishment for him. But and he had a great year on tour.
Oh.
Top 5, I want to say, in the points.
Yeah, he was in. Well, he puts himself in any tournament that he bowls in. He's just so consistent.
Mike
John
Steiner
Zekas in front of us on 12.
Mike Steiner really struggling on game 6 here. He's got 693 through 5 games, which is a little off the 140 pace. He's setting up for a tough day 2.
You just saw on lane 12, John Zakis, one of those balls we were talking about. He was just a tad heavy and left himself a very, very difficult 4-6.
Talked about Kyle. He did finish 5th in points last year on the Pro Tour. Made 5 cuts. So that's something to me. I mean, if you're talking about a guy that's Rookie of the Year on the Pro Tour, comes back number 1 bowler Connecticut, it's like in a professional sport. You come out with Rookie of the Year and you're MVP the next year. How many times did that actually happen?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to throw it over to Jim, who's going to give us an update on the so far last game of Shift 4.
I just walked down to the last pair on the right. I think that's 19 and 20. They're just finishing up their 6 games. Dwayne DeRozier's from Coventry, Rhode Island. He's actually a 2-time B Division winner, 2009, 2010. He has 838 for his 6-game score. Anthony Benetti from Swansea, Mass, 771. Charles Craw, 123 average from Taunton, Mass, has 803. Pretty good score. And interesting story, Brian Reynolds. He's listed from Chesapeake, Virginia. Actually lives in North Carolina. And took him 10.5 hours to come up here to bowl at the Eastern. Also, they've had a little bit of snow down there. They've had about 10 inches of snow over the course of the last few days, which is equal to a blizzard here. He's got 816 for his 6-game score.
Yeah, you got bowlers coming a long way. 10-hour rides through the bad weather. I mean, this is an event that you travel for. You go way out of your way to get to because it's that special.
I would say this is probably more considered the northern for Brian than the eastern because he had to come pretty far north from North Carolina.
So.
And I can be attest to, once you get below Maryland and you start getting that type of snow, the whole state shuts down. So I can only imagine how long it took him to get out of North Carolina.
Yeah, we gotta do. If we're talking about snow, we should shout out to our guys up who are just record-breaking snow this year.
I was in Boston yesterday. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, there's just nowhere to put the snow when it snows this much, Yeah, Kyle Shaw in lane 9 here, shooting a 10-pin for a spare. He's trying to close his first 6 strong, and he covers it.
The angle he comes in like that, he's still incredible on the 10-pin. That's just something, it just amazes me.
Yeah, he shoots it pretty. It's pretty tight. I mean, he does give himself a little bit of room. He throws his first ball pretty much all the way over from the right, but gives himself a little bit more room shooting at the 10-pin. But yeah, you're right. He's right on the money.
Trust me when I tell you, he's practiced it many, many times.
Yeah.
Got Mike Steiner up there, plopping one in there for the 5-pin, a good ball. So what's Steiner have right now? I can't quite see.
Steiner's got 693. He's probably a little off the pace he's looking to keep. Having a rough game here, 52 in the 5th, but this could set him back on track a little bit here, and that's
picking it up.
That's what he does. I tell you, he'd probably love to catch a couple of strikes, 2 or 3 in a row.
Steiner can reel him off too. He's another one. He ball out there. He definitely does. So if he gets a line, if he avoids some bad bounces, he can definitely mix some pins.
Yeah. So Jim mentioned a moment ago, which we haven't talked about yet. B division. There's a B division in this tournament. There's a C division in this tournament, and there's a bunch of bowlers out there who are vying for that title as well. Jim mentioned a couple bowlers who are in contention. We will certainly keep you guys updated on the leaderboard.
Well, yeah, you see, if you look at the leaderboard, you got Tom Clausen there sitting in the 8th position, I believe, and that's a B bowler.
Yeah, 8th overall. He's in B division. He's got to be out front in the B division at the moment.
Definitely, averaging 143. It's a nice 12-game set.
Yeah, and he's in the clubhouse, right? He's got his 12. He's set the mark to beat so far in the B division. Tom really, a bowler who's been around forever. You look at his resume, incredible accomplishments. The man's highest set, 599. He's a bowler that Kyle has bowled against on many occasions. As Kyle takes a lane on lane 10 here, looking to fill that mark. And we'll see how that goes here. And it's right in the 1-3 pocket.
Yet again.
Looking at the 5-pin,
Kyle will drop 9 all day and not say a word.
And he'll take it, right in the middle there, that 5-pin. We love those things.
I hate it. I hate the 5 minutes. Something about it. Ever since I've been young, I just hate having to throw 2 balls in a row down the middle. Not that I particularly like the other ones, but Kyle doesn't seem to mind it too much.
Not when you hit it right in the face every single time, just about.
That's what repetition and practice will yield those types of results.
I almost think he could hit that without looking.
Oh, yeah.
I think he could just go through the motions, throw the ball. It's going to go right where it's supposed to go.
Eric said repetition of motion. Muscle memory. Same thing. Saw a nice strike there from the lefty, Dan Richmond. Joey Sears up here again. Counting on a spare. Rips 4 out of the middle. Looks like Joey has 101 in the 6th. And again, Joey, he's been pumping there the last 3 games. He's up in the 730s for 5, so put himself in pretty good position if he can get a couple marks here on the end.
Yeah, Joey is a bowler that I really enjoy seeing up here. It just so happens I bowled on a shift on his pair last year and beside him the year before, and you could see him both years throwing a really great ball, and just kind of like we were talking about earlier, the results kind of weren't there. It was just a little bit off on the head pin all the time and covering his breaks, but just a lot of head pins and splits. But in spite of that, having a really tough time, and that makes for a long weekend.
I talked to him earlier about that. He said this is one of the only places he bowls on wood. It's almost all synthetic, and he has a hard time adjusting to that.
Yeah, but he still makes the trip. We love seeing him. So
see what John Zekas can do here. Had a couple splits the last couple boxes. Decent ball. Carries the 5 pin, leaves the 10 pin to shoot. He's got 76 in the 6th, 752 for 5. So another bowler looking to put some on the end here. If he can get, tie 3 or 4 marks together, get to the 900, the magic number.
And 900 isn't pace to win. It's through 6 games. It's position to catch Jesse.
Yeah. You think about where Jesse was. Jesse was in the 840s, I think, through 6, and just turned it around.
Yeah.
It's all about giving yourself a chance. Ooh, he just barely blew by that one. And that's the frustrating thing. When you are leaving splits, when you have 2 or 3 frames, you do something right. You leave yourself a break. I myself, and talking to other bowlers, you guys have experienced this too. You always put, extra pressure on yourself. At this point, hey, it's getting late in the game. I need to take advantage, and then it all just kind of snowballs, and it can get worse quick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just there are a lot of moments in this game where you really have to manage your emotions and stay in the moment rather than sort of coming out of the frame, the ball that you're getting ready to throw, and envisioning yourself somehow winning or losing this tournament. Neither one of those. If you're picturing yourself in the winner's circle or driving home, you're getting ahead of yourself. You got to take a step back.
You hear a little uproar over to our right off camera. It was lanes 15 and 16. We have a triple up on 15 and 16 right now.
Oh, excellent. They do happen. They absolutely happen here. They don't happen all the time, but yeah.
See Kyle stepping up there again. Again, counting another spare. When you throw the ball like Kyle, again, a bowler like Kyle, he doesn't mind leaving singles. A spare break, he leaves a spare break every single frame. I think he might be content with that. He's not going to show frustration because that's what he's aiming to do. He understands this isn't a game of strikes, so do what you can. Let's see what he does here.
And another 5 pin.
Shocker.
Shocking.
And he's gonna end up throwing 6 or 7 balls in a row on the same exact spot at the same exact target.
That'd be fine. Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Well, I'm telling you right now, you could put a dot on the 5 pin and he would hit it for you if you wanted. He just
total facial
doesn't miss it.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep.
The Nick Tronsky.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me try that. Strike. Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
All right, welcome back. So, guys, at the top of the show, recall, I called you by a couple of nicknames. Pat, I don't know if I had a chance to dole one out for you, but
The Weatherman.
You're the Weatherman. Good. And Billy the Kid, right?
Yep.
Billy the Kid.
Now, I just want to say for the record, for the both of you, that the responsibility of doling out nicknames on this show rests in the hands of the host.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. But I actually want to get this show started right.
All right.
Okay.
That's fine.
So I'd like to share this responsibility not with you guys,
Oh.
but I'd like to share it with the audience. Okay.
Oh, great.
So
I don't know if this is good.
there's a number of us contributing here. You've heard Jim Kaufman. You've got Pat. You've got Billy. You've got myself, and you'll probably hear Tom Dominique. I don't know if you're going to come up with a nickname better than Tom Dom, but Tom Dominique, our historian, Eastern Classic historian. We'd like to hear from you guys. If at any point in time during our broadcast, if you hear our voice or are watching, a nickname comes to mind for any one of us, share it with us on our Facebook page or on our Twitter page. You can find us at facebook.com/Duckpin TV or Twitter at Duckpin TV. And when you post, why not throw in our symbol, the hashtag EC85. We'll see if we can get a little trend going. But make sure that you're posting on our page. And if you guys can keep it PG or close to it, we'll give you a shout out and share it on the air.
Yeah, it's a social networking world. That's what we're about.
We are actively maintaining our social media sites. So,
It's a big 2 boxes now for Kyle Shaw. I think he's working on this is 3 singles in a row.
Yep. When you throw the ball like Kyle is, eventually you're going to get the strikes. I mean, he knows. That's what he's done. So,
Well, here's your
I got money
foundation
when I'm
frame.
throwing it here. Yeah.
Well, I got money on throwing it in the pocket and get at least 9.
Oh, it's a strike. Oh, and I jinxed him.
oh no.
Well,
My bad.
Well, he left the 5-pin, but he
there's the 4-5.
he left a partner with it there, and not a good one at that.
Yeah. See what he does here.
Try to get inside the 4.
So, what do you guys think? He shot that, or was he just trying to carry a pin?
Inside the 4
Oh, he
and
shot
kick
it.
it off the wall.
Yeah, he definitely shot it.
Yeah.
And then
he
he just
grabbed
took the
the pin.
single. Yeah.
And I mean, for the viewers who maybe don't know what would have happened, had he hit that probably the way that he was shooting it, he would have shot the inside of the pin on the left. It would have gone off the wall and come back for the 5.
In a perfect world.
In a perfect world. I mean, that's probably the highest percentage shot at that.
In the playbook, that's how they draw it up.
Yeah. We know it didn't work out that time, but he'll take a 9 box, and he's got 138 through 9. Looking to get to about a 150 to get to 900 through 6, and
Right.
he's right on pace.
Just under him, you see Steiner at 693 for 5. As we said, at 102 in the 8th. What's he want to do? 2 marks. I mean, obviously, it's a double in an ideal world. Maybe he goes 20-20, you get to 835. A guy like Steiner's always playing. When you time marks, tie strikes together like him, you know what can happen. See what he can do here. Again, like you said, 9th frame, foundation frame. Yeesh.
That was
one of those-
a
he
great
got-
ball. You could see,
Came way out. He landed way out on the lane and just.
but you could
God,
you
tough
could see
break.
him telegraphing there. I mean, that follow through was his.
That's the one that's been working, too, that high hard one. I'm surprised he couldn't get a break out of that.
High hard, and we talked about that in the opening.
Shooting the 3-7 here.
Outside the 3.
Maybe that was a consequence of the velocity being really high. We
Yeah.
heard earlier Joey Sears slows the ball down. Joey doesn't throw the ball as hard as Mike does in his natural delivery, but even he's slowing down from his normal pace and seeing some results from it. this is a characteristic of the house. My personal opinion: the walls instead of sending them the pins side to side off the walls, they tend to send them back. Right. It's really, really unique. And if that really, I mean, if that's truly a fact, what's occurring here, the velocity is probably a bad thing to have.
Yep,
so
got to keep the pins on the lane, mix them around.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to pass it over to Jim. Jim's got some more updates for us for the bowlers finishing up their shift here.
Yeah, I've got 4 more that just finish up here. Rick Bushinen from West Warwick, Rhode Island, 582. He's 98 average. Tom Lynch from West Haven, Connecticut, 804. Matt Turner, North Kingstown, Rhode Island, 582. And then Dan LaCroix from Coventry, Rhode Island. Here's an interesting fact. He's won the B division of the Eastern 2013 and 2014. And he has 814 for his 6 games, so it looks like he has probably a little bit of work to do if he wants to three-peat the B division. So those are the next 4, and we have 4 more that are just finishing up. I'll get those as soon as I can.
All right, thanks, Jim. So,
somebody like that's pretty incredible. Dan LaCroix coming in with one of the lower, not a lower average, but coming in, to win back to back. I don't care if it's B division or not, but he coming in doing that. That's pretty good.
12 games. You guys still bowl for 12 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything that we talked about, the difficulty of winning this tournament. It doesn't just apply to A division bowlers. The B division bowlers have the same challenge.
You might even say the B division bowlers with there's a handicap involved, so you've really got to put a score up.
Oh yeah. Going up here for Kyle's 10th frame. Looks like Kyle's at 138 in the 9th. He has 756, so 894 with a box remaining. Let's see what he can do in that one box.
I'm going to take your stand here and say he's going to throw the strike right.
You calling it out? Okay. Back for 904. Even if he just holds 10 here, would be pretty impressive. I mean, he would certainly be on pace.
Well, there's only one 1800 out there, and unless somebody else has got more than 904,
we haven't seen.
Basically put him in second place.
Yeah. Oh, certainly on average.
Yeah, average-wise, he'd be in second place.
Yeah. Nobody had 904 last night. I know that. He got a little lucky that one. Missed the headband for the first time this game, I believe. But
get away with 9.
You give a bowler like Kyle,
in the face.
Yeah, you give him a chance like that, he's going to take advantage.
It's a great place to be mentally when you get up there and you're looking at a single and it's just the possibility of missing just doesn't even occur to you. It's you're just getting up there.
That must be nice.
Yeah, that's probably the best sign to any good bowler that hey, you're really in the zone and on the mark.
He's never thinking about what he's ever doing wrong. He's always thinking it's going to go down. I just got to go through with it.
Yeah.
Just finish this box and move on.
He's thinking about which button he's going to hit, and I'm thinking about which ball I'm throwing on my third ball.
Carries a light
so that'd be
9 drop there.
913?
Yep. 913.
157.
So in terms of, it's halfway. He's a pin under halfway.
Yep. Wow. So a great start for Kyle Shaw there.
Yep. Joey Sears coming to the picture there. Pitches out on that one. Joey had 116 in the 8th, striking the 9th. This 731. He can hold wood here, get into the 870s, maybe make this, get in the 880s. So again, give himself a chance.
We got some of our shift 5 bowlers taking the lanes, getting themselves set up.
Yep. There's a lot of them.
Oh, yeah, I see waiting patiently in the back here.
Yeah. They make me a little uncomfortable. I feel a little crowded. Certainly running a little late here, a little behind.
A little.
That was relative.
Define a little.
But we were lucky enough to catch Kyle wrap his 6th game up and put himself in great position going into tomorrow. We're going to have Jim out in the field talk to Kyle and get his perspective on his performance for the first day.
Realistically, we are about 45 minutes, I'd say, behind. I mean, I know they want the shifts 3 hours, but I don't see 6 games in 3 hours. It's too tight.
People aren't throwing enough strikes to be done a shift in 3 hours.
Yeah. And the next shift's going to be even harder with every lane's chucker block full. There's no gaps.
Yeah. Junior, again, somebody else finishing up. We got John Zekas, 104 plus in the ninth. He's got that 752.
Yeah.
What's he want to do? Count mark.
Got to get a mark.
880.
Yeah.
See what can happen.
Guys like that never, regardless of what they do day one.
Exactly. So Anthony Howe in the picture there, throw a good ball, lead the 5-pin. Makes it. That was a spare count on a strike in the 10th.
All right, so we're going to take a step away from the action, and when we come back, we will have a word with Kyle Shaw.
Hello? Duckpin TV hotline. Yes? Uh-huh. Yep. Right at your mouth.
Ma, we're right here. Just talk to me. You gotta keep the phone line open.
Jesus. We probably...
All right, and we're going to throw it over to Jim, who's standing by with Kyle Shaw, who just finished his sixth game, 9-13 for 6.
Thanks, Eric. Yep, here I am with Kyle Shaw from Lebanon, Connecticut. 149 average and 157 that last game to get to the 9-13. I know you were scuffing along way through your block there. What were you able to do to turn it around?
I wasn't paying attention to how I was doing the first ball. I was sticking too far out to the side, and I was worrying about that. So I just went back to the basics. And I was, I'm just going to lay the ball down nice and smooth, and it worked out for the better in the end.
Where'd you get the shirt?
I found it online. I searched Duckpin bowling shirts a couple of times to find some cool stuff, and it's a nice one.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen one before, but actually they're selling some here this year to help support the Eastern. It's $18 a shirt with some of the money going right back into the prize fund. So, but yeah, I've never seen a Duckpin bowling shirt like that. It's cool. What are your thoughts about going into your second block? Anything you want to do different? Anything you think about ahead of time?
I think I'm just going to keep throwing the same ball. I have no need to make a change or anything. Mentality-wise, I'm just keeping cool today. No, I'm not even going to look at the scores, I don't think.
Sometimes that's a good thing to do. Just kind of try and get in the zone and put up some high scores.
Well, it's good that I finished before a majority of everyone, bowling this Saturday shift because, I don't have the pressure if someone shoots a giant score. I can almost set my own bar for, if I just throw the best ball I can't really complain anyway. So
that's a good way to look at it. Well, good bowling today. Good luck tomorrow, and thanks for your time. All right, thanks.
Good talking there with Kyle, always an honest guy, easy guy to talk to. In the meantime, we saw John Zekas did throw a strike in the 10th frame, got 9 on it to 133, 885. Again, totally in contention now.
And just a reminder, I know during the interview we talked about Kyle coming back tomorrow. That's not going to be tomorrow. He's coming back in about 4 hours. Their shift bowls all day today. They've got a little gap right now, but they're coming back after our 20-person. This next shift has 40 bowlers, and then this shift's coming right back.
I remember you telling me yesterday, you bowled last weekend, you had the tendonitis in your elbow, moved into your shoulder. Could you imagine bowling 12 games in
Absolutely
one day?
not.
I can't imagine doing it either. It just makes
Absolutely
me tired
not.
thinking about it.
Nope.
We have a little downtime here, as this shift is really finishing up in earnest, and then shift 5, the big full shift.
20 lanes, 2 bowlers each.
Action across.
Everybody's happening all day. And these guys got to go get something to eat, figure out a way to relax or do something and not stiffen up or somebody like Kyle's not going to worry about that too much.
No.
But some of these gentlemen.
That's what last year I traveled out with 2 guys, Bernie Hipkins, James Simon. I didn't bowl last year, but we came up in the morning, drove all morning, got up here. They bowled 6 games. We went, checked into the hotel. Yep. We never got a chance to take a nap. I mean, I didn't need one. They needed one. No. We got a little something to eat. They came back. Worked out well for Bernie. Bernie came in that night, shot 964. Yeah. But he's a machine, so that's a little bit different. James bowled well in the morning. I think he has an elbow problem, so it tightened up a little bit, and he struggled a little bit at night. But that's to be expected. I mean, that's a lot. I don't care who you are.
Yeah. Well, I talked about my elbow. You know, the tightness. It's really a result of the weather pattern we've had.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got a trivia question here. You guys can answer this. Like I said, hit us up on Facebook. Hit us up on Twitter. We want to know who is the only bowler to win back-to-back Eastern Classics. We have a couple gentlemen who have won multiple Eastern Classics, but only one who has ever won back-to-back years. So you can get that answer again. Facebook.com/Duckpin TV. Find us at Duckpin TV on Twitter. See you can get the answer first. We're going to cut to a little break here while we get some downtime. Let them finish up this shift. Get this shift 5 moving. So we'll be right back.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep.
It's Nick Tronsky. The Nick Tronsky?
Nick Tronsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike?
Oh, my God. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 85th Eastern Duckpin Classic. Got to get a little downtime here in between the shifts. We're going to cut back. In case you all missed earlier, we ran a great interview we had with Scott Wohlgemuth, a 4-time champion here, owner of the world record, 2066, that he set here. And he sat down with our Eric Leteska, and we'll see what Scott had to say.
Hello, folks. Welcome to another edition of Duck Talk. My name is Eric Leteska. I'm here today with Scott Wohlgemuth. Scott, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the honor.
So we'll start with some of your accomplishments, Scott. Hall of Fame member of the DPBA, the NDBC. You've been DPBA Bowler of the Year 2 times, 2 out of the last 3 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Most recently last year. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You are the owner of 10 Pro Tour victories, which puts you 6th on the list all time, which is 10 is an incredible number. So I don't mean to start the top of the interview by sort of showing your age, but
that's okay.
But you've been around a long time, and you continue to compete at the very highest level. The best example of that being last year, winning out the Bowler of the Year on the DPBA Pro Tour. What do you attribute your continued success, sustaining your level of competition to in this game?
I'd say 3 things. 1, a lot of practice. 2, an inborn desire to succeed. And 3, a lot of God-given talent.
Excellent. And always on display. And so, we'll just jump into the Eastern here, because here we are. The longest held tournament. This is the 85th year, and you've won it 2 times, right?
Yes.
2 times, and you are, of course, the owner of the tournament and world record for 12 games, 2066, a mark that is it's very hard to see anybody beating that. What keeps you coming back?
The competition, friendship, the love of the game, and an opportunity just to enjoy doing something that I happen to be good at.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. We'll move off of the Eastern topic for a moment and ask. So you've been on the Pro Tour for a long time. You've had a lot of really good matches. Or even recently, you were in a match against Luke Robustelli. I think there was a couple of 200 games thrown against each other. End of that. A couple of years ago, you were in a match against Scott Sponheimer, 201 to 200. You were on the losing end of that, but still an incredible game on your part and on Scott's part. But look back over your career. What's like some of the most exciting matches that you can recall?
Not that they were close matches, but the most exciting matches that I had were the first two in the stepladder finals of the Pro Tour back in 1982. I had never made a dime in an event. I was a long way from being a top-ranked bowler either in the Washington, D.C. area or nationally. People looked at me as being a tall, skinny, loudmouth who he could bowl. I shocked a lot of people that weekend in 1982. The person who was shocked the most, I think, was myself. A very dear friend of mine had to lend me the money because I literally was a poor college student. She didn't want half of the proceeds. She didn't want to be my backer. She just wanted to guarantee that I was going to give her a check for the amount that she was kind enough to lend me. And obviously it was very easy to give her that check since I was fortunate enough to win the tournament. I shot back-to-back 200s that day in the stepladder finals. That had never been done on the Pro Tour in its history. And what more can I say? It was like a fairy tale come true.
Yeah, and I mean, you've gone on to a lot of success since then. I mean, that reminds me actually of the story. We'll go back to the Eastern for a moment. You shot that 2066. I'm very curious to hear what you remember favorite moments. But we know that you were in Sports Illustrated.
Yes.
Featured in a Sports Illustrated. Many newspaper articles. And what I think sticks out to me about that you had to get talked into bowling that tournament that year because you were coming off of an injury, tendonitis?
I was coming off of multiple injuries, including tendonitis in the arm, wrist, and elbow. I was unemployed at the time of the Eastern, so financially I didn't have a lot of extra money to, if you want to say, invest in my tournament participation or to spend and go enjoy being out of town with friends for a weekend. Basically, he came up to me and said, "You are going to the Eastern." I said, "I can't." He said, "We've taken care of that. You're going to the Eastern." I said, "Okay, I'm going to the Eastern." You asked me what were some of the memories of that weekend. One of the fondest memories, and I apologize if I'm embarrassing any of Jeff Pyle's two younger children, but probably my favorite memory of that weekend was it was a blinding snowstorm. It was Jeff, Debbie Pyles, his wife, Todd Pyles, Lisa Pyles, and myself all crammed into a little Honda Accord, singing Bible stories that the kids knew. All five of us were just singing along to the tape. No, there weren't CDs back in those days. It was probably an 8-track tape. But that's probably my fondest memory of that weekend, just being among friends and sharing common interests.
Okay, I'm taking notes here. So you said singing and jam-packed car. All right.
Yes.
So that's the key to success. So let me ask you, Scott, in your opinion, who is the best duckpin bowler ever?
That's a question that I'm going to choose to defer to answer because I think that the times, the conditions, everything has changed so much. I wish that I were old enough to have been able to enjoy the participation back in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s when duckpins were in their heyday. I wish I could have had the privilege of watching Nick Tronsky bowl, among others. The two best bowlers probably that I've seen in my 35-year career on the Pro Tour would be Jeff Pyles and Don Dove. Might sound very partial, they're both from the South. Other people would say Peter Pierce and Swede Labors. Swede's one of the greatest men, often on the lanes, that I ever had the privilege of bowling with and against. I miss that man terribly. I wish he were still around to enjoy the game. He was a class act in the game.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you gave us a couple of names, and that one of them was your friend and competitor, Don Dove. So let me just ask a question here. I mean, you guys travel together show up at every tournament together, behind each other when one of you is on Sunday and the other one's not. Very supportive and mutually beneficial friendship between the two of you. Does the competition always stay friendly between you two?
In tournaments, yes. I will say that Don is my least favorite opponent when it comes to leagues. I hate bowling against him. It's like there's not that much money involved in the leagues. It's more I think, self-induced pressure of, I want to beat him, but at the same time, there's also that admiration, that appreciation, that friendship of, I want to see him do well. So I feel like I'm caught in a proverbial gerbil's wheel. I don't know which way to go. So it's difficult. It's very difficult to bowl against him in leagues. It's very easy to in tournaments.
Okay, so in match play, do you know who's got the better record, head-to-head?
I would say it's pretty darn close. I don't know that it's exactly 50-50, but I can't ever remember a period of time where either of us has won more than like 2 matches in a row against each other.
Wow, very tight race then. Huh?
Very tight, very, very tight.
And lots of years. It's not a small sample. We're talking about a lot of bowling together, right?
We've been traveling together on the tournaments for almost 15 years now.
Well, so I'll end with this question. It's about Don. Do you think you'd be as good a bowler as you are if you weren't friends with Don Dove?
Absolutely not. He's, for the last 10 to 15 years, he's been my coach. He knows my game, I know his game. If he says, Scott, you're dipping your shoulder, I don't have to second guess and go, am I? If he points it out, I'm doing it wrong. And I think the reverse is true. I remember one particular league match many years ago where I was bowling against him in a mixed doubles league, and he came out of the gate just horrible. I said, Don, you're overthrowing the ball. I regretted saying that because he still, even though he had about 45 in the fourth, he managed to shoot about 500 that night against me, and I'm going, part of me is really glad that I said something, and part of me is going, why did I do that? That's just an example of how close our friendship is.
Yeah. Bitter, I guess.
It was a bittersweet night, yes indeed. Good way of summarizing it.
So that's the last question I have. Thank you so much for being with us.
You're very welcome.
It's a pleasure, and to our viewers, thank you for joining us.
All right, and welcome back, folks. We hope you enjoyed that interview. I know I certainly did. So, Shift 5 of the 85th Annual Eastern Classic has kicked off. We got a lot of bowlers who have started, a couple more warming up. We're going to throw it over to Jim to recap where we stand so far. We've got 2 shifts complete, 2 shifts through 6 games, and we're just starting the 5th one. And we'll throw it over to Jim now.
Thanks, Eric. So, yes, we just finished the first 6-game block of Shift 4. They're going to come back later on today and bowl their other 6, all 12 in one day. God bless them. But among the first 6 games, Kyle Shaw, Lebanon, Connecticut, leads with 9-13 on this shift. Second, John Zekas, East Haven, Connecticut, 887. Keith Boyle, also of Connecticut, had 876, third highest for the block for the shift. I watched him towards the end of his last game. He had 164, but he was on a double late in the game. Ended up leaving the 5-7-10 on the double. If he threw the triple there, he could have been the leader of this block. And then fourth, Joey Sears out of Stevensville, Maryland, 873. And it kind of drops off from there. So those are the top 4 scores from first block of Shift 4.
Half of the bowlers who are in the clubhouse here. Jesse Deach still at the top of the heat. Basically, Kyle is trending in such a way that he's gonna end up right in the same place that Jesse is. But Jesse, having bowled 12 games, has 18-27, average of 152 and a quarter. He's sitting pretty. Scott Wolgamuth, the person who we just came out of the interview, the only other bowler, second place bowler with 12 games. He shot 1763, 146.92. He did not match his 2066, disappointingly, but
No.
I don't think he expected to.
No.
Just a few pins off.
You know, so Jim mentioned somebody left a 5.710 on a double. I missed who it was, but D'Antonis throw of his performance here at the Eastern Classic, 5.710.
That's always a good start.
Yeah, it's a great way to start, and you know, consistent with some of the things we were saying earlier. That this is an honest house. You can't go light into either pocket and expect a good break.
Definitely. We'll see. You know, we got some decent. Talked about how many bowlers, you know, how many quality bowlers we got here. I was, you know, trying to take, you know, heed of some of the pairings we got here. You know, just in front of us, down on 3 and 4. It looks like we had Mark Parker, good younger bowler out of Rhode Island. 1 and 2, we got Mike Weaver, Chris Kruger, 2 of the guys we talked about. Got Walt Brooks on 5 and 6. 8, we have a good group in here. We got John D'Antonis. We got former winners Dave Mulvey and Gene Fearlett. You know, Andy Fearlett, Gene's son, bowling right next to him with Jared Johnson, younger African American guy we got coming up for Baltimore. And we got these guys everywhere.
Our camera here is centered in between lanes 8 and 9. You see Kenny Thomas on lane 9, just left the 1-4-8. To his left, you've got Mr. Mulvey.
Yep.
And hopefully we'll be able to keep an eye on a couple of bowlers on the periphery of those.
There you go.
Those angles, but we will certainly keep you up to date on as much of the action as is possible.
This is not going to be easy, boys.
But we got 40 heavy hitters
we
out
got
there.
40 big ones out there. Anybody could go off at any time.
So we have our work cut out for us.
You know, speaking back to Kyle's performance, it's if you want to relate it to a golf tournament, you know, someone's in the clubhouse with 12 under, and Kyle's at 11 under with 9 holes to go.
Great analogy.
You know, he's got to finish.
Right.
But he's right there.
Looking down here, like I said, we got some decent pairings all the way down on the end. You can barely see. We got 19 and 20, but 2 good friends. We got guys, Brian Stiles, 2009 winner. One of his good friends, Chuck Paris. You know,
that Styles, the last shooter, the last 1900 we saw here.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yep.
1932.
Yeah.
Really got hot that year. Was just all over the head pin, threw a lot of strikes. Here's another guy, absolutely capable. His angle, this rotation, the revs he has on the ball.
Yeah, he really hammers the ball.
He will shred the rack
Yep.
if he starts to consistently hit in that 1-2 pocket.
No.
Cut this down to lane 6. We got Josh Cullen bowling down there. I believe he is featured on another episode of Duckpin TV.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Rhode Island Finals.
That's right.
Big win.
Winner of, I mean, probably the most. We've seen some really impressive match ending. You know, last frames to a match.
Yeah.
The
Right.
Rhode Island Series Stop Finals. There was big money on the line.
Could not have written that script, really.
Oh my God! Josh Cullen and Jimmy Mulvihill tied.
Yep.
Tied. They went into a 2-frame roll-off.
Yeah.
There was back and forth. I think Josh had to come back
I
strong
think-
at the end to catch.
Jimmy missed a single at the very end.
Yeah.
It was amazing. It was a great watch.
Yeah.
Great watch.
And we're talking about 2 guys who qualified. They were like first and second. They were just battling it out the
Yep.
whole time. It couldn't have ended any better than it did with a 2-frame roll-off. Congratulations to those guys. And you know, Jimmy Mulvihill, mention him. He showed up in the first weekend. Like 9:30 was the leader in the clubhouse through 6 games.
Right.
On the first weekend. Fell off a little bit.
Struggled a little.
Fell off a little bit on the.
Johnny D's wearing a nice fluorescent orange.
That's his trademark. That's basically
trademark
all he owns.
nuclear colors.
orange.
Yeah.
His nuclear wardrobe.
Does he have like a lime green coming back for tomorrow?
Oh, sure. In the least.
He looks pretty comfortable to me, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And you see him, a little light on the head pin going across, 1-2 pocket, and you see, no surprise, he's looking at the 3, 6, 9, 10.
Not getting away with
Back
that.
pin stuff.
Yeah. And he knows that.
Oh,
He bowls here every year. He knows what he's up against.
Another bowler I'm actually excited to see bowl up here is Phil Dix. Phil's been bowling really well on the Pop Whitten Pro Tour and the Pro Tour. bowling well in the pro league. Finished last year with almost 150. He was telling me last time he came up here was probably 6 or 7 years ago. Phil's had a real jump in average since then. Figured some things out. He said the last time he was up here, he was a B division bowler in the 120s. Now he's a mid to upper 40s. So he might be another guy to keep an eye out that otherwise, some people might not know about.
Yeah, a guy who's looking for a breakthrough win, and maybe this is it. Great opportunity.
Right now on lane 7, it's Gary Santora, a candlepin bowler. He's a blue shirt. He's a gentleman on lane 7. He's a candlepin bowler. Got a few of those, few guys in this shift that are actually candlepin / duckpin bowlers. 2 different games, but they are precise on their spares.
Again, we talked about a bowler, friend of yours, Billy, in the previous shift, 10-pin bowler, making the transition into duckpin. It's similar. Duckpinners may have an advantage over the 10-pinners, but there's a lot of fundamentals that are just the same across all of them. And maybe the biggest difficulty for a 10-pinner is the feel of the ball in your hand.
Yeah. Anthony, the way he throws the ball, he takes that big hook, the right to left. Whereas in 10-pin, that's something that, almost everybody does. It's something that's kind of rare to see, that smooth, slow curve form. But when it keeps the ball in the lanes and he finds a line, it just destroys the pins. It keeps them in the lane, mixing the way we talked about, which is something you have to do here. So, it could work. Another good pair over here on 13 of 14 outside of the screen. We got defending champ Greg Schriefer bowling with the aforementioned Phil Dix, with Eric Pellet, one of the greats from Connecticut. So just another example of the caliber of bowlers we have on this shift. Okay. So we got one more time here with the trivia question. We asked people to respond before. Who's the only bowler to win back-to-back Eastern Classics? Again, we've had multiple gentlemen win multiple Easterns. Only one guy to truly go back-to-back 2 years in a row. Trying to figure out who that is. So hit us up on Facebook.com/.
There's 40. There's 40 guys here. There's a chance he might even be on the shift.
Maybe outside shot. You never know.
But don't forget, there's 85 yehave of history to this tournament. It could have happened a long time ago.
This is true.
Yeah.
And one guy, Lou Sarkeesian, has probably had a good opportunity, given how many times he's bowled in this tournament.
Yeah. 46 years in a row, Tom Dom told me earlier.
He's over right now on lane 6, the light blue.
Yeah, you see him on the right side of your screen taking the lane here.
I can't think of bowling 46 weeks in a row.
Yeah, Lou has for sure.
He's a living legend, I would say.
And you see him cover a 7-pin there. It's hard to tell if it was for a spare or for a 10, but he clearly wants. Yeah, I'm just getting word, guys. Walt Brooks, another guy, past winner, opened his tournament with a triple. He's out the gates.
That's a good start.
Yeah,
a little bit better than that 5-7-10 we talked about. Just a skosh.
Walt's down on 1 and 2. Way down the other end. No.
Yep. 3, 4.
Walt's on 3 and 4.
Yep.
I'm just looking down at a sea of people. Oh, there he is. He's got the green and black. Green and black polo, or is it white and gold?
Oh,
we're not getting that started.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Another bowler, Eric Pastorio is bowling on this shift. Down there bowling with Walt on 3 and 4. You see him coming into screen. Eric's had some success here. Came in 4th a couple years ago. The guy always seems, another guy, big guy, really gets the ball out there. Something that can work, mix the pins. So,
yeah, I like the way he spells his name.
Oh, with the K. Partial to that.
Oh, really?
Just a little.
Right.
It's like Walt's up on lane 5. Lane 5.
Eric Pastorio, Baltimore Ravens fan, Capitals, Wizards, Terps. His favorite movie is Major League, one of my favorites as well.
I really thought he was a fan of Goodwill Hunting, so that kind of surprised me.
9 drop for Walt on that triple, it looks like.
And 9. Walt continues his Really, yeah, an amazing opening here.
Well, going with the horizontal stripes today. I like that. Different. Really catches the eye.
All over it.
Covers that spare, yeah.
That's a heck of a way to start a tournament. 999 cover.
Mulvey, yeah, Dave Mulvey over here on lane 8, former winner 1994, I believe. Grabbing a spare. That older guy definitely still pumping in there, coming in with the hook from the left-handed side.
Easy on that older guy thing.
Oh, yeah. Relative. It's all relative. Gene Fairlett, again, another former winner. This just gives you a test of how many great
Got
bowlers they
a
have.
father and son on this shift, Gene and Andy.
Yep. Actually, had a text message earlier from Barry Schrieffer, another bowler, who said his pick to win was Andy Fairlett. Likes the way Andy's been throwing the ball, so we'll see if that comes.
He's picking against his brother and the defending champ.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
It's big Ed Evans standing up right now on lane 9. He's a big Rhode Island guy.
Yeah, Barry, a great bowler himself. One of these days we'll see him up here, and maybe he'll match his brother and get an Eastern Classic to add to his belt as well.
Both won their first Pop Whittens within a couple months of each other, so we'll see if they can do the Eastern in the same fashion. Got John D'Antonis getting ready to step up there in the fluorescent orange shirt. He's got 49 plus in the 4th. Again, recover from that 5-7-10 start.
Guy who just, slowly but surely, he'll throw a 130, and then it'll be a 140, and then it'll just keep growing and growing. He just gets into a rhythm.
Key to, tournament like this, 12 games. It's not the big ones. Anybody can come here and throw a huge game. It's when you're a little off, not leaving much.
Yeah.
What can you grind out?
Yep. No, there's not grinding. No grinding there.
No.
That was 9 quick.
Little insider information. I had a talk with John this past week in the Baltimore Pro League. Said his hand's actually been bothering him. He has a knot on the back of his hand.
Oh.
He said was actually affecting his grip on the ball. Then he only had about 240 for 2. Proceeded to throw 206, I believe, the last game. So I'm not sure exactly how much that hand was bothering him, but
it only bothers him when this is a single.
Yeah, see.
Yeah,
John on that frame.
I mean, I don't know. You can't say enough. This guy's resume is as full as anybody's. He's got 5 Pop Whitten Pro Tour wins. He's got Pro Tour on the DPBA.
Walt Brooks up now on 6, looking to fill that spare. A little split him up that time. He got a little heavy.
Yeah, a little heavy. Looking at the 3, 4, 6. See if maybe he can slide that one over.
Again, you see him when you follow through. You see these guys that throw the ball well. That you see that ball lift out there straight over, arm comes straight up. Oh, and he makes it. He makes the shot.
Wow.
On the electric slide up there.
There you go.
We got Jim Kaufman with a few updates early in the going of the 5th shift of the 85th annual Frank Barber Memorial Classic.
So I know it's early. We're halfway through the first game, but it looks like the pair to watch so far has Mark Parker, who just threw his ball. That's a double. He had 79 plus going on that strike after 4, so add that up for me. He's got more than that now. Him and Walt are definitely setting the pace. This shift very early on. First 5 frames of block 5. We'll keep an eye on those two. Good thing they're bowling on the same pair together. Also, Lou Sarkeesian's on that pair, making his 46th consecutive appearance here at the Eastern.
Yeah, who wouldn't love bowling with Lou, huh? So thank you for that, Jim. You hear it. We're off to a great start here. And isn't this a sight?
8 and 9.
Got on lanes 8 and 9, the father and son pair. Is it like father like son, or is it like son like father in this case?
Find out.
In this case, I think it's definitely like father like son.
All right. Andy doesn't really hope that this frame because Gene just threw a decent ball for the 5-7. You want to avoid that.
Yeah, but he threw it in the pocket.
Yeah. Repeat the execution.
Just
it's not the result.
Do the same thing, and you're not going to get that very often.
Andy's got 52 thus far through 4 frames. See what he can do here.
That
Hey.
is exactly where you want to be, but not right through the middle.
Not that much.
The curse of the duckpin bowler. Andy's actually a bowler who's been featured on Duckpin TV at least 2 other times, and he's really done superbly in front of the lights.
Does well, and cameras are on.
Yeah.
He teamed up with Big Will Rigney, who's bowling on this shift, and they put on a heck of a show for us. So who wants to name the answer to the only bowler?
Yeah, we had the trivia
85
question.
years. 85 years of a tournament. Only one time has anyone come back and win it the next year.
Yep.
Eric?
Ron Pelletier.
And he is right over there on lanes, I believe he's on 17 and 18, or no, he's on 15 and 16 right now.
The lanky lefty
The
down there.
big lefty with the fluorescent yellow.
So what did he win? 2012 and 13.
12.
So it took 83 years for somebody to win it back to back.
Yeah.
That's how challenging of a tournament this is.
We got Walt Brooks and Mark Parker both up on 5 and 6. They're both having big games.
Another guy I'm interested to see on this shift again with all these huge bowlers.
And Parker with a bomb.
Look at that.
That's a triple.
Easy game, right? Easy game? Yeah.
He's matching Brooks almost ball for ball.
That's looking like an exciting pairing.
And this one was not on television, but John D just hit 3 out of the corner. Looked at his shoe. I don't think that was the problem, actually.
It's a rare.
I'll bring it back. Oh,
there it is.
See, look, it's setting it up.
Covers it up. That comes in on the right side of your frame there.
Brooks got away with one there.
Moving them.
Did he get 8 or 9?
Looks like 9.
You get everything's down with the head pin.
And actually, he's got 2 pins standing there, I believe. He's
Okay.
got the 1 and the 10 in the back. So he didn't quite get away with it, but a makeable shot. And he makes
Very
it.
makeable.
So he is nearly perfect through how many frames? 6? 6 frames.
Yep.
Perfect. He's got nothing but marks. He just happened to
In
miss the head pin.
duckpin
on
bowling, that's
Perfect enough for
almost
me.
perfect. And it's
We're saying another guy I wanted to see bowl this weekend is Chuck Paris, a guy that, we bowled with and against in youth leagues. Guy that used to average 150, has carried well into the 40s at White Oak. He's actually taken a couple years off. I've only been bowling, 1 league a year, subbing sparingly, started a family. Him and his wife Amanda are actually celebrating their anniversary up here. So
Oh, what better reason to go off here and shoot a 950 or something?
They got their just had his second daughter, Bailey and Delilah. So they're raising a family, but Chuck's getting back into it. And Chuck's another guy. When he finds that line, gets the ball out there, gets the spin, as we know, gets it moving.
Yeah, dangerous, high caliber bowler for sure. A lot of power.
Definitely going to stay tuned in. Keep you guys updated on Mark Parker and Walt Brooks are doing. The way they're starting out this game has been pretty
Andy
unbelievable.
Fearlet threw a great ball there. Tight in the 1-3 pocket. Exploded 9 pins off the lane. He's looking at a 7 pin.
He's got 60 in the 5th. Once it's get going. Last half here.
He pulls on it. Misses to the right of that 7 pin. He's still settling in here.
Yeah, he didn't like that.
his body language was all you needed to watch there.
Lou Sarkeesian, the legend, with another 9 drop, making it, picking it up, getting himself off to a nice start.
Yeah, throwing out those high fives.
Can't wait.
Guy still got it.
If I'm able to throw 2 spares in a game at his age, I'm going to be a happy man.
Walt stepping up here.
Yeah, you got Walt taking the lane, and
Nice ball.
In the 1-2 pocket. Just looking at the 5-pin.
Single pick.
Take that all day.
I don't know. He looked a little shaky on that ball to me. It's tough to see through the camera,
Wasn't quite perfect, right?
but he put it where it belonged.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not a sign that.
And he got off making 2 difficult spares in a row, and the single must have been like, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now we do have Mark Parker on a triple. Big Mark Parker. That stands above 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah, Mark throws a real interesting ball. He doesn't waste any
Little
time
hitch,
up there.
got a little hitch in the delivery there, but
breaks
the
8.
result's good.
Mark's another guy I remember bowling with in the youth leagues, and he's actually had back problems before, so he's missed some time. It was good to see him back at full strength. And when he is bowling full strength, he's tough to beat, and he's all power. It's very compact, though, if you see. There's
Brings
not a lot
the ball
of
up and down quick.
Yeah, the follow-through is real short. It's just long enough.
Yep.
It's for sure, and it's getting the job done right now. All right, so we're going to throw it back over to Jim Kaufman, who's got some updates.
Thanks, Eric. We know about Mark and Walt. Definitely 1 and 2 so far, game 1, but a couple other scores beyond the reach of our cameras. Mario Nassisi from Rhode Island has 123 plus a strike in the 8th. Will Rigney from Rhode Island, 104 on a strike in the 7th. Actually, I'm looking over. Oh, no, he hasn't thrown yet. And then Brian Stiles from Severn, Maryland, 122 in the 7th. So lots of good scores so far the first game. I'm going to send it back to you guys in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jim. Oh, there's too much action to keep track of here.
Both on and off the lanes.
All right, so we're going to cut over to a new segment here. We'll keep the action rolling here. The cameras will roll. But if you've been following us on our Facebook page and Duckpin TV, you know that we plan to reveal our top 25 bowlers, 25 male bowlers in the country, and we're going to get that started right now. For the 2014 year, we're going to get that started right now. Starting with number 1, or with number 25.
We're starting at the bottom.
We're starting at the bottom.
It'd be pretty anticlimactic to start at number 1, Eric.
Bowler number 25 is Jason Sauter. Now, I probably should have introduced this a little bit more, right? So everybody on the Duckpin TV team did a ranking top bowlers, and not everybody. There wasn't a uniform agreement.
List.
It's a very subjective list.
Open for many comments.
We're looking for comments. We're looking to hear from every single one of you. But
people we missed.
Yep. Jason Sauter comes in at number 25, followed by Ron Pelletier, followed by Michael Weaver.
So 25, 24, and 23.
Talking about guys, Jay Sauter, a friend of mine.
Bowl last night, I believe.
866 was high last night. Pelletier, obviously, we know all about Ronnie and Mike Weaver, both bowling this shift.
Jason had a good you know what? I don't think it matters how he bowls. He looks like he has he's a fun guy to be.
Yeah, notable finishes for these guys over the course of last year. You got Jason coming in 4th at the Johnson stop in October. You had Ron coming in 3rd at Meadowbrook, and then Michael Weaver coming in 4th at the Eastern Classic last year.
You got Parker up on 6 and working on a big game.
Last frame, he was on the triple, broke 8 on another good ball.
Yep.
Made the spare. See what he can do here.
Oh, there's a rip through the middle, I think. Yep.
That's a tough one to swallow, but again, you started well enough. Grab what you can.
Yeah, triples make up for those.
Oh, yeah.
So we are, as I said before, distract us from Mark up there, who's really got a great game going.
Got to clean it up.
We are really hear from you,
and he does a great $10.
That's fabulous, yeah. I mean, that's really how you want to.
That's it right there. That's the difference between a 180 and a 170, or or a 160. You know, you clean up the deck and you move on.
And it's more than numbers too. You get a 5-box,
It's mental.
Your momentum's gone.
Yeah.
You get 10, you don't think about it.
See Walt Brooks up there getting ready to launch.
Similar result to Mark there.
Yep, another rip through the middle. Well, you know, when you're on the head pin as often as they are, that's a possibility.
You can't get discouraged because you know eventually it's going to happen.
You got to throw it there.
Yeah, Walt's going to look to do exactly what Mark did.
Clean up the mess. They still have 2 boxes left in this game.
Yep.
You know, those guys, the way they throw the ball, that's 60 pins possible.
Yeah. Walt's going to have a harder time getting a 10 here. He's got the 3, 7, 10. But he'll look for 2, and a 9 box is great when you've gone through the middle. And
clean it up.
Just in every ball here. And he gets to 9. So, guys, it looks like we have first nickname offered up by Chris
Castiglione. Yeah.
Excuse me.
He bowled last night.
Yeah. This one is for Billy Kuntz.
Surprising.
It's Billy, have it your way, Kuntz.
BK.
You like the Burger King, do you?
Oh, my.
And we like that one.
Go for a double cheese.
Have it your way.
Thank you to Chris. Anybody else has anything to add?
Sure.
Pour it on to Billy here. I mean, disparaging, something adorable. We love it all.
And Chris, if you're listening, Billy wouldn't mind if you bring some BK breakfast tomorrow morning when you come into the shift.
Take BK lunch right now. I'm not picky.
All right, so we are going to take a quick break here, and we'll come back for the end of the first game of Shift 5.
Hello? Duckpin TV hotline. Yes? Uh-huh. Yep. Right at your mouth.
Ma, we're right here. Just talk to me. You gotta keep the phone line open.
Jesus. We probably missed 10 calls.
All right, and welcome back, folks. We're coming back to the action here. You've got John D'Antonis. You can't miss him. He's up on lane 8, getting ready to take the lane.
He's wearing his Connecticut DOT shirt. I'm sorry.
John's got 109 in the 8th, and, you know, it looked like early on John was struggling a little bit. You know, he went off the side, hit the 4-pin, broke 3, but then covered it. You know, he cleaned the mess up, and he's not in bad shape. You know, he's looking at a good opportunity to get to the mid 140s here, and see what he does.
There it was, dropping 10. He's pumped.
You got Walt. Went through the middle again.
Looking for a big shot. Oh,
my goodness.
Slides it over.
Wow.
Walt Brooks is making some shots this game.
Man, I think he'd rather shoot at splits than at singles.
Looks like it.
Might as well.
Well, so Walt had 155 in the 8th. He's got 165 in the 9th plus now.
Yep. That's more than where you want to be.
He's where he wants to be and then some.
Yeah, looking real confident. That's
he start making shots like that, you think you can't miss.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, these guys that have won before come in with maybe a little bit more confidence than the rest of us do. What do you think that can do for a bowler coming in knowing not only have I won before, I've won here before, I've won this tournament itself.
In this format.
Yeah.
I mean, there's absolutely no substitute for confidence, right? Mike Tyson said it. You know, confidence breeds confidence, and you just need it. The guy who's confident's in really great position. He got an advantage over everybody else.
Nice ball from Parker there. Result, maybe not.
There's another bowler who's looking confident. He's got the 7-pin.
Drill it.
Right on it.
Oh. He's got to be right there
Parker's
with Brooks.
he's got a leg on him. He's a leg up on him. He's got 169 in the 8th, and I believe that's a spare for 179.
So it's 4-pin difference.
14.
No, 14.
Oh,
14.
he's got a possible 200.
Yeah.
That's another thing we're talking about. You feed off of one another.
Well, they're going to,
not
yeah.
to say they weren't going to
They're
do
not,
that anyways,
yeah.
but they're certainly helping each other.
And they're not battling each other. They're just matching each other. It's a big difference.
Yeah,
That's an interesting thing about this tournament. When you bowl in this tournament, you don't ever seem like you're bowling against anybody.
Right. Well, game 12,
maybe
the gloves come off.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, these guys could be lockstep for 11 and a half games.
And cheering each other on all the way.
They will cheer each other on, and the only time that they'll really start thinking about how do I win this tournament is
maybe in the 12th game.
Maybe in the 12th
and even
game.
at that point, they're not going to cheer against anyone. They're just going to be a little.
He's a candlepin bowler. He's a candlepin bowler.
And we're back.
Out of Massachusetts.
Dave
Dupuis. This is his second Eastern appearance, but he's really come down to. He started bowling in Connecticut in leagues and then in tournaments. He's come down and made a splash. Won several tournaments in the Connecticut State Tournament Series.
Yeah, he's a very consistent bowler. He's averaging. I know he's up at Holiday. Monday nights, I believe, he's averaging 141.
Yeah.
And I know down here on Thursdays at Lucky Strike, he's right there in the 139, 140 range. And again, I don't think he's been bowling duck pins more than a couple years.
Yeah, another bowler who's just made that small adjustment from another game, and it translated well.
He's the kind of a guy when you're bowling against him, it seems like no matter where he throws the ball, he gets a good break. He's one of those guys.
Yeah, I hate that. No, I'm just kidding. No, but he is good. I've actually seen him, and I've seen him be successful in different places. I've seen him bowl well in the South.
Right.
Saw him bowl well at the challenge matches last year in Connecticut.
He keeps the pins on the deck. He does, he doesn't blow them off the back.
And he's new to the game, but he definitely already has the respect.
Oh, no.
I've noticed that because
He
at
does.
those challenge matches, he was on the team with Kyle, and Kyle had Dave bowl anchor. He had faith in Dave. So when you see that, you know, hey, you're already getting the respect of these guys. He's only going to get better.
Again, as a candlepin bowler, the precision on the second shot is what their game's all about.
right. And we'll resume the competition on another pair where the conditions could be a little bit different. Okay, so we just received word that we have continued having technical difficulties and that our audio feed was lost for some time. We apologize for that technical difficulty, and we will do our best here to try and catch you up. We've had some amazing things to catch you up on.
A few recaps here. We had the Bart Parker 206 game.
206 starts his Eastern right.
Same lanes. Walt Brooks 191.
191. Incredible bowling. Walt must be so disappointed.
Oh, sure.
It's just terrible.
Yeah. Can't even be the best on the lanes.
Yeah. So one pair of lanes, two bowlers. They basically have 400 between them.
Absolutely.
They're off to a great start.
As I said before, you guys might not have heard me though. We're gonna have Jim Kaufman going around gathering up some other scores. We'll see what some of these other big hitters are doing. Guys are coming into the screen now, and a few other updates. I think John D'Antonis still has a nuclear T-shirt on.
Nuclear T-shirt.
Yeah.
That carried him to a 155 game.
Yep, that'll work. Hey, that's on pace. That's where you want to be.
I don't think he's changing shirts anytime soon.
No, well. Let's see what else we got. Who's coming into the screen now? Got Mike Weaver stepping up here on lane 4. Mike came in 4th last year. If I remember correctly, Mike was kind of under the radar last year. Kind of snuck up on us at the end, came out of nowhere.
Yeah, through some really big games.
Yep.
He put together a couple of strikes at the very end. Yep. I think he would have been in the same conversation as Schriefer. I mean, he was in the same conversation.
Yep.
Schriefer, Ewing, Pelletier. Was Pelletier? Maybe not.
I think so. Biederman was there.
Biederman. Oh, my goodness. Last year was just we could only hope for that much excitement this year. And not to mention the executive producer, Duckpin TV, executive producer Brian Ewing, who was playing a little bit of leapfrog last year himself.
I'd like to make a shout-out to John Biederman. He was supposed to come up this weekend. Actually had to work. Hopefully he's watching the Maryland basketball game. I know it's senior day, and he's a big Evan Smotrix fan, so I hope he's getting that,
Yeah, we hope to catch John on an interview. It didn't work out, but we'll look for an opportunity to get to him in the near future.
Oh, yeah. Definitely wanted to talk to John. We know he went up there with another handful of duckpin bowlers up to Canada for the 5-pin tour up there. Some bowlers had some success. Some other guys, were just, breaking their teeth in the 5-pin game. But it's good to see that, the interchange of the cultures there, the 5-pin and the duckpin. They've been coming down here and having success. So, why can't some of the duckpinners go up there?
Yeah, we had Billy Thomas, top qualifier in the event, right?
Correct. Yep.
So, it goes both ways, I suppose. The 5-pinners have had a lot of success coming down on the DPBA tour, and and we are competitive when we go up there too. That's good to know.
I haven't been up. Have you been up yet?
I have not.
Me neither. They said it's fun. So.
Yeah, I'm always excited when these guys come down, and hearing about their competition, it's really done a lot differently. Of course, the scoring and everything is different. You're throwing at 5 pins, but yeah.
Mark Parker stepping up here. Looks like he opened the first frame and left another tough split there, the 3-4-6. Bought himself some time with that 206, so wants to get it going here.
Yeah, he's not panicking yet, I'll tell you that. But he slides one pair to the right. He may be hitting the head pin the same way, and the mix may be just a little bit different. He may be a little bit off, two frames. I mean, it's a small sample, so it's too early to react to. You stay confident, but who knows? He could very well come off of a 200 game and end up in the 120s or 30s. Now, we don't hope that happens, but it is the nature of the beast.
It's certainly here. Walt followed Mark up with that, rip the middle, so both of them struggling a little bit to start this game, but that's to be expected sometimes. At that point, you just grab your wood until it comes. Gene Fairlip popping here on lane 9. Off the head pin for 7. See if Gene can run this spare down again. Gene, a past winner, 1974, I believe. Picking up that spare. Rocking the Leonard Skinner T-shirt. I like that.
Yeah, Gene, as accomplished as a bowler, could be. He's got a couple of wins out on the Pro Tour, going back pretty far, but definitely one of our senior members competing out here. But
he's one of the nicest guys out there too.
Yeah.
He's incredible. If only his son was the same way. Sorry, Andy. John D'Antona stepping up. Oh my! Look at that.
Man, he leaves a couple of pins just
I think he dropped that one.
Spinning around there. Had some English on that.
Yep. Okay. Chris Kruger here, another hard hitter, hard thrower from Baltimore on lane 4. Kruger's actually have, last I checked, had high average in the Pro League, Baltimore Pro League. So I expect a pretty good showing from him up here. Mike Weaver now stepping up on lane 3 as well.
Through the middle. Yeah, Chris, really another one of those, great bowlers. Kind of wait for that breakthrough, big breakthrough win.
Yep.
But man, it's good. His really, really good. He hits the line nice and solid. Balance is excellent, and great follow through. He's got a lot of power, as you say. And in most places, that works to your benefit. If
power
and
it's the spin too. He's another one because the revs, the rotation, everything he gets on there keeps the pins on the lane. It's what we talked about, especially a place here. Like you said, you bowl here on the sideboards. Pins go front to back, not so much side to side. You got to mix them.
Absolutely. Got Walt Brooks on lane 8. Oh, and he's back on the mark there in the 1-3 pocket. Breaks 10.
That'll work.
And Mark Parker got a 10 in his first frame. He's gonna look to get back on track here, pick up where he left off the first game.
It's always interesting to me how somebody comes back from having a huge game like that, because the tendency is to expect it to keep going. This game is, you're not going to go up there and throw 200 game. It's not 10 pins. That's not the name of the game. But at what point do you worry? At what point does it go 2, 3, 4 frames before you're like, hey, I don't want to have this be a meltdown game? I certainly don't think he's panicking yet, but, you still want to get one sooner rather than later.
And these are the, the trials and tribulations of being a duckpin bowler, a good duckpin bowler. It's how you react to either being down or being up that often is the bellwether, or rather the what'll tell you how good and strong mentally a bowler is.
Yeah, looks like he did pick up that spare, so that's a start.
Yeah, and Mark's as strong mentally as any.
Yep. D'Antona stepping up after that monster ball the last frame. He got 10 in the first box, 10 off the deck for the strike on the second box. See what he does here.
John's just one of those guys you look at, and he's, I don't know, he's cool as a cucumber.
Yep.
He's just, he's always on official business.
Oh, yeah. Reminds me, yesterday I tried the new Gatorade. It's cucumber lime. It's absolutely horrendous. Just don't do it.
I hope nobody from Gatorade's listening.
No, well, me too. See what John does. Ooh.
The ball right in the pocket there.
Almost got the kick.
Almost carried it. It's got the 10 pin.
John converting that spare. As we said before, John, consistent, model of consistency, average, pro tours, comes up here, does well. Got another trivia question we want to pose to you guys. From 1984 to 1986, we had one bowler who finished second 3 times and won the Eastern Classic once. If you got, sorry, we have a misprint. 1984 to 1987, 4 years. We had one bowler finish second 3 times, which is an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. Actually won the Eastern once in that 4-year span. Who was it? Can you name that bowler? That was the model consistency in the mid-'80s. Again, Facebook.com/Duckpin TV, at Duckpin TV on Twitter. If you want to throw out hashtag EC85, you can do that as well. We just want to know who that bowler was. Saw Mark Parker up there on that one, grabbing the 9 box. Left a little split there, so 37 and third for Mark. Walt going up here had an 8 box, now counting on a strike. Again, wants to keep it going after that momentum, 191 from the first game. Missed the head pin, leaves something to shoot at, it looks like. It's like the 1-3-6-9. He'll be okay with that. Want to take advantage. Let's see. Walt, as we said, had 191 that first game. 7 marks in a row at the gate. Ripped the middle, 2 on the end for 191. Shooting the 4-pinner. Up, nice and easy. We're going to kick it to Jim Kaufman now. As he said, he was going around collecting some scores, seeing what the other big hitters on Shift 5 were doing. So what's going on, Jim?
Thank you. So, we all know about Mark Parker and Walt Brooks, close to 400 between the two of them. There's a lot of other big scores for the first game. Eric Pistorio finished with 6 marks in a row for 156. Defending champion Greg Schreifer, 152. Steve Mollicone, 160. Brian Stiles, 171. Chuck Paris, 151. Ron Pelletier, 163. Mario Nassisi, 150. Will Rigney, 162. And Dave Dupuis, the Candlepinner from Massachusetts, 151. So, a lot of big games, 150 or over. Back to you guys.
Gotcha. So as you can see, Shift 5 performing as expected.
Yes. All right, so we got the leaderboard up here for you. And how do you qualify for the leaderboard? Well, you need more than 2 games. You got to have had both 3 games.
3 games.
And if your average is as high as the top 20 here, you have qualified to be on the leaderboard. You can see many of the bowlers who are up there have already completed 12, and several of them are through 6. The bowlers on this shift haven't yet qualified. However, they are on their way. We know we have 2 bowlers with a 200, 1 bowler with a 206, 1 bowler with a 191, and
both
they
of them over 40 pins ahead of their pace.
That's right, and both started. Both have a mark or 2 marks through 3 frames in the first game. So we're featuring those bowlers. There's many other 38 other bowlers who, by the time they get to their 3rd game, may qualify for the list. But as you look at it here, Billy, what do you notice?
You see Jesse's numbers up there. Again, you like to be in the clubhouse of that number. Kyle with the 900, but other than that, it's a drop off. It's not a steep drop off. I think you're going to see plenty of other guys average 150 for 4, 5, 6 games, but it's all about sustainability.
I think
who can do it for 12?
I think after this shift is over, we're going to see a real better picture of what the leaderboard's all about after this shift.
Yeah.
Of course, we're going to have the luxury of the previous shift finishing tonight, so we're going to get those updated right away. And then these guys come back tomorrow and join your shift.
Yep.
To finish up tomorrow.
Yeah. Did you guys see the bowler in 10th place on that list?
Some Eric Lataseca.
What do you guys think of him?
I think they misspelled his first name.
Lataseca.
He's a decent bowler, though. He's a decent
He's
bowler.
not bad.
No,
yeah,
you put up a decent score, so you can attest to what's going on with these guys right now.
Yeah.
Some summation of it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I did what I think a lot of bowlers experience in this tournament. I bowled 6 games, not 12. I struggled through my first 6 and then got it together on my last 6 and bowled about a 900. The conditions are, as they pretty much always are around here. I wasn't on the mark on my first day. I got better in the second day, and I had a good performance. An acceptable performance.
Well,
on the second day.
I'm sure you can think back even now, and you could probably find 60 pins.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, maybe we'll give a quick update on the scores of the two bowlers who were, guns blazing. You got Mark, who's a little slower to start this game. Game 2, he's got 47 in the fourth. You got Walt, 57 in the fourth, and filling a mark.
And Mark has 47 in the fourth, but I know at least 2 of those 3 overs have been split, so he's still throwing the ball well.
Yeah, he's not panicking
yet.
Yeah. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that. Strike. Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at LuckyStrikeLanesCT.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon.
All right, welcome back. So you got John D'Antonis taking a look around there. I wonder if he's missing a ball. But Mark Parker just off to the left. That ball didn't look so great.
He's probably missing pigment in his shirt.
Yeah.
Mark not filling a spare, but through the 3-9. Heavy on the head pin there.
Now I have a question. I did not see that shot made last night. Chop the 2-8, chop the 3-9. I did not see it made.
That's a tough one to make around here. You depended on the walls, I think, a lot of the times. You know, I think I carried it once last weekend, but not in a way that you would expect it to go. I was heavy on the head pin, and it just kind of the walls did come into play. But
that's what you got to do to make it.
Yeah. So speaking of questions, Billy.
Okay.
We've got another trivia question for everyone. We're just reminding you. My apologies. We already introduced this one. We'll remind you. From 1984 to 1987, one bowler finished second 3 times and won the Eastern Classic once. Who was it? What do you guys think?
I think that's incredible to do. I'm not, to be honest.
Yeah. What do you think?
I'm not sure who that
I was trying to
person
think,
is.
how the heck do you do that?
Yeah. I mean,
84 to 87. Jeez.
That's sustained excellence, basically. I mean, you can have even to do that on the Pro Tour would be amazing. But do it here, 12 games.
Yeah, we know. I mean, we know the arrow we're talking about. There's 3 or 4 names that come to mind, but who knows? Maybe it wasn't one of those guys. And speaking of big names, let's take a moment and look at another historical segment on the Eastern.
It's a tradition at the Eastern Classic that a ceremonial first ball be thrown. This tradition dates back to the very origins of the event. In the early years, the Eastern Classic festivities began on a Friday night, when teams of superstar bowlers drawing enormous crowds went head-to-head. On February 10th, Frank Barber's legendary Blue Ribbons took on the Occidentals from Washington, D.C. Famous Yankees player Lou Gehrig was to make an appearance, and news began to spread that his teammate Babe Ruth was to appear as well. However, it appears these were only rumors intended to draw up interest in the event. Lou Gehrig, though, was on hand and was scheduled to throw out the ceremonial first ball on this occasion. However, the Willamette wrote the next day, Mayor James H. Hurley was on hand. Members of the Board of Aldermen and the Chief Executive made a neat speech, after which he introduced Lou Gehrig, first baseman of the New York Yankees, whose part in the opening exercises was brief, as he just rose to his feet and acknowledged the applause of the gallery. Then, Mayor Hurley threw the first ball down the gutter and posed for a flashlight photograph, after the taking of which the match was started. Gehrig spent the rest of the night signing autographs and chatting with fellow Major League ball player Lefty Dugas, the brother of Blue Ribbons bowler Fred Babe Dugas. Both ball players were on hand on this night to witness the Blue Ribbons, consisting of bowlers such as Nick Tronsky, Babe Dugas, Carl Frisk, and Bill Tato, defeat the Occidentals of Washington, D.C., and set a 5-game team world record.
All right, welcome back. So, what do you guys think of that? I mean, the names don't get any bigger than Lou Gehrig and Babe Ruth.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, this game drew quite a bit of fanfare. This event did and continues to be quite an attraction in our game. So, we've been monitoring our social media, and we noticed that a couple of people ventured guesses as to who the ventured guesses at our trivia question.
Yeah, 3 times second, 1 time first in 4-year span.
That's incredible.
That's pretty good.
We got one guess of Jeff Piles from Amby and Barry.
Jeff Piles.
And one guess from Rick Taylor of Peter Pierce.
I just had a guess from Todd Turcott. He also mentioned Peter Pierce.
Well, we got 2 guesses on Peter Pierce. And
do you think Todd went and looked it up?
Todd may have been cheating, but that would have been a pretty good guess anyways. So, in fact, should we release the answer?
Well, seeing as perhaps
we'll wait.
we have more guesses
We'll
coming,
wait, yeah,
keep them coming.
Jeff Piles is a good
Yeah, Jeff was always a
good guess.
big bowler.
Those are obviously 2 of the greats. Obviously spanned the decades. The 80s was the heyday, so we'll see what else.
yeah, I got a couple other bowlers in mind who very well, were at the prime of their game around that same time too.
Certainly. Got Lou coming on. Lou Sarkeesian. Again, 46th straight year for Lou. Incredible record.
And Lou's looking good up there. He's got a 76 in the 6th. He's got 3 marks in this second game here.
He's been bowling this tournament longer than you guys have been alive.
Oh, that
Combined.
is true. Almost combined, yeah. And Lou picks up the single for a 10. Dave Mulvey there threw a ball. He's looking a little ginger on his walk back. He went outside for the 10-pin. I don't know. That didn't look very comfortable. He's taking a seat.
Maybe
I hope he didn't hurt himself there.
No,
Yeah.
no. I bet he makes it.
Stretching that left leg out.
To set up. He's a savvy veteran. I don't know. He is stretching that leg out.
He's scrappy.
Former pro baseball player, Dave Mulvey.
Yeah, that's probably where some of the injury is left over from there, right?
Looks like he
In
was
his baseball
maybe
days.
his left knee was favoring a little bit.
Something's ginger on that lower left leg.
You got looks like Josh Cullen in the left of the view there for a moment. I'm looking at an old screen. Sorry about that. Mike Weaver on lane 4.
Just Mark Parker over on lane 8 just cleared the deck.
Yeah, Mark is unfortunately
he's struggling,
having a hard time after that.
You know what though? He's got a strike up.
Incredible start.
Strike up in the 7th.
7th rep.
I mean, turn that into a 130, 140, and I think he'd be satisfied with the 344, 345 heading into the third game.
I know I would be. I would
Walt.
have been all right with that for 3.
Yeah. Walt's stepping up there. Walt, again, another guy coming off that huge game, 191. It's like 72 in the 5th.
Yeah, so not not terrible.
No, counting on the spare there, got 7, shooting a 3-pinner now, so in a better position. He's had a couple wide of the mark this game.
Well, Eric was talking about that maybe a little hitch in the approach. See, maybe figure that out.
That's a
you didn't have any problems there.
Second or third time I've seen him be a little off on that first ball, but he gathers himself.
Yeah.
Wrong, he fixes. You know, and that's what the good ones do.
You got John D'Antonis here on lane 9. Oh, and looking at the 5-7, but almost carries it. John started this game on fire. Well, he's got 3 marks out of 6 frames, 84 in the 6th. He's looking to get another one here. In really good shape. Got a 155 his first game.
Somebody picked that guy.
Yeah, I don't know who that was.
Ooh, can't be doing that.
Uncharacteristic. He was pretty far off there. He's kind of turn around and.
Right. That one didn't miss.
Yep, he pulled up on that first one.
Yeah, he did never finish the shot.
Got Josh Cullen on lane 8 there, defending Rhode Island Series champion, Rhode Island Tournament Series champion. Goes through the middle. Josh, a young gun up there.
Do you know who the champion was prior to that, Derek?
I have an idea.
Yeah. Another trivia question.
No, I need to be enlightened.
Yeah.
That would be the executive producer.
Might be somebody we know right next to us.
Brian Ewing.
Oh, my.
2 years ago, Brian was the Rhode Island finals champ.
Connecticut bowler, made the trek all the way out to Rhode Island. And
wow, and then he jumped, and then he went, and then he immediately got on a plane and spent, I want to say 3 months in England.
He said, "Peace, I'm out of here."
Yeah.
Yeah.
He went and joined the soccer world.
Oh, good man. Good man. Good man. Dave Mulvey.
Yeah, looking like he recovered a little bit there.
Yeah.
So we've had Jim out tracking the action. We're going to get an update from him now.
All right, early second game leaders. We have Steve Mollicone, 160-148 for 308. 3-time champ Ron Pelletier has come out of the gate 163-172. That gives him 335 for 2. Also keeping an eye on Brian Stiles. He had 171 the first game. He's got a big second game. He's got a couple frames left. So once I have a 2-game score for so it's 2, maybe 3 already over 300 for 2.
Wow. So we've been updating you on the action in the camera frame, but there's a lot going on outside of the camera. Hey, Jim, while we got you here, we've got a trivia question out there. Between the years of 1984 and 1987, one bowler finished 3 times and won the Eastern once. Do you have any guesses as to who that might be?
Just thinking off the top of my head, I know Swede won, I think, in 87. I'm going to go with Swede.
Swede's a good guess.
Swede Lavers.
He's definitely another one of the guys who were really performing well around that time. I like that guess, too.
And, Eric, you want to let our guests on Twitter know that one of them was correct?
Sure. There's a couple of them, including president of the DPBA, Mr. Turcotte.
He might have looked something up, though. I don't know.
He might have cheated.
Yeah.
That's all right. We'll let that one slide for Todd. The correct answer was Peter Pierce. Peter, top 3. Let's see here. Second in 84, second in 85. He won it in 86, and then second again in 87. I mean, I don't really know if it gets any better than that. Honestly, he had an incredible stretch on the tour over a couple of years, over the same time period, I think, too. But we've said it a couple of times. This is a unique event in that you got to come out and you got to fire for 12 straight games, and clearly he did it as good as anybody ever did.
It was fun watching some old video of Duckpin Magic, watching Peter Pierce go up against, what was his, I can't think of his name.
We saw a couple of matches where you saw him against.
The only thing I can remember is the guy was almost bald. That's the only thing I remember. And he threw a triple to beat him at the very end of the match.
Yeah. Peter is just
man, did he throw a powerful ball.
Incredible. And so accurate.
Yeah.
So smooth. And, and there were you did see a video of him delivering the ball at the beginning of the introduction.
Yeah, the show I watched, it was he was dumbfounded when he missed a single. He just couldn't believe it.
I think everybody was. He was so good.
I didn't get a chance to see Peter bowl much when he was younger, but I heard stories about he would get frustrated not at missing a shot, but at the manner he made a shot. If he didn't hit a head pin in the, not a head pin, but a single pin in the face, frustrated.
Or a two-pinner on the right side of it. Yeah.
He hits it on the outside. He was almost unwilling to take it.
Yeah.
That's how much he expected of himself.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Wow. I've never timed myself.
Got Lou Sarkeesian on the head pin, leaves a 5-10. No frustration out of that guy. He's living the dream.
Ooh.
He's been here for more than half of these events.
Yeah. That's unbelievable.
As incredible as 85 years
Go
is,
back to
46 years has got to be.
Well, think about going back 46 years. 19, let's see, this is 1531, 1969?
Yeah, I mean, we were walking on the moon. We landed on the moon.
Yeah, we landed on the moon
the
when
first
Lou
year that
started
Lou
bowling
Sarkeesian.
Eastern.
Incredible. So you got John D'Antonis taking the lane here on lane 9. John's filling a mark. Oh, and he's right in the pocket.
Man, that was gonna go. The pins that were gonna take that down hit each other. So we got some big scores here already, Billy. Through 2 games, we've got a handful of bowlers who are above the average that we're looking at there. That 152.25 right now is the magic number, and we've got 3 or 4 bowlers who are well above that pace. But now it becomes a matter of can you keep it going?
And look who's amongst them.
Well,
Walt Brooks.
Ron winner.
Pelletier,
Winner.
Brian Stiles.
Former winner.
It's not a coincidence.
No,
these guys know what it takes.
They come in and they get the job started early, and they have the confidence to know they're going to keep it going.
Got D'Antonis up here. Going to be coming up on the screen here in a couple seconds. He's got 113 in the 8th. Got a spare in the 9th. After that 157 the first game.
Oh, Mark. Mark getting himself back on track here.
But you know what? That's probably as good as it gets when he hits one. There's nothing really left to fight.
Yeah.
A little light. I don't know what carried.
Josh Cullen taking lane 8 there. He's a young talent. I really like this guy's form. Really square, solid approach and delivery.
You know what it is it's easily replicated. It looks like somebody, he can just go up there, do the same thing, and if he finds the line, he's going to be there.
Simplicity, yeah.
Oh, well.
A tough break there. He's looking at the 7-8. He's going to hope for 10 out of that. Yeah, there's a lot of, he manages his the energy in his swing very well. It's very easy, I think, if you're, people say the phrase over-swinging or overthrowing.
Right.
And I think the clearest indicator of that is how you hit the line and the movement and the erratic motion in your body when you hit the line.
Well, he looks very much like Kyle Shaw. They're a very controlled approach.
Yeah.
Everything looks the same throughout the shot.
Yeah, a real nice pendulum and delivery at the bottom. I think he's somebody we can expect big things from.
And again, that's something you really need at a tournament like this because it's such a long journey. It's 12 games, whether it's over 2 days, 1 day, such as today, with the shift that's going to be coming back. The last thing you want to do is, have stress in terms of, the physical nature of your approach. You want to be able to go up there and not think about it and just do it. The less moving parts you have, the less it can go wrong. And we were talking about the Canadian bowlers earlier. That's one thing I've noticed about all the best Canadians that have come down. It's a 3-step approach, maybe 4 steps max. The backswing isn't that long.
It's
follow through. It's
slow
compact.
approach.
And when you do mess up, it's easy to fix because there's only so many things it could be.
Yeah.
One of the Canadian bowlers, Jeff Young, has had a lot of success down here. I actually heard he mixes it up. He has a 3-step approach on his second ball, a 4-step for more power on his first ball.
Oh,
if
my.
I did that, I would fall on my face. There's not a chance I would even be
I would
able to
have
stay
a
up.
very difficult time
I think
changing that back and forth.
It's I think in my game I can kind of go back and forth. I could not do it ball for ball. I could tell you that.
No.
I'd be in the gutter next to you, Billy.
We were talking earlier about some of the high scores going on this shift. We're talking about it's not a coincidence. There's Walt, it's Pelletier, it's Greg, it's Brian. What are these all guys? What do they have in common?
My boy Johnny D.
Yeah. Hammer, right in the 1-2 pocket.
Always going out on the limb, picking Johnny D.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, look at Walter. Walt Brooks with another strike there.
He gave the little cheer there. His little
You like that one?
He liked it.
Right there.
He's on the Jersey Shore, fist pumping right now.
You're talking about Eric's
Like that.
3- and 4-step approaches. I can tell you one thing for sure. Eric can bowl pretty well in house shoes. He's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I speak from experience.
Oh, and John gets a break.
There is the
Oh,
double.
it must be a good ball if the 5-pin falls forward.
Oh my goodness!
And that's in the 10th frame. He's
Well, he's clearly going to be above 300. There's several bowlers who are already pushing 350.
It's another double at the end of the game. He keeps doing that. Second game in a row.
Yeah, he's productive 10th frames here.
Well, look, they're all Phil.
How did Walt finish
And Walt
that
puts
game?
20 on the end of there, and gets looks to about 149.
So
Yeah.
he's in the 330s.
Oh, I apologize, 169.
Oh wow!
I couldn't see it either. John leaves a split
Well,
there.
that would be a 360.
Yep. Good time for that for the 6, 7, 10 for John.
Jeez.
Gets to 160. Gets to 317 for 2.
What a
Another-
shame. He's averaging 180 over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So John there, not the huge games yet.
No,
317 ahead of pace. where he
but
wants to
he's
be.
fine.
Mark's up there on 7, dealing with
Yeah,
pretty ugly splits,
7,
7, 8, 10.
And another. Ooh.
But he gets himself to 8 on a strike. Has
what?
121
You
in
know
the.
what he's going to do? He's going to do what we said. He had 63 in the 6th. He left a split there. Still got to 129, so almost 130.
So,
you know what?
It happens.
335.
Yeah.
Move on.
Again, don't think about how you got there. Just think about where you're at.
That's right. A lot of exciting bowling going on right now. You got a couple of bowlers, a couple of pairs that are a little bit ahead of the pace that the bowlers on the camera are keeping, but lots of action and lots of good bowling. So we'll throw it over to Jim to get an update on the action.
Thanks, Eric. I know you just touched on some of the top scores. I'm just going to go top 5 here. Walt Brooks, 360 after that 169 game. Then we have a tie for second. Ron Pelletier, Mark Parker, both at 335. Brian Stiles followed up as 171 with a 160. He's at 331. And then John D'Antonis, 317. So those are the top 5 so far through the first 2 games.
Oh, man, a couple of bowlers, past winners. You got Brian Stiles, you got Ron Pelletier.
Walter Brooks.
Walt Brooks, and John D'Antonis, who's just always in the mix. A fixture in the top 5 or 10 of this tournament.
And all of them are ahead of the pace necessary to eclipse Jesse's total.
Yeah. Greg Schriefer, defending champ, 299
So
through 2. He's
close.
He's going to be okay with that.
It's close. Yeah.
It's not. If I recall correctly, last year it was.
He got hot.
He was in good. He was in good shape through 6, but had some really big games on the back 9.
I remember calling that last year, and him and Mike Weaver kind of jumped out of the blue at us, and all of a sudden we were following 3 guys, and they just jumped right into the picture. It was pretty good to see.
Yeah. Well, we're heading in the same direction this year. So, all right, we're gonna take a break from the action, and we will be back in just a moment.
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night, as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon.
Hello? Duckpin TV hotline. Go. Right at your mouth.
Ma, we're right here. Just talk to me. You gotta keep the phone line open.
We probably missed 10 calls.
Welcome back, everybody. What we're going to do now, we're going to continue talking about the top 25 bowlers as voted by the cast and crew of Duckpin TV. This is, again, just for performance, top 25 of 2014. Number 22, we're going to talk about Mr. Scott Sponheimer, another Northern bowler, a guy that was number 13 ranked in the DPBA, and actually came in 3rd at Highland last year. So a solid performance from Scott. You know, guy that's been good for a while.
Saw some exciting head-to-head matches last year out of him, too.
Number 21, Mr. Buddy Turner out of Riverdale, Maryland. You know, coming in from the Baltimore Pro League. He was number 7 ranked DPBA. Had a 2nd place finish at Pinland. So that was the Masters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so another good year from Buddy. You know, consistent, smooth left-handed bowler. You know what you're going to get from Buddy. You know, he's never going to let you down. And at number 20, Randy Farlow. Good guy. Randy was
first at Pinland and
won the Masters.
Won the Masters and honorable mentioning.
He's honorable mention
NDBC.
in all the rankings, yes.
Oh, yeah,
So
honorable mention for NDBC and then 8th.
Yeah, he had a lot of games to turn. Randy's not much of a league bowler. Bowls a lot of tournaments, makes a lot of cuts. Won the Pop Whitten and the Pro Tour. So I believe he had multiple Pop Whitten wins last year in the last season. So that's another thing to take into account.
I think he got off to a great start on tour last year, too.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, and that's another thing we should talk about.
Yeah.
You know, having won that and winning the Masters, could Farlow be ranked ahead?
That's a big win. I mean, I think it's open for debate, certainly.
Oh, certainly. And then you're talking about, you know, obviously his honorable mention, but if he had bowl leagues, you know, he's got in the mid-40s, you're talking about maybe a top 10, maybe even a top 5. So at that point, that's something to take into account, too. He's probably higher because of that, too.
Yeah. Let us know what you think. Reach out to us on our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Duckpin TV, or you can get us at Twitter, @Duckpin TV. We will continue to reveal our top 25, 3 at a time over the next couple of days. at any time, if you think that we are flat out wrong or completely right, feel free to share your opinion.
They'll enjoy the debate as much as we did. Gotcha.
I got Lou Sarkisian up there. Lou's starting his third game here. He's got 258 for 2. I mean, oh my goodness, this guy is something else. And you know, you notice him up there on 9. He had a sticky slide, it looked like, and that's the same lane we saw Dave Mulvey stick up on, isn't it?
It is.
I wonder what's going on over there.
Some of the older bowlers, that's
yeah,
frowned upon. There's a shot. Look at this. Ooh.
Oh, he clears that all but 2.
There's no justice in this game. Lou is a
such a nice guy.
Lou's been bowling since the dark ages, and that shot wouldn't carry for him. That's unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
I try to explain it to people. That's why you can't get frustrated.
Oh, he gets frustrated.
Oh, no. I just mean people that haven't bowled the game before, because things like that are going to happen.
Yeah.
Lou's a great guy, been bowling forever, and he's still going to have some bad luck. But look at him. See, what's he do? Holds his wood.
Makes one and goes away.
Puts it down.
Yeah, I could use Lou as a case study for the youth bowlers that we coach on Saturdays.
You can
and
see
Sundays.
Walt Brooks coming in from the right here. He continues to get away with that first ball, a little wide.
Still hot. He's out there leading the way here. He's about to qualify for our leaderboard after he completes this game.
After he gets his third game in. He's got some competition. He's got people with him. This is going to be a big game.
Yeah. He doesn't need a whole lot to make the leaderboard either. A 130 game, and he may be leading the way.
He missed that one, but he's allowed to miss one every once in a while.
Well, he only needs a 421 to make the leaderboard.
He's got that one in the bag pretty much. Yeah, I'm with you, Billy. I'm liking the horizontal stripes. This is a good look.
It's a good look. It's a Nike shirt. I like that.
I think he's gonna play around a 9 after this too.
Yeah.
I don't know where, but
yeah, I was gonna say he doesn't need to head pretty far south of that.
Yeah.
Check my math there. 411.
Okay. Let's see what Mark Parker can do. Again, Mark had that big 206. Came back the last game, struggled at the beginning. 3 marks at the end.
Just off camera, Dave Mulvey posing.
Mark picks up that 2-pinner, so again, a good start. So he had 63 in the 6th last game, 3 marks in a row. The split doesn't let that get to him. Starts out the next game. I think there's a lot to be said for that too. You know, you had the momentum, you built it. Don't let it end in the 10th just because you had a bad break. Carry it over to the next game.
That's right. It's a great start from Mark. Walt actually missed that 2-pinner for his 10 too. Maybe a little bit of fatigue already.
You're gonna throw 3 bad balls, do it all the same frame.
Good philosophy.
At our 2009 champ, Brian Stiles, about to pop up there on lane 3. He's humming in there. I think he has 331 for total. Somewhere in the low 330s.
Yeah,
right
he's
there.
171 the first game and 62 the second, if that's
333.
Yeah, it looks like
Brian's an interesting one too because we talked about the pins going front to back. He throws the ball incredible velocity, so hard, but maybe with the little bit of spin he puts on it, kind of keeps him mixing on the lane. So he's in a maybe he does get away with a few balls that aren't so good, and when he gets it in there, it's mixing them as well. So
yeah.
His room for error is pretty wide.
Yeah, and I think you go back to when he won the tournament. I didn't witness his performance, but everybody says he was just throwing so many strikes, and you could see how if he gets locked in and that ball comes from the left and it's got all those revs on it, man. If he's in that 1-2 pocket, it's hard to see anything less than 9.
Yep, right there, perfect example. Hit high and heavy.
Yep.
Get some kick off the wall. The 2-pin fell last. That's all you need to do.
So we're going to take a quick look at Twitter here. Mr. Biederman asked John D. to turn down that shirt a little. It's hurting my eyes. It's hurting our eyes too, John.
Yeah. It's a lot closer to us than it is you, John.
Objects are closer than they appear.
And here's another one.
Oh,
What is the official Rufo cast for tomorrow afternoon / evening? Pat, the weatherman.
Pat.
Who's asking? Where are you located? It's going to snow a lot in Connecticut, and anybody leaving here tomorrow night is going to have to drive through it. I think we're going to get 6, maybe 8 inches of snow overnight, Sunday night here.
Pat, I think we gotta get some intellectual property on that as quickly as possible.
The Rufo cast. But I wouldn't want to have to drive south tomorrow night.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry.
Tomorrow night, because I'm leaving in the afternoon. Is that okay? Should that be better?
Well,
barely.
Not so much.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
That is why we call him the weatherman.
Not so much. You're going to drive into some snow. That's all I can tell you.
Par for the course here recently.
Once you get south of Philly, you'll be all right.
Okay.
Josh Cullen up there, lane 9, center of your screen. He's heavy again. It seems like every time we tune into him, he goes through the middle. Break there, the 3-pin fell. He's got the big split, the 2-4-10, but a lot better than if the 3-pin was standing.
Let's make sure we give a big tip of the hat to one of our staffers here. Steve Korick is doing a yeoman's job keeping our leaderboard up to date. He's running around collecting scores, and he's really keeping us well informed and keeping you well informed out there. It's really
can't say enough about the guys behind the scenes here.
Absolutely.
I mean, this just doesn't work without him. Got Mark Parker over on the right side of your screen. Oh man!
One of those light balls.
I don't know
barely
how he
tipped over the 5 there.
Why? Moved a little bit.
He's off to a good start here.
Yep. See what Wall can do here. Come back from that missed 2-pinner. I bet he throws a strike, drops a 10. Oh.
Yeah, you almost knew at the line. You could see his body language at the line. He was not happy with where it released.
Yeah. You know, I notice his timing looks really good. He takes a good shot at that. Yeah.
Well, he's got nothing to worry about. He's at 360. He's a couple bad boxes anywhere in this game or any other game isn't going to make a dent.
Yeah, a guy like Walt, this guy throws 2 games like that. He just puts it on cruise control and keeps going.
Right. Well, think about it. He's at 140 away from a 500 set.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
Take that all day, every day.
I like to throw a few things out here. We had the bowlers for this shift fill out some biography sheets here. Get some little.
Do we censor them?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I went through.
Yeah, Billy's going to censor it as he said.
Yeah, got some decent. Yeah, we know how my censoring is. We got some. Got some solid biographical information here. We're going to throw out here our defending champ, Mr. Greg Striefer. Wants everybody to know that he loves the favorite movie. His favorite movies are 7, Major League. His favorite food, he put yes.
Yes.
So he enjoys eating. And his favorite team is the Lancaster Barnstormers.
What?
That's good.
Who are they?
No, I'm gonna minor league baseball. If I had to guess, is it? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I'd like to shout out Chris Goodnow.
Yeah, one of our staffers from last year. He's a assistant field manager down for the Mobile. He's a Seattle Seahawks, Seattle Mariner affiliate.
Oh.
The Bay Bears, yeah.
Congratulations to Chris.
They might be.
Might be in the same division.
Congratulations to Chris. He's moved on to one of his dreams.
Yep.
Yeah, he's
got a Mario Nassisi. Another guy bowling, him and Sal.
Mario's a great guy, man.
Nice guy.
There's a lot of Nassisis out there.
Yeah.
You know?
His favorite food is steak. His favorite movies are The Godfather, Hunger Games, and Pitch Perfect, one of my favorites.
You know, I'm almost shocked that Mario's favorite movie is The Godfather.
Oh, yeah. Well, then he had Pitch Perfect first, so those two are really similar.
Yeah, very same genre.
And he also coaches at Johnston Middle School, coaches the wrestling team.
Nice.
That's nice to know. And Jared Johnson, we talked a little bit about Jared earlier. He graduated from Lincoln Tech. His favorite team is the Orioles, but he's also an avid Packers fan.
Yeah,
so good to see.
Cheeseheads are okay.
He loves Pineapple Express, the movie, and his favorite food is fried chicken. So
there you go.
For you. Graduated from Lincoln Tech in 2012. Yeah.
I could get some fried chicken right now.
I'm hungry.
Or a
Jared-
taco. They sell them at the same place, right?
Funny story about Jared. Every time I go down to Maryland, I try to make a stop at one of the Cancun cantinas down there.
Oh,
I
yes.
love those joints, and then it seems doesn't matter which one I go to, I run into Jared. Be in
Well,
Hagerstown or
I think,
Baltimore.
Yeah, I would say the west one's in Hagerstown, the east one's in Glen Burnie, and Jared is a frequenter of those.
Jared's at both at the same time.
Not surprisingly, Sissy also lists The Godfather as one of his favorite movies.
I don't think they have a choice.
No. But again, he has Saving Private Ryan up there.
I think Corleone
Wow.
is a maiden name in their family.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Yeah, I believe it might be. Saving Private Ryan and Godfather. While we were not paying attention, Mr. Parker threw another strike to double up.
And Brian Stiles make a really tough split. I think it looked like the 2-3-4. He brought that one off the curtain in the back.
If he's making stuff like that, everybody's going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, you got Mark Parker already with a 200 game under his belt. We're in game 3, and he's starting off better than he did in game 1.
He's thrown more strikes in 23 frames than I did in 60 last night. But to be fair, he's probably thrown more good balls than I threw in 60 last night.
True.
So.
All right. This is a great, nice question on
Oh,
Twitter
my God.
coming from Mr. Biederman, John B-Man 24.
John
Who's older,
Biederman, you're not nice.
Mr. Lou or Mike Weaver?
Yeah. I'll ask Mike himself. I'll ask Mike to give you a private call on that one, John.
That's probably a push. Mike's getting up there. Mike's sneakily old. He just looks good for his age.
Lou's a lot younger
Lou
than he
looks,
looks.
I mean, Lou looks good, but Mike looks really good. Let's hear
Wow.
Mr. Gene Fairlett there with a nice ball for the strike. Have a little flashback pitch, he said.
Josh Cullen on 9 here.
I would love to bowl with these two guys, Gene Fairlett and Dave Mulvey. They just have so much fun together. That energy's contagious. Doesn't matter. The thing about them is they could have 90 in the ninth or 190 in the ninth, and you would never know the difference.
Yeah.
See what D'Antonis
You
does.
feel lucky whenever you're on the lane with those guys. Up.
I just noticed something out of Josh Cullen on that last shot, and hopefully he controls it. But it looked like he got that one out a little quick. He might have tried to overthrow that.
Yeah.
And when you're bowling with a guy like Parker,
Yeah.
you don't want to get caught up in that.
And even if it's not Parker, you're bowling with guys who are shooting really well, and you're
anytime.
not.
Yeah.
It's tough. You're very vulnerable to and the like.
D'Antonis.
Josh was filling a strike there, and he's looking to get himself together here. He's struggling really through 230.
Just off screen, D'Antonis on that strike from last frame. His first ball actually landed in Hartford. Somehow he broke 9 and picked up the spare, so good for him.
Just got a
just got a little update.
We got an update from our stats guy, Steve Korick. After 3 games, Ronnie Pelletier is at 504.
Oh my goodness!
So we have a 500 set in the books.
Wow.
Is that good?
I think that's good.
Right.
What's
good.
Yeah, we'll have Ron go over the turn here. He's going to end up on lanes 1 and 2, and you'll catch him on the left side of your screen. Ron, defending 3-time Eastern Classic champion. There's nobody who's as comfortable coming into this place.
What do you think
as
makes
Ron.
him so successful here?
You know, he's got. You think about Brian Stiles and that ball that comes in from the left. It rips through the rack. There's something that seems to be pretty consistent about hitting that 1-2 pocket from side and with a little bit of rotation. Not
Brian just threw a masher. Did you see? I don't know. Did you see that? That was a pretty good ball.
Man,
but
maybe it's going to turn out to be a battle of lefty defending champions or lefty past champs. And, we'll jump over to Jim Kaufman, who's going to give us a little bit more detail on this 504 that Ron has posted so far.
Yeah, Ron is locked in. When I interviewed him before he started today, he said that Lucky Strike is his favorite house far and away, and Feels right at home here. He finished that third game, spare, double 9 for 169. So he's the early 3-game leader at 504. We'll have to wait and see what Walt and Mark do to see if they can keep pace with him. But, yeah, 504. I'd take that for 3 games anytime in the Eastern.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. That's an incredible start. Not unexpected. I can say that. On shift 5, somebody was probably going to get close to 500, and I think we're going to have a couple of guys north of it.
One of our themes early was Scott Wohlgemuth's 2066 requires 2,000 pin sets. We got at least 2 people already that are knocking on the door.
Yeah,
and it's early, but
And we can put this in perspective. What Ron did was incredible.
Right.
504. You could do that for the next 3 3-game sets and still be 40 pins short.
still not come relatively close. Yeah.
Yeah. That's truly something.
You're looking at 520 to really start looking at talking about the record.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, while we're at it, Mark Parker starting with a spare this game after that 129, a little bit lower after that monster 206. Followed that spare up with a double, 9 make-its, and there's 79 plus in the 4th, so he's back at it again.
Yeah, another guy who's got the 500 mark and
within his sights.
I think potentially 3 500s to start the 5th shift here. That's really something else. It doesn't get any better than this.
Let's see, what's the Antonis have up here?
John's got a 66 plus in the 5th.
Okay.
And he's taking lane 11 outside of the view of the camera here, but we'll give you the voiceover since he is another one of the bowlers who's in the mix here in the early going.
I feel like there's about 20 of them. At least.
It's too much.
Got old Lou up here again. Looks like he broke 9 on that one, leaving the 5 pin. Let's see if he can pick up the spare.
It's just great to watch him bowl.
Yep.
And just automatic.
Yep.
Automatic.
As we were talking about before, D'Antonis had the 66 plus in the 5th, breaks 9 on a good ball, leaves a 10 pin. See if he can grab this one. He missed a couple spares earlier. I saw. Looked like he was pulling up on it, but he's remedied that.
Well, he's in his zone right now.
Yeah. Another one.
Yeah. Maybe a little stumble, but it wasn't because he thought he was going to miss it.
Yep. Got Walt coming in here now. Good ball. Leaves 10 pin. Very similar to John's ball. Let's see. It's like.
Big shot here for Walt.
Yeah, he's got 43 in the 4th. You want to start.
Got to start right now.
He's been reaching out for that. His second ball's been on point all day. There it is.
Ooh, he just tickled it. Just tickled it a little bit.
Right in the ear. Brian Stiles down there again. Brian's got that left-handed swing working there. Looks like he held 10. Can't quite see his score, but it looks to be well over 100 through 6 frames. So again, already with the 333 for 2, he's doing what he wants to do. Having his way thus far. Got Brian Green bowling down there on lane 5. Looks like another guy out of Baltimore. Actually lives in Hampstead in Carroll County, Maryland. Was listed on his sheet that he actually owns his own drywall business. So if you need any drywall work done in Maryland, feel free to give Brian Green a call.
you have a chance to check out the leaderboard, we have updated after 3 games. We're going to be tracking the averages, and Ronnie Pelletier now sitting in the first place spot with a 168 average, but it may be temporary.
Yeah, absolutely. You got Walt Brooks, who's got 5 frames to go. He's got 53 in the fourth, a little off, well off the pace that he's kept so far, but he doesn't look bad, certainly. Mr. D'Antonis has 85 in the sixth. He's adding on to 317 through 2. He's filling a mark. Could very easily get himself in the high 400s, maybe even, who knows, the 500s himself. And then you got Brian Stiles, who's down there.
To see his score, I couldn't quite read it. I think it looks like it's well over 100 through 6.
He looks great. It looks like 100 to me. It's a ways off, but every time I look over there, he makes whatever he's throwing at. So that's probably a good sign.
Looks like also we'd like to send some pictures of you. You can tweet at us again at Duckpin TV.
I'm not sure what Billy's trying to say.
Yeah.
Well,
we want to see. Send us some pictures. Show us how you're enjoying this Duckpin TV.
Show us pictures of you enjoying this on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Twitter, tweet.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
So you do that. You can do it on Facebook.
Hey, look, you sit here for 8 hours and see how punchy we get.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
What are we at? Facebook.com/Duckpin TV.
Yep.
There you go.
And at Duckpin TV.
On Twitter.
The hashtag EC85.
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
See if we can trend a little bit. We had John D'Antonis just throw his, just complete his sixth frame. And
I
he's-
missed it. Eric Pella was standing in front, and his head is
Oh, you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
Because the rest of because it just goes black, the light. So D'Antonis 104 in the 6 plus his first ball of the next frame. 7th frame.
What we got?
We got we got a little bit of interaction here on Twitter. John Biederman says Walt had a 535 last night at Southwest. It's just
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, he's picking up right where he left off there. He's going to have quite a bit
He was just
for 3
getting
here.
warmed up.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. That was his practice. That's not bad practice.
We got a couple of shout outs for our bowlers. Robert Green says, "Tell Johnny D his nephew said, quote unquote, do work."
There we
To
go.
work.
Oh, from Seth, Rob's
And
son.
Chuck Cook says, "Greg Schriefer, keep those revs up."
Oh, okay. I'll send that. Definitely send that message. So the Mark Parker again.
Good grief.
Monster
Every ball.
Brian Stiles. Brian Stiles, just fabulous through 6, through 7 frames. Hard to tell a score, but
See if Parker can pick up the spares. Latch one of this 5-pin.
Ooh,
Flipped it.
it's enough. Just enough.
Oh, we have one correction. We were referencing Chris Cano, our colleague, down working minor league team in Mobile, Alabama. It's actually an affiliate of the Arizona Diamondbacks, not the Seattle Mariners.
I knew it was out west somewhere.
Well, that was close.
Don't those teams just share all their players anyways?
I think so.
Yeah. Because the
Probably.
Red Sox and Yankees buy all the good ones.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, too. And the Orioles just let him go. Trust me. Oh. Looks like Walt picked that 2-pinner.
Yeah, he's got to just really refocus right now. And sitting at 360, you know, this game's he's just got to get through this, survive this, and start up again and build that score back. He's still got 4 boxes to go in this game. It's not done.
We got big Eric Pastorio about to step up there. He's got 70 in the 6th, spare in the 7th. Had a good first game. Get another guy that's had some success here recently. Okay. Got just below him, Brian Miller. Another Connecticut bowler has 4 spares in a row. 275 for 2, so a respectable start. Trying to fight his way back up into that top echelon.
Yeah,
that has really pulled away thus far in this shift.
Yeah, Brian, another guy who's been under the Duckpin TV lights in the past.
Yeah, he would bowl with Mike Labrie.
And those guys left off as our defending champs
They
of the
never,
doubles
yeah,
duel.
they didn't lose.
Undefeated.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we weren't able
to
film another event, but maybe sometime in the future we'll be able to find some new challengers for Mike and Brian.
Of course, that would require money.
Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you for bringing that up, Pat. To our viewers, we thank you for tuning in. Duckpin TV, as an organization, as a production crew, if you will, it just doesn't exist without your support and the financing that many of you provided us with in the form of donations. But we still are well short of having enough funds to purchase a couple more key pieces of equipment that would really enable us to continue creating events and bringing you the best in duckpin bowling. So if you would be so gracious, we could still use a little more funding, and we will continue to make the best possible use of any funds that you're able to give us. So thank you, to those every individual who's donated up until this point.
There's been numerous people too. So.
Yeah. Too many to name.
Well, John D'Antonis there, ran into a little bit of wall there, chopped 2 on a spare. Held his woods. It's still 115 and through 8.
Yeah. It's real. Walt, just what he needed, just what the doctor ordered for Walt.
Yeah, Walt threw that strike. Styles has hit, also hit a little bit of a rut here, off balance his last couple balls.
I think I see him at 116 in the 7th. He's 46 pins ahead of pace, but we've got some reports that he's looking a little bit off balance these last couple of balls. We've got plenty of room here to move this beyond 140, but got about 331 and plenty of room to get to 150, 160, 170. We could be looking at another guy at 500.
Yep.
And Mark Parker up there, lane 9.
That spare.
Oh, a little. Wow.
710.
Looks like 710 to me. Did get I would say a lucky break.
Yeah.
A lucky break light on the head pin.
Again, not something you want to see, but
Satisfied with the load, not the leave.
Yeah, I will certainly take 114 in the 6th and try to pin that out to 124 in the 7th. That's 54 pins ahead of the box.
he'll only need 2 marks with OK counts, and the last 3 boxes will be yet another 500.
Yeah. Mark's going to settle for a 9 there and gets himself to 123 in the 7th. 53 ahead of the box. We got John Giantonis off screen here. It's heavy on the head pin. Got the 3, 4, 6, 10. I bet you'd let Walt Brooks shoot at this right now.
Yes. Yes, certainly. Off the screen here, we got Steve Ivorone, another one of the greats from Rhode Island. Has his 11 Pro Tour victories, I believe. There's 93 in the 7th, triple, 8, 9, 10.
There you go. Steve, it would have been another great answer to that trivia question earlier. It was certainly in his prime in the 1984-87 time frame.
Oh, he backdoors the 4-bagger. Thank you very much.
And he says, thank you to the gods of duckpin bowling.
That doesn't happen very often on a hit like that.
No, he'll take that.
You don't often see Steve leave 6 pins laying on the deck either.
Never.
Not Ivorone.
So we have Brian Styles about to step up there in lane 4. See if he can finish this game with a flurry.
It looks like he's shooting at the 5 pin there. Oh. Misses it. He is very suddenly off the mark here.
Whatever was there, been lost in the last couple frames.
Yeah.
See if he can get it back. What did Ivorone finish with there? It's 180 couple?
It looks to me like a 187.
No, he had 93.
Or 177.
177.
177. What a finish there.
Yeah. Apparently, Steve, we can't see the number. Somebody said he wasn't doing too much for 2, but that's the way to put yourself back in there. So
That's right. Yeah.
that's what bowlers like him do.
Never count a guy like that out.
No. Mark Parker back at it again, throwing another good ball from there, right in the 1-3, leaving a 4-7.
Steve Iron was at 248 through 2.
248, so shoots 177, gets back to 425. Oh, apparently we're mistaken. Steve finished with a 5-bagger. Is that correct?
We'll straighten it out in a bit.
Yeah.
Either way. Sorry, we're getting some conflicting reports here. We'll sort it out in a bit. Either way, Steve finishing really strong. Got himself back into the mix here.
Mark Parker did pick up that spare.
I just saw Dave Mulvey. I just saw Dave Mulvey throw a stick of dynamite down the lane. It was something else.
I think there's something to say for left-handed bowlers. This place might be made for left-handers.
Yeah. All right, I guess we got Jim with another update.
Yeah, I just caught the tail end of Steve Ivarone's third game there. Already on a double. Threw a bomb, the first one in the 10th. The second one off the side, off the left side. Fortunate enough to backdoor it. Headpin was the last to fall for his 4-timer, and then crushed another one. Finished with 5 in a row for 181. He was struggling the first 2 games, but that 181 gives him 431 for 3. So be interesting to see if he can use that to springboard back up towards the 150 average after 4.
Yeah, thanks for that. We set the record straight there.
Yeah. But again, getting himself back into it, 431 now. What else we have going on here? John D'Antonis about to step back up here in the lane. Last 2 frames have been a little bit rough. He's got 123 in the 9th. Still 317. So
Seen some really big balls out of the younger Fierlet on the shift.
Oh, yeah.
Throwing some crushes. I think that's a double for him. Yep. 110 in the 7th, and then a double working out.
He only had 238 for 2, so he needed a big one.
Yeah. And I've seen. I got paired up. It's maybe 2-3 years ago in this tournament with Andy. It's always a pleasure bowling with him.
Yeah.
And I remember him on, first day struggling, came back second day, well above 900. It was really, really impressive.
It's impressive to see somebody make an adjustment like that, too, or just come in with confidence the second time around.
Yeah.
D'Antonis looking to hold his wood here. Does so, 133, so 450.
Yeah, 450. That's a little bit shy, probably, of what he was expecting, especially looking up at his score, a 106 in the or 10.
Wait, 104 plus in the 7th, and he chopped 2.
Yeah, okay. So 106 in the 7th. Yeah, he really lost his steam with the cut for 2 on a spare. Oh, well, Brooks up there. Nice ball in the 1-3 pocket. Throws a strike.
Here we have Jim down on the lane now. We're going to go to Jim Kaufman again for another report.
All right, I'm sitting here at the score table on 13 and 14 with Marian Kaczewski, longtime bowler, but official scorekeeper here at the Eastern. You having fun?
Oh, yes, definitely. I enjoy coming to this, watching all the good bowlers and the great scores. This is the history of this tournament, too.
And you're making a little bit of money, too, right?
Yeah, that never hurts.
How much are they paying you?
$5 a person.
Have they all paid yet?
Yes, they have. Excellent.
Nothing worse than someone stiffing you on the scorekeeping fee. Who you keeping score for?
Let's see, Kenny Thomas, Eddie Evans, Andy Fairlett, and Jared Johnson.
Oh, and actually, Ken Thomas, also known as Kent Thompson, just finished with a 172 his third game. So that puts him at 400 on the nose for 3. So big step in the right direction for Ken. Anything else interesting happen over here so far today?
No, they've been struggling a little bit today. You know, we haven't had too many high, but this game's going good for Andy. Just had his second double of the game, so he's getting up there. Jared's struggling a little bit today, and Eddie's got a pretty decent game going.
All right. Are you going to be keeping score here for the rest of the day or just for the rest of the shift?
See if anybody needs one next shift, but definitely the rest of this shift. So
I'll keep my ears open. If I can get you another $20, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you very much. I could always use it.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Jim. And that's Marianne there, the best scorekeeper money can buy. We love Marianne around here, director of many Connecticut series stop tournaments, and just a fixture out in the bowling community. Her daughter, a very skilled young bowler out on the youth circuit.
Yep, Kristen,
winner of the National Invitational Tournament. She's been ranked #1 in the country, All-American youth bowler.
Yep.
She's got good genes. Dad, Roy Kaczewski, if you saw the leaderboard earlier, bowled last weekend, performed pretty well, I think, in the 1700s. So, all right, we're going to step away for a moment here. Bowlers wrapping up their third game. Scores are coming in, being tabulated, and we'll give you an update when we get back.
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckyct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon. Lucky Strike Lanes is located at Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon. Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you.
Welcome back here to the Eastern Classic, the 85th version, here at Lucky Strike Lanes in Mansfield Center, Connecticut. Again, some of the big hitters on this shift. Finishing up Game 3, we just had Mark Parker, who had 335 for 2. Didn't finish exactly the way he wanted. Had 2 count on a spare, 9 box in the 10th for 158. But again, another nice game. Gets himself to 493. Well ahead of the pace he wants to be at. Walt Brooks had 70 in the 6th. Walt had 3-2 when Strike opened. Now with Strike spare and 9-10. About to count on the spare, 129 plus this last ball. We can see what he does.
Approaching 500.
Yep.
Gonna fall a few pins shy.
Leaves a split, but good time for that. Shoots 136, 496. So 2 490s on that pair alone.
Everybody within 10 pins right now.
Yep. We'll see what else goes in. Couple, the different pairs, different pairings moving into the screen. So we got Eric Restorio on the pair coming down here on 9 and 10. We're going to have Ron Pelletier, the champ in 2012 and 2013, coming into the screen here on 3 and 4 in the second.
Currently leading average.
Oh, yes, 504 for 3, I believe.
Only 3 games, but still a nice start.
Still important. You got to get out there.
Well, you can't, you're not going to win this thing starting off with a, 410 usually.
No. Anything you've seen that surprised you thus far, Pat, with this shift? I mean, we knew we expected big scores. There's been big scores, but,
bowling out of this house and having seen the lanes, I guess I'm a little surprised that the scores are higher than I expected.
Oh, yeah.
They're a little higher than I thought could. The lanes. Not that the lanes are bad. It's just that you got to throw the ball perfect to string them, and then these guys are doing it.
I think that's kind of, what I saw last night. I saw some people throw the ball well last night and score well. Some people throw well and not. But we knew the caliber of bowlers that were going to be on this shift. I think we knew what to expect, and we haven't been disappointed thus far. Let's see what we got. Like I said, new bowlers coming into the screen. Got Will Rigney down there on Rhode Island. Will's one of the better chuckers out of Rhode Island, I would say. Decent start, too, if I remember correctly.
Big power bowler.
Will's on the lanes with Chuck. I'm going to kick this over to Jim Coffin real quick. Jim's been out and about again, finding the scores. Jim, what do you have for us?
All right, so here's the early returns top 5 after 3 games of this shift. Ron Pelletier, 504. Then you've got Mark Parker, who came back with a 158 his third game for 493. Actually, I put some third because Walt Brooks finished with 2 marks in the 9th and 10th to get up to 496 for 3. So we've got Pelletier, 504, Walt Brooks, 496, Mark Parker, 493. Brian Stiles is at 477, very quiet, 477. And then again, the defending champ, Greg Schreifer, had a 154 his third game, so he's still lurking at 453.
Yeah,
also, one other note, Lou Sarkeesian, again, in this 46th Eastern, he's got 380 for 3.
Yeah, you can see our, I don't know if our scoreboard came up there, but hasn't been updated yet. So Jim giving you some stuff hot off the press there, hasn't been updated in our system. But it will be very shortly.
Send us your tweets, people. Get at us. What are we at? At Duckpin TV. We'd like to get trending. Hashtag EC85. You don't have Twitter, get on Facebook. Facebook.com/Duckpin TV. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, we need nicknames, and we got a couple good ones here. We've got the Rufo cast for Pat. The and what was the BK. What was the BK?
Burger
Have it
King
your
and
way.
Weather forecasting.
Billy, have it your way, Kuntz.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
I promise at some point here I'll jump onto one of my weather blogs and see what the chatter is and give everybody an update on tomorrow night.
I think everybody's waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. It was exciting at first, the first 6 or 8 times it snowed, but
now not so much.
It's not so, like, the novelty has worn off, and so I've kind of backed away because people get angry when you hear it's going to snow again.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, you don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Guys, I don't know if you caught this a couple of moments ago. Brian Stiles plowed the 6-pin in the face.
Nice.
It was did not look very good. He came back and kind of brushed it off, but he's suddenly mark here. I mean, his scores. He's still in really good shape through 3 games.
Still got to find it again, though.
But he's got to find it. Yeah.
We've got the other fluorescent shirt moving into our cameras now. Mr. Ronnie Pelletier.
Yep, him and John shop at the same place, apparently.
I believe so.
I just spotted John D'Antonis' son out here, Colby, and he's sporting a shirt that's just as bright as his dad's.
Yep. Like Father like son. The apple does not fall far from the tree.
Yeah, Colby,
certainly in fashion sense.
Great young bowler as well.
Oh yeah.
One of the leading bantam bowlers, if I'm not mistaken, in the country.
Yeah.
All right, my answer's down.
Over here, not in the screen right now, but picture again, real shocker. Walt Brooks, Mark Parker added again. Mark started this game with, looks like with a strike, Walt with a spare, both over 490 for 3, so still pumping it in there, doing what they got to do. They're on 11 and 12 right in front of our setup here. Our camera here on 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Nobody on the lane now. Please, somebody go.
They got Mark Rue off on the side there. Looked like he was shooting a 2-pinner, only got one of them.
Speaking of youth bowling, let's do one of our game segments.
About to set up another one of our little segments we'd like to start. It's called Rules of the Game. We were talking about youth bowling, so it's always good to give it a little education. And what better time than when we're on social media?
This is Rules of the Game, brought to you by Lucky Strike Lanes in Mansfield, Connecticut. I'm Brian Ewing. The National Duckpin Bowling Congress is in charge of publishing the official rules of duckpin bowling. Today, we'll take a look at Rule 105. The ball shall immediately be declared dead when all 10 pins are not standing and on the proper spot when a bowler delivers the first ball, the bowler is interfered with while delivering the ball, a pin falls or is knocked down before the ball reaches the pins, a fairly delivered ball comes in contact with an obstacle on the lane before reaching the pins. Now let's take a look at a couple scenarios. So now when one of these situations arises in your league or tournament, you will know the rules of the game.
All right, welcome back, folks. I hope that was educational. Had a couple of our youth bowlers there out of Lucky Strike Lanes. Matt Gano, son of Rick Gano, past winner of the Eastern Classic, and Brandon Dominique, very talented young guys.
Who do we have on the screen now? Looks like Steve Mollico down on lane 4.
Yep. Little Bruins fan there, huh? Steve's, you want to talk about a simple game. 1, 2, 3 throw. I mean, that doesn't get much simpler than that, his approach and his swing.
Got Mike Tomasello there next to him in that, the man out of New Hampshire, who's carried 150 the year before. Is that what you said, Mr. Rufo? Mike Tomasello?
Yeah, back about, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay. He had it on his sheet.
Yeah.
If I could look at that. But that's incredible.
He definitely...
150 something anyway. I don't care
it
where
was 151, I believe he averaged. Yeah, it's tough here. That's a tough average here.
That's something. He must be retired or moved for work, enjoying life up in New Hampshire. Good to see him coming down for tournaments like this, though.
He comes down for a lot of tournaments, and he doesn't bowl in any duckpin leagues, but he puts all his games in the tournaments, and that's hard to do.
Y'all. Saw a nice strike down there from Will Rigney, former Duckpin TV cast member. Been on with Mr. Andrew Fearlet, some of the duels.
Will's got a couple of accomplishments in his background. Series stop tied for first in 2009, Rhode Island series stop. And series finals winner in 2009, more importantly, in Wickford, Rhode Island. Wickford Lanes in North Kingston, Rhode Island. Phil's been on. He's been bowling since he was 6 years old. His high set is a 547. I think this guy's a pretty big shooter.
Oh yeah,
heavy hitter.
Is that a fat joke? I think Will think that's funny.
Yeah. Will did not indicate what his favorite food was, so I don't know. Maybe if there was any hint.
I was going through some more of these biography sheets we were handed out. Here's a shocker. We have another father from somebody else whose last name is Nassisi. Frank this time. I don't even know which one Frank is.
I told you.
Do you guys just picture them sitting together watching it once a month or something?
I just picture them when I watch it. It's their family.
Yeah, it's just, exactly. I'm thinking they are
they filmed that.
That is the Godfather.
Steve Ivorone, we were talking about Uncle Steve, as he's affectionately called, is a respiratory therapist. I did not know that, from Cumberland, Rhode Island.
He is the uncle of one of the bowlers we were just talking about, if I'm not mistaken, Will Rigney.
I didn't know that. See? Learn something new every day. You can't just say stuff like that. Is that true?
I think I've heard that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong about that. I've heard that before.
Well, Ron Pelletier. Ron Pelletier's favorite movie is Star Trek. What? I kind of got an RIP for Leonard Nimoy.
Yes, indeed.
Passed away.
BC grad.
He did live long and prosper. Did he really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yes.
BC grad.
He was a Boston born. He was a Boston native.
Leonard Nimoy, rest in peace, man. Oh my gosh.
Johnny.
It was a painful strike throw. I don't know if you guys heard that, the ramifications, but
sounded like somebody got hit with shrapnel or something.
And the end result was all the pins were down in the pit.
What do we got happening down here? We got Brian Stiles, 2009 champ, about to step up and lane 5. As we talked, Brian had a good start first 2 games. Kind of fell off the end of that third game. Still in the 470s, I believe. See if we can get it back going here.
We got Walt.
We talked about before. It's 12 games.
Yep.
It's a long journey. How well you're throwing the ball. You're not going to throw the ball great for 120 frames.
Yeah, I mean, Walt Brooks, perfect example. Last game, he probably thinks the game was horrible.
Oh, yeah.
He's at 490-something, and he comes out of the gate in game 4, gone. Yeah. Like it didn't happen.
It's a game of peaks and valleys.
That's all it is.
Yeah, we'll bring it up again, pose the question, talking about, how hard Brian Stiles throws the ball. How hard some of these guys really get down there. Ivorone, even at his age, really gets it down there.
Here he is with the age again.
Well, I'm just saying.
Killing me.
But the point being, I wish I could throw the ball hard once, and he's probably twice as old as me. He throws it twice as hard as me. So what I'm saying is, does it make a difference? Positive or negative? And not we'll just pose it for here, because we know other places. But here at Lucky Strike, Eric, what do you think?
Well, I'll give you a non-answer. It depends.
Okay.
All right. You said here at Lucky Strike. All right. So I guess
That's
you controlled it. No, look. I mean, I think it matters when you are not high flush in the pocket. Okay. If you're jamming it in that 1-2 or 1-3 and coming in at an angle for Ivorone, if you're in the 1-3 pocket for Pelletier and for Styles from in the 1-2 pocket, there's not much that can be. There's nothing to say, right? It's gonna clear 10 pins off the plate, 9 out of 10 times. Okay, it's when the ball is light or heavy that it really matters, I think. Okay, the lighter you are, the slower I would say the ball. You want the ball going, so you keep the pins on the lane, particularly at this house where the walls tend to send the pins straight back.
Okay.
So
now, Pat, you're a household. You bowl here,
correct,
on a regular basis.
And I throw the ball pretty hard.
Right. So what would you have to say?
Eric couldn't have hit it any better. When you throw the ball here, in the pocket, hard, they're gone. I mean, they go drive right off the back of the deck. But if you're light, I mean, that's when you start seeing the 5-7-10. You see the 7-8. You see the 7-8-9, because everything drives up and back and nothing mixes.
Well, I'll give you a good example here. Scott Wolgemuth bowled.
That's what I was actually going to bring up. Yeah.
Scott's got the lower velocity of a lot of the bowlers. Finesse bowler. His game isn't about speed or power or revs or anything like that. It's about accuracy, and that's what he is.
The other name I was going to bring up specifically here is Dennis Cabral.
Oh, he's another
who
great.
Never threw the ball hard, but just scored every single time.
Yeah. He's an interesting one in that he gets a little bit of. He's got a little snap in his delivery and has some extra revs. That always.
Two good comparisons as well, because not only did they both throw it a lot softer than the guys we were bringing up, but you also have, again, a right to left and Wolgemuth, a left to right and Cabral. They get the angle, they get the line, but I feel still very accurate, incredible bowlers. But I feel like their margin for error is just a little bit bigger because they're keeping the pins moving on the deck. So
yeah.
One of the guys here recently, and we talked about him earlier, is Dave Dupuis. He throws the ball a little hard. He doesn't throw the ball super hard, but
he does. Yeah, but he
throws it harder than average.
He's a
I would say.
guy. He really puts some torque.
And he keeps the pins on the plate, throwing it hard. If you ever figure that out, that's the name of the game.
Yeah. And and that's what you see in Wolgemuth, obviously, 4-time winner, world record holder. So you know what you can do like that. But look at the people that have won this tournament. Greg, you see how hard Greg throws the ball. Again, but Greg's kind of different because Greg, right-handed, comes from left to right. So he's allowed to cross over a little bit. He can get it, in the 1-2 if he wants to, and it works.
Yeah, Greg's an interesting one. I think of everybody we're talking about, he seems to be the anomaly, right? He's pretty much down the middle, got a lot of velocity, plenty of revs, but everybody else that we just talked about is a right to left, a left to right, with. Never mind the velocity, right? They've got angle, and we're talking about those people as the past champions, the people who've had a lot of success at the East.
And even though I throw the ball hard, my rotation matters just as much. If I get that ball spinning side to side, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
You got to get that top to bottom.
Right.
Somebody else, multiple winner here, one of the best ever, Jeff Piles. Jeff, now I know, when he was younger, he threw the ball pretty hard. But, as he got older, he was still very successful here. Wasn't the ball as hard, but he had the spin. He really got it going. If there's anything Jeff was good at, it was keeping the pins on the lanes, keeping them moving.
Yeah,
and he did that with the best of them, and that's it works. And I think, but we were talking about the other comparison. You have the Scott and the Dennis, a little bit more finesse, right and left hand. You have the Pelletier, you have the Ivorone, hard. You have the side, and then you get a guy like Shrieper who's got the rotation, throws it more straight on. To me, the left-handed version of Shrieper, in terms of ball speed, whatever, rotation, is Styles. It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Maybe Styles has a little more angle.
Yeah.
He comes in from the left. I mean, but I agree, absolutely. In terms of velocity, those guys are probably right on with one another, and the rev rate's got to be about the same, too. And Scott, getting back to a guy who's a little bit more of a finesse shooter, his game is about accuracy. Look at the leaderboard. The guy would probably tell you I didn't bowl that well, but he shot 1760 or something like that, and that's just good, accurate, Scott Wolgemuth bowling.
Yeah. All right, about to bring in the leaderboard here. Okay.
It's on.
It's going to be the updated leaderboard. This has anybody who's, averaging high up there, 3 games or more. So now it's, everybody that's done, this shift thus far, because they have completed bowling in the 4th game now. Got Pelletier, we talked about with the 504, Walt Parker, Styles still at 477, Chris Kruger we hadn't mentioned. We had mentioned him briefly in the pregame and in the early stages, up there with the 463, doing what he does.
Well, we lost one of our team members. Are we going to hang on to Eric?
Yeah, going down a little
Looking
further.
at that top 20, we lost Brian.
Hanging on by a thread.
Eric's hanging on by a thread.
You go down a little further. We knew Schrieffer was bowling well with that 453. D'Antonis, the 450. Nobody else really up there with the shift. You see that, Chuck Paris and Steve Monaco in that 430 range. Ivarone must be just off the sheet because we've said he got to 431. So, kind of what we expected. We knew
this shift,
once they got, into the 3 and 4 games that, the leaderboard was going to be littered with people from this shift. So kind of, what we saw coming.
Yep. Yeah, now it's the only question is what's it going to look like after 6.
Yeah.
Well, there's always that chance that, especially when you're averaging 64, 65, 68, for us a glitch is a 120 game. For them a 120 game is disastrous.
Yeah. At this point. Yeah. But you expect a couple of these guys. I won't pick any of them and jinx them, but you expect a couple of them maybe to revert a little bit back to about their averages. But you could see Ron continue. You could see Walt continue. Any one of them is capable of just.
And then the tough part comes tomorrow, coming back and doing it again.
Yeah. All right, and we have Jim Kaufman standing by with the first ever B Division winner of the Eastern Classic. I believe he's also the youngest bowler ever. Maybe I'm wrong. It's Bobby Dunnick, and Jim is standing by now.
All right, I smelled bacon, so I had to come over and investigate. I'm here with Bob Dunnick Jr., who's running the snack bar today, and I just read this, and I already knew it, but you were the first B bowler to win the Eastern. Is that right?
I think I was the youngest B bowler. Yeah.
I think Eddie Kiesick won it, right?
Right. Eddie Kiesick won it. I think he was high 20s, 28, 29. I was 20, 21.
You were 21 when you won?
Yeah.
So are you the youngest ever, or?
No, Babe, I think Messina, one of the first winners of the tournament when it first started, I believe he was 17 years old.
Wow. You hardly see anyone bowling the adults, let alone winning an open tournament at that age.
Yeah, it's so much different now, because now you get the juniors where they stay until they're 21, and by the time they get into the regular leagues, they're pretty mature and ready to compete, Well, you go back even into the 60s and 70s, you didn't really have all that competition on the junior level. You bowled your league, and that was pretty much it. By the time you got into the men's league and started bowling tournaments, you're a little intimidated by everything. So,
the big jump back then.
Oh, it's huge. You bowl. Confidence and feeling comfortable out there is 90% of the game. So you're just a kid coming out of high school and you've never bowled. Yeah, that's pretty intimidating.
Well, that makes the accomplishment all the more amazing that you're able to do that at that young age. I got a quick question before I go. We talked about this before. What do you think the winning score is going to be?
Well, I think before we talked about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, I thought it was going to be like 18 high 50s. 1860. I'm looking at some of the scores out there now. I'm not sure that's going to be it. But you got to come back and you got to take your shoes off. You got to come back and bowl another 6. So that's I think it's one of the toughest accomplishments it is to win this, because you've got to have a break in between. So
big 6-game score, but you got to have a score that wins.
Tell me about it. I've done that a million times. I was lucky to win it once.
Well, thanks for your time. I'm going to have to steal some of this bacon. I'm going to see if I can get a sound of the bacon before I go. Hold on.
Excuse me?
All right. Great to hear from Bobby. Past winner of the tournament, also a member of the of the Dunnick family here, hosting this tournament over the years. Been a fixture here at Lucky Strike Lanes for a long time.
Get a little update going here. We got Eric Pastorio. Eric's looks like he has 58 in the fourth triple. 5, 6, 7. Lanes 9 and 10. See if he can get going here. Again, we said it before. Eric's had success here in the past. Come to the top 10 a couple times.
It's not on our leaderboard yet, but a game like this could certainly move him into the mix.
What you need. I just want everybody to know out there that we are about to get some confirmation on the Will Rigney and Steve Iron relationship, whether it's
a rumor,
we got to settle this once and for all.
Rumor or
I don't know, yeah,
or a truth.
Eric Pastorio, let's see what big man goes up here on the triple.
A little
the headpin, steal 7.
Yeah,
that'll work.
Oh, he's going to walk away from that and be very, very thin. It could have been 2 very easily, but he got a break.
Don't want to get greedy at that point. So maybe pick up the spare.
I always say if you're going to miss the head pin, that's the way to miss it right there on the inside.
He did grab it, so that's
at least something
no
you can
harm,
make.
No foul.
You're actually worse off there, I think, if you catch the head pin really light. And,
you can end up with that 3 and an extra.
I agree with that wholeheartedly anywhere. 110% here.
Yeah.
If you're going to miss the head pin,
you're better off going to the second
unless
pocket.
You're going to put it in there flush.
Yep.
Right where the way you want it, you're better off hitting that 2-5 or 3-5 pocket, as they say.
Right.
Blowing by and moving, mixing 7 or 8.
Yeah, what happens is the ball kind of kisses off the head pin, and instead of being on the inside of the 3 or the inside of the 2 pin in that pocket, the 2-5 or 3-5, what happens is the ball kisses off the head pin and just cuts through the 2 instead, and you're looking at 3, 4, maybe 5 pins if you're lucky. So, all right, so we're going to throw it over to Jim, who's standing by some more action.
I'm going to try and settle this for you guys once and for all. Hey, Will. I'm here with Will Rigney. They're having a bit of a discussion in the booth. Are you related to Steve Iron or not?
I believe that we are distant cousins because one of my mother's uncle's last name was Ivarone, but they spelt it wrong. So I think that maybe when they came over together on the island, they kind of, mixed it up on Ellis Island over there. But I do refer to him as Uncle Steve.
So I'm still confused. Do you relate to him?
I think so. I mean, we got the same style, we got the same hairline, we got the same stature. Something has to give. So I think we basically need to go to Ancestry.com and pay the $99 and do some research on that. And maybe that'll be a good Twitter question for next year's Eastern Classic.
Something I can investigate between now and next year. So, but for now, we're going to say that, yes, you are distantly related until proven otherwise.
Absolutely.
So I think some money's going to change hands in the booth as a result of that. But thanks for clearing that up. I appreciate it.
Set me up with a joke. Back to you. All right. I guess the truth has been told there. I feel deceived personally.
Bad.
But there's still a chance, from what I understand, right? So
we'll get on that. We need advertising, so Ancestry.com might be next on the list.
All right, Ancestry.com. Put somebody in contact with us and help us figure out if there's any relationship between Steve Ivarone.
We need to recoup some of that money I lost from Gatorade from that dig I took on him earlier. So
Will Rigney, man, Gatorade is on the losing end of our advertising this weekend, huh?
Too bad. All right, what do we have here?
So speaking of Will,
he sure does look like Steve Ivarone.
A little off balance. Oh,
he picks up a little baby split there. I wonder if Steve taught him that.
I doubt it. All right, we'll see what we got here.
Just off camera, Walt Brooks is getting ready to step up on a strike. Mark Parker's struggling a little bit this game. Got a little update from our stats guy, Steve Korick, as well. Ron Pelletier with a 148 in Game 4, so a little bit,
652 then. Okay.
Just off the mark a little, but he's still around that 150 mark. And once you've established that 500, it's okay to stay there.
Again, we talked about getting those bonus pins, getting over 50. He had 54 bonus pins to work.
He only lost 2 of them.
I'll take that
every day.
Walt's about to step up here. Looks like Walt has, what was that, 86 in the 5th, striking the 6th. Again, with 496, so
He's right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Also popping up, actually in the center of the TV, we have Eric Pistorio here.
Oh.
With his, got 145 plus in the 8th.
Once again, just off camera, Brooks with a big ball and 9-drop.
Pistorio goes up.
Oh, Pistorio. So we're going to jump over to Jim, who's standing by with Steve to get his side of the story.
All right, I'm going to try and get the other side of this whole relationship story here. I got to interrupt this conversation. Hey, Andy? Excuse me. Steve? I got to ask you a question. I'm from the Duckpin TV booth. Bit of a discrepancy, or a bit of a, I don't know. They're arguing in the booth. The question is, are you related to Will Rigney or not? He gave me a wishy-washy answer, so I figured I'd come to you. You'd be a little more definitive about it.
The bowling. So Will is my only nephew. A lot of people claim to be my nephew. Even my son. He is my only nephew.
Do you claim him outside of the bowling alley?
I do not. I do not. But he is my nephew in the bowling alley. My house. I've had him to my house. That's how much he's my nephew.
He did say when I interviewed him that he does call you Uncle Steve.
He does. He's the one and only. Other people, they'll call me Uncle Steve, but it doesn't mean it. It only means if Willie calls me. Yes.
All right, so I'm still confused between talking to both of you if you're related. And it sounds like you're bowling related. Let's go with that.
No comment.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to drop the subject. Thank you.
All right, man, I'm with Jim. I am confused. We'll do an update on the leaderboard here. That's the only thing it seems like we're going to get a definitive answer on.
Well, these are factual.
Yeah. So through 4 games for a couple of people who've completed 4 games, maybe.
Well, Schreifer's through 4 and Pelletier's through 4.
So Pelletier slows down just a little bit with that 148.
Right. And you got Walt on this game. He's on pace to better that. So.
Yeah, I like Walt's chances to pass him here.
Kruger's having a good game.
So, yeah, Chris Kruger, as we said down here, he's got that. Yeah, 463 for the first 3. He's over here popping into the screen in the purple shirt. Got 99, it looks like, in the 7th frame. 99 in the 7th. About to shoot a 2-pinner. So he's, just got a good finish here. He picks this up, he's going to be setting himself up well.
I think we need to take to social media with this question. Maybe we'll solve it by vote.
Well, I mean, we
tell us
asked
on
both
Facebook,
parties involved, and we came away more confused. So we need to ask.
Everybody out in Rhode Island tuned in to YouTube. We need some help on this.
Yeah, just
we didn't get a definitive answer, really.
I say we just put it to a vote, and if the majority comes in that they're related, we'll just tell them that they're related.
If somebody can tweet us a family reunion picture that has both gentlemen,
okay,
that'll suffice.
Yeah.
Yeah, or family tree, a detailed family tree.
And, you could just be like Eric and make one up.
That's true. He's on a roll.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounded one up at first, but now we're
not sure.
We're not sure.
That was almost like a political statement they both made. They didn't really want to tell you everything.
Yeah, that was pretty evasive, I
They're
think.
hiding something.
Yeah. Anyways, back to the bowling here.
Yeah.
So we got Eric.
Big box right here for both of these bowlers.
Eric Pistorio wrapped that game up. Unfortunately,
Mark
rough fill on the spare. He had 135 in the 7th. He put 2 on a spare, 147, then ended up at 162. It was a tough finish to a big game.
Just off camera again, Mark Parker with just a monster ball.
Kicking this one back to Mr. Jim Kaufman. He has not only been after the ancestry of the Iverone and Rigney clans, but he's also been getting us some reliable updates, factual updates on the scores. Kaufman.
All right, thank you. So we've got a couple people over 600 for 4 so far. Early returns after 4 games. Ron Pelletier, 652. So well above that 150 pace for 4 games. Chuck Paris just had a 169 his 4th game. He's cracked 600. He's at 602. Greg Schreifer, defending champ. Little rough 4th game, 134, but he still has 587 for 4. And Will Rigney, the cousin, not cousin of Steve Iverone, he had 171 his 4th game, so he's up to 584. So that's all I have so far. If I find any more branches on the family tree, I'll let you know. I'll get some scores too.
Yeah, there's a rumor going around that Brian Ewing is related to Will Rigney as well. So I don't know, maybe his uncle Iverone to you too. So thank you for that, Jim.
What up, cuz?
I mean, a couple of names there we haven't said much about. Chuck Paris, the first time we heard about him, over 600.
Yep.
And so the
Chuck's another guy we talked about sneaking up there. As I said, Chuck hadn't been bowling that much, hasn't been bowling, up to his standard. Just good to be out of the game. But, if a guy like him, it's like riding a bike. He's not going to forget. Obviously, he hasn't. He's gets in a groove. Likes the pair of lanes he's doing. Likes the people he's bowling with, and stuff like that can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait till we get him in the camera frame here and get to talk to some of his bowling.
Got Ron Pelletier coming in there on lane 3.
I haven't had a chance to see his bowling yet, but we know he's been on the mark so far, so this should be a good.
It's interesting to see here as they start coming into the picture. You're going to have Schreifer down there on 1 and 2. Phil Dix down there, as we said. And Pelletier on 3 and 4. How these guys deal with the different sides of the house, because people are superstitious, and then people think they also have numbers too. Oh, here we go.
All right. So somebody's getting to work on trying to solve this problem. Apparently, Steve Iverone has been booked on Maury. And I don't know, maybe there's going to be a paternity test or something. I'm glad we're trying to solve this.
Somebody call Maury Povich. Another advertising opportunity. I'm just saying.
I feel like a couple of major brands and television shows owe us a solid.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, we got some requests to continue the top 25 list. Okay. Just saying. Okay.
That's Brian Styles about to step up a lane on 5 and 6. Can't really quite see. It looks like
he's on the right side there, just in the camera frame now.
You don't have to look too far for Ron Pelletier. He's the big, tall guy in the bright yellow.
It looks like Brian's struggling this game. I think that says 93 or 95 in the 9th.
Yeah, I see 93.
He's got a shooting a 2-pinner here in the 10th. Really needs to pick this up for some momentum going.
I think
game.
that's a 3-pinner with the 10-pin standing there.
Never mind.
Right in front of us off camera, Mark Parker with a
you were right.
huge box right here. And a huge
man.
result. There's a double for Parker again.
You hear the cheers in the background here. That was
a
great
big ball. Yep.
Got Ron Pelletier taking a shot. Oh,
I almost went down.
Yeah, but still found a way to get the ball in the head pin there, and
I was so.
broke 6.
Oh. I always tell, whenever, some of the younger bowlers ask, what's the key? What's the key? People talk about footwork. People talk about footwork. I'm like, you have to follow through. If you can fall flat on your face like Ron nearly did, but if your arm's going the right direction, you're going to hit what you're aiming at.
Yeah.
You might not hit it exactly the way you wish you had, but at least the ball's going to get there.
Yeah, I think the two keys to the most fundamental parts of the game are your follow through and your slide and your delivery, being on balance, and you could say something about timing too, but
that has to do with the slide too.
Right.
Yeah, everything's about the speed. It's consistency. It's the speed of your approach and the consistency of your arm movement, so that everything happens at the right time at the line. It's no different than a major league pitcher throwing a curveball or a fastball or a changeup. Their arm slots in a different spot. That's why some hitters can tell what's coming, because they recognize that.
It's a challenging game. It's a difficult game to teach too. So you mentioned,
you look at all the 40 guys that are in front of us right now. Look at all the different styles. Which one do you want to go with? Do you want a 4-step, 5-step, 3-step? You want to throw the ball hard? Do you want to throw the ball slower? Do you want to turn it over? Do you want to go left or right? There's so many options to teach, and it really is a matter of personal feel.
Yeah. Looks like we have a tweet about to come in from Andy Gerhard, one of our Baltimore brethren, and that looks like his newest son, new addition to the family, the future of Duckpin bowling. Andy says.
Oh boy.
Watching Duckpin TV.
Congratulations to Andy.
Hashtag Ryan Andrew.
Very nice.
Hashtag dice. But he rolls the dice like his dad when he throws doubles.
There you go.
Gerhard boy. That's what we need in this game. Spreading it to the generation.
That's right. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back right after these messages.
Duckpin TV hotline. John, no. We've told you. The rule says that you cannot throw it beyond the arrow. You're going to get kicked out. Okay. Thanks for calling.
Glad he called us first.
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. Lucky Strike Lanes at LuckyStrikeLanesCT.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon.
All right, welcome back. And for those of you who just watched at the end of that segment, we posted a little graphic asking for donations. I'd just like to remind you all that this Duckpin TV is really only made possible by your support in the form of donations, and we are still a little shy of having enough money to acquire a couple of key pieces of equipment, and we would surely appreciate any donations you'd be willing to make to help us get there. Speaking of equipment, I heard, guys, that Will Rigney has a garage full of bowling balls.
Yeah, well, he's getting married in July, and I'm pretty sure that those are going to go away.
Oh, boy.
Thinking he better refinish as many as he can and sell as many as quick as possible. He's going to need to free up some space in that garage.
You see Will making this transition.
See his fiancée Kim is floating around. Of course, he's engaged to Chris Castiglione's
So.
Are you listening, Eric? You're not even listening.
No, I'm sorry. My apologies.
I was talking to you, but that's okay.
I missed it. I just what I wanted to do here was introduce in the booth. What I wanted to do here was introduce in the new addition in the booth here. We just had Billy Kuntz step out, and the resident historian on the Eastern, and he was with us in the broadcast last year. He's joining us now, Tom Dominique, Tom Dom, as we like to call him.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to be here. Yeah, I guess you could say I was kind of the historian, living in the Willimantic for most of my life, and being a bowling alley rat. I remember coming down here being a runner when we used to have 8 shifts on the Eastern. It'd be 2 long weekends. My mom used to drop me off here for Saturday mornings, and I'd get picked up very early Sunday morning, and then come back again about 5 hours later and continue it all over again. But it's good to be back. I know we were saying earlier I saw Luke Karzizian 46 years consecutive, and I had to go back and take a quick peek at my own. It's like, when did I start? And myself, I can't say my consecutive streak was broken about 6 years ago when I had a wrist injury, and I was in a cast for about a year. But prior to that, I had, so out of the last 35 out of the last 36 years.
Oh, my goodness. So overshadowed by Lou. That's quite a mark yourself there. 35 years.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I mean, it started in 1980. So yeah, I guess maybe 34 out of 35. There you go. I'm off by 1 year. I added 1 year. So yeah, when I first came out of the junior league and got into the adult league, I remember I wasn't going to enter, and one of the guys in the league said, "I'll back you." So I said, "Okay, fine." It turned out I won the B prize, so I had to split it with him. Go figure. Event, you got to split the money.
Of course. Well, thank you for joining us here and for filling in. And we got a small lull in the action while some of the bowlers here are changing lanes, but we will have an update on the scores and the leaderboard in just a few. But what we will do now, some time, is we will resume our countdown of the top 25 bowlers.
19, 18, 17 coming at us.
Yeah, we've got Mr. Eric Pellet, who's bowling this shift here, coming in at 19th. He was number 14 on the DPBA Tour, came in 10th at White Oak and 6th at Johnson's. Eric, always one of the best bowlers in the state of Connecticut, and always a fierce competitor out on tour. Coming in 18th, we had Phil Dix. Phil was 16th in the NDBC Top 20 rankings. Number 18 on the DPBA Tour, came in 3rd at the first stop of the Pro Tour on Highland. And number 17 is another Connecticut native, Luke Robustelli. Got an honorable mentioning at the in the NDBC. Number 22 in the DPBA, came in 4th at Meadowbrook, 10th at Town Hall. Had some really incredible qualifying performances. Had a 1300 at Town Hall Lanes, and just tapered off a little bit at the end of the season. But I'm sure he's going to look back on it as a successful year. So that's number 17 through 19. As we we're nearing we've cracked the top 20, and we haven't heard a lot on social media. Any differences of opinion? We're interested to hear. We're interested to hear if you disagree or if you agree. I guess I'm taking from that we had it right. Yeah? I mean, we know what we're doing around here. Duckpin TV, I guess. Oh, surely that's not true. Feel free to contradict us, and don't forget to reach out to us on Duckpin TV at Facebook, facebook.com/Duckpin TV, or at Duckpin TV on Twitter.
Yeah, I had the fortunate I bowled last week in this event, and actually I got to bowl with Luke last week. So it was. I know he wasn't happy with his scores, but they bowled very well as far as I was concerned. But we always want that next step up. 870, but you figure I could have gone 830 or 930, and that extra 20, 40, 50 pins more. So.
Yeah, I bowled with Luke against Luke. In fact, on Thursday night. He actually had a great night, threw the ball really well, and just kind of had one of those nights where you don't score well.
Yep.
And he described his performance at the Eastern last weekend as being kind of similar to that. Yep. So he's satisfied with the way he's throwing the ball. He's just not getting the results.
Yep. Yeah, I guess I could say it's kind of funny. Some of the bowlers here say, you know, I want to hook up with you, Tom, and bowl with whatever shift you're bowling in, because it seems like this past weekend I bowled with Jesse Deesh.
Good, yeah, you're the good luck charm.
So it's like, yeah, I'm like everybody's good luck charm.
Next year I'm signing up with you, Tom.
There you go.
Yeah, so on, I guess getting back to the action here, I just caught Ron Pelletier throwing a strike on lane 4. That was just after Steve Mollicone had thrown one. And Ron doing quite well, as we've noted so far. He threw 4 games, was averaging 163. A little hard to see a score from here, but he's doing well. So let's throw it to Jim, who's going to be able to answer some of the questions about who's bowling well and get us all up to date.
All right, thank you, Eric. Ron Pelletier was leading after 3. He's relinquished the lead, though. Walt Brooks had a 162 his 4th game, so he's got a 4-game total of 658. Ron Pelletier is just 6 behind with 652. And then you've got Mark Parker with his 206 the first game, still way above that 150 pace. He's got 644 for 4. We already said Chuck Paris has 602. And right on the cusp of that 150 average, we've got Chris Kruger. He's got 599 for 4. Also keep in mind Greg Schreifer, defending champ, 587. So again, Walt Brooks is leading, Pelletier.
All right, a lot of bowlers in the mix. Thank you, Jim. A couple of guys at 650 in the 650 neighborhood. That's an exceptional score for 4 games.
That's a lot of shooting.
Yeah,
a lot of shooting.
I think we got one of the Nassisi brothers on lane 4.
Yes,
Mario. He's probably watching The Godfather in between balls, in between frames.
Nope.
I wonder what he's having for dinner. I'm going to guess spaghetti and meatballs. So you got Mike Tomasello, the New Hampshire native, up on lane 5.
Yeah, well, Mike should know this house. I mean, he bowled here many, many years. He lived in Norwich many years till he moved up to New Hampshire about, it's probably about 8 years ago. It seems like he was only down here yesterday. But, yeah. But he still comes down to Connecticut and bowl in our tournaments.
Yeah, we're always happy to see him. We're going back a long time here, but I bowled with his son, Mike. We used to call him Yogi.
Yogi, yep.
I haven't seen him in a long time, but fond memories of bowling with him back when I was a young one.
Yeah, you can't have the 2 Mikes, so we have a Mike and a Yogi.
You got Chuck Paris up there, somebody we recently brought up who's absolutely in contention here. He's got, I believe, around 600 for his 4 games. Stepping up on lane 5. Let's see what his form is like. Looks like he buried one there and dropped 9. Maybe the 6-pin. Ron Pelletier up there throwing the ball on lane 3. A little heavy on the head pin. He's got the 3-4-6. Meanwhile, Chuck covers his single.
Heck of a try by Ron, almost pulled it off.
Yeah, got a little bit of a jump there at the end. Thought he had slid it over.
Yeah. Ron is another one that's always loves bowling here. I remember many years ago he used to come up and bowl actually in the summer league here during the summer, because at the time, we had a lot of bowlers at that time. Lucky Strike, they were doing the pro tour. So the house said, hey, let's have a nice summer league. And so we had a lot of guys in the area that bowled the pro tour came down here on a Monday night just to stay sharp. And it was a very competitive league, and we had guys like Ronnie coming from, I think at that time he still lived in Connecticut. He might have been over by Waterbury area. So again, it's not like this house is unfamiliar to him. Of course, being 3-time champ, you know he likes it here.
Yeah, that's for sure. And he's showing it. It's on full display here so far. So.
Oh yeah, and I know Ron way back. Like I say, when I was on the pro tour many moons ago, and a lot of good times traveling. We didn't necessarily travel down with him, but we'd always end up staying. It seemed like the same hotel and stuff, and all the kind of fun stuff we used to have. And like one year, he had fun because the pro tour puts out that list of where you're bowling assignments. Well, they had a typo, and my name was Yam Dominique. So he said that was my Chinese brother, and from then on, every time I see him, he gives me that little bow saying, "How are you today, Yam?" So, yeah, that one.
Oh yeah. I guess we don't need anybody giving us nicknames for Tom Dominique.
No,
we got.
I got all my.
Yours are all wrapped up. Nobody's going to beat Tom Dom or Yam Dominique. But we're still waiting for a good one for Pat. Better. I don't know how you're going to beat the weatherman. This is.
That's what my wife calls him.
Yeah, it's
and
pretty much calling me that.
And
you're not going to like what I have to tell you when I update you.
He takes his weather seriously.
3 to 6 on Sunday night, Monday morning.
It'll be closer to 8 inches. Then a little bit of a mixed bag midweek, and then a good-sized snowstorm toward the end of the week.
Well, at least it's next weekend and not tomorrow.
Right. The snow moving in tomorrow is going to come in after 4 o'clock. Snow till about 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
So heavy snow, wet.
So
Stuff
we got
that coats the trees.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
We got another trivia question we're ready with here. For those of you who may be getting a little bit bored.
Why would you be bored?
I don't know how you could, but in case you need a little bit of excitement or a challenge, other than one tie for first place, what was the next closest 1-2 finish at the Eastern Classic? So what was the differential between first and second place? And for bonus points, when was it?
And for even more bonus.
And who were the
two
bowlers?
they?
So, to sum up, name the 2 bowlers who came in first and second and were the closest non-tying winners of the Eastern Classic, and name the year it happened. There, that's easy.
That's a man.
And, hey,
It's
I'll
a
make it easy.
4-parter.
I'll give him a hint. I was alive. Of course, I'm the elder statesman sitting in here at 54. So
barely.
You can go back 54 years to the Eastern. We'll cut out the first 31 years. So you know it's from.
You're making it too easy, Tom.
1960 and on. Good luck.
It was a good question before you lopped off the first 30 years.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's a cupcake.
Well, I'm just sitting here looking around some of the scores in front of us. I know that I had heard Chris Kruger's name mentioned that he was sitting right at the 150 cut almost at 599. I just saw he started out with a double. So it's a nice start when you're heading into those last 2 games when you want to get that push forward, get the 5 game to set you up for number 6.
And so this is the game that you don't move afterwards. So you throw a great game on that first lane of the first game of the 2. If it's great, that's really good.
Yeah, it really builds up your confidence on that lane. I mean, because if you're seeing on some of the telescores on top, there's a little tent there, and basically from most of the lanes 1 through 18, those lanes there were paying high games, first and second type of thing throughout the tournament. So if you're on, let's say, you're on 11 and 12 now, and you bowl a big game and you get to stay there, you could win both pots, high first.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the great things about the Eastern. There's about 100 different ways you can win a little bit of money, get your money back. It's all made possible. I'll say one by the Dunnick family and the legwork that they do, and the Dominique's as well.
Yeah.
And then also by a whole host of sponsors who contribute some money and
Yeah.
sponsor.
Yeah, don't
on
forget
each
the
lane.
Gano family's a
Oh yeah,
big
yeah.
donor. And
Absolutely.
As I said, I mean, you just kind of look through here. We got Lawler Graphics, who he picks up a couple lanes. We got Sports Communications, which is Mr. Gano's company. You know, we got a lot of individual sponsors that pick up and help and contribute the money into this. So it gives the bowlers, like you say, if you have a high game, you might not bowl good the rest, but you have a high game, you get $50 or $30, so you make some of your money back.
Yeah. So just a great feature of this tournament, I think. Makes everybody feel competitive. There's also, there's pools for highest blocks, or there's opportunities to get your money back by having one of the high 6-game blocks and having not qualified for in wherever you cash. There's opportunities, high games out of the money. There's people who donate money for best Connecticut finisher out of the money.
Kruger,
out of the money.
Kruger's 9-load made the spare, so he's off to a very good start this game, sitting at $5.99.
Well, Mark Parker sitting in front of us. It looks like he just caught a double. After 6:44, and again, we were talking about staying on the same lanes.
Yeah, he's really psyching himself up. He knows he's in a great position here and wants to make the most of the opportunity he's got. That's what it starts to feel like once you've accumulated, 640 pins. You know you're in good position, and you really want to capitalize on getting yourself to this point.
Yeah, you can feel it. And like you said, the best thing is having these last 2 games on the same pair. Once you kind of feel like you got it zoned in, you can just keep rolling. You don't have to stop. If you have to wait to move to the next lane, if they're running a few boxes behind, you get that time waiting. You can just keep rocking and rolling.
An answer came through on my cell phone, by the way, for the trivia question. Someone guessed.
Did they answer all parts?
Well, no. They answered the year 2003, and it's saying Rick Gano won by 1 pin, but it doesn't have who he beat. So almost an entire answer.
Who gave us that answer there, Pat?
I really can't tell you.
Was it Rick?
It wasn't the guy that lost to Rick Gano by 1 pin.
That's pretty revealing.
We didn't say that, you couldn't answer if you were part of it.
That's true. We did not. But I'm not giving him any credit. He didn't answer the whole question.
No,
so
he said he got 3 out of 4 parts.
Or nothing in my book here.
That's only 75%. That's a C.
I have a pretty good suspicion my phone's going to buzz here in about 10 seconds.
We're sorry. The number you reached is not in service.
You got Ron Pelletier up on taking lane 4. A little hard to see Ron score from here. Doing well.
Well, actually, we'll see what he does this one. And sometimes his body language will tell you it all.
Threw a great ball there.
Based on that one, since they threw it and pushed the button.
I don't need to watch body language. I just watched him bend over and hit the reset.
Yeah, threw one, pushed the button. I guess that means it's all in the pit, one way or the other. No, but as you said, though, Eric, I just want to thank all the sponsors. Like you said, there's so many of them out there. We got to thank them because they help come up with all these different prizes that we were able to distribute here at the Eastern. Like you said, we've gotten Woodman C Insurance this year is contributing money to help pay for the C prizes. And like you said, if you're 125 average, yeah, you still have a shot. Yeah, you could win this. There have been C bowlers that have won the big tournament. But, yeah, overall, does the odds happen as much? No. But there's still, even if you have a good day, you can make money to see. You can compete in this event. Just because your average is 110 doesn't mean you're giving your $80 away. There's a lot of places out there for you to get your prizes. So it's a win-win situation for those medium average bowlers because you can get money back in this event.
I think, and the money's one thing, but I think the fact that you can bowl in a tournament with the likes of these bowlers is, to me, it's a win to be able to bowl with guys like that. You don't get that opportunity. You can't qualify for the Pro Tour and play with them. So these guys are professional bowlers, and they're professional for a reason.
That's right.
So to be able to bowl side by side with them and enjoy their company and you know, almost think you're competing with them on a, even if you beat them one game, you feel great.
Well,
You know, I go with Don Dove last week, and I outscored him in one game. I felt, you know, well, that's it, man. I'm
that's
done.
the way we all feel when we get
You know?
down one game. But you know, I think you know, it's a great point. You know, you get to mix it up with really great bowlers, and you get an opportunity. Maybe they'll rub off on you. Maybe you'll learn a little bit from them. But to really be side by side with them and get to observe them up close, it's always a great learning opportunity.
Spare on the deck there. Still off to a good start, 75 in the fourth. 60s averaging just a pin under 150. You know, he's still in perfect position right now. Mark Parker left a mini split and then converted, so he's also off to a very good start.
67 plus in the fourth. Yeah, and as you say, like the bowlers bowling with the pro-type bowlers, I mean, that's one of the nice things about this thing that you draw for lanes. So you don't know who you're going to be bowling with. It's that little chip. So you can bowl with those bowlers. And I remember, you know, my wife was telling me one time Swede Laver thought it was the greatest thing, drawing that chip, because he says, I get to bowl with bowlers that I might not ever bowl again, and I get to meet new friendships. And
I had the honor of bowling with him in one of the Easterns. There's nothing better than that.
No, exactly. He's a fine gentleman.
Oh, maybe Swede was talking about you, Pat.
Oh, you think? I don't know. I wasn't such a nice guy when I was young, I suppose. But
you've turned it around.
I've calmed myself down.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. You don't see any of that outrageous behavior, if you will, in terms of any kind of. You hear some yelling and some cheering, but you don't see anything of the negative variety. You know, you sit here all day and it's all positive. People are each other, and even if you have a bad game, somebody's right there with you saying, you know, shake it off.
Yep.
Yeah, very supportive environment.
Oh yeah.
In here at this tournament. And elsewhere in the Duckpin world. We just got word here. Will Rigney,
who's the
potential
nephew
of Steve Ivorone, is working on a four-bagger. He opens his game 10-9 spare four-bagger. He's going into his 8th frame, and got a big next ball in front of him. And Will's got quite a bit. He's got 584 through 4.
He's right there.
Yeah.
Yep. Like you said, he's on that pair, doesn't have to move, and when you've got that line filled in, so let's see what he does. He's getting up on the approach now.
Tell you what, with a four-bagger with nothing, you're looking at 160.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I mean,
got him in the center of your screen here on lane 5.
You can't miss him. He looks just like Steve Ivorone from the back.
A little more, just a little.
Just a little, but he's younger.
Yeah,
It's
there you
his
go.
nephew.
That I did not know. See, even I learned something.
We don't know that
Yeah.
either.
Will was
Well,
too
we
young.
might
No,
have.
that's the problem. He's not old enough.
This is controversial, Tom.
Very controversial.
I thought that I had misspoken. You know, my the other broadcasters here were correcting me, and then we sent Jim to the field to do the investigation, to fact check,
ancestry check,
and we got wishy-washy answers out of both.
Yeah, we didn't get a real confirmation one way or the other.
Yeah, so we put it up to a vote. I'm not sure if
We'll
anybody.
let it out. Oh.
That one looks. He's got it ball out to the right. Might have peeled off two there.
Yeah,
See the frustration there.
Worcester right through one of my balls.
You left that one up on the rack there, huh, Tom?
Yeah, must have. But hey, he
Clean
came back and made it.
Hey,
Good
you know
recovery.
what? There's on a four-bagger. I think you'll take that. You had a very bad first ball, and what a recovery.
That's right.
So only hurt a little bit of a load, not big time. So yeah, he'll take that anytime on a four-bagger. As long as you get a mark afterwards, he'll take it.
Yeah, so he has 141 in the 7th, 151 plus in the 8th.
Well, Mark Parker. Yeah. Parker, you're on lane 13, just dropped 9. Leaving a 3-pin for a spare shot. And let's see, looking over on 9 and 10, Chris Kruger just made a spare, so he's 86 plus. Ooh, Mark Parker just went by that single by a whisker. Body language told that he just missed it by a hair.
Yeah, he has been spot on all day on his spares. Yeah. Go. You got to just let that go. It's one box out of 120.
That's it. And speaking of 100, happens to be the number of entries in this event this year.
That's
so
a little turnaround. Little turnaround.
Yeah, I hope so.
Not
I mean,
not the
we
3 something that we had at the peak, but
last year we had 109. This year 120. So we went up 11, and then hopefully we can do the same next year.
I hope to think that Duckpin TV had something to do with that.
I hope so. I've been trying, and I give kudos to this platform here.
Any way to promote the game that you, anyhow, any way.
Actually, we had a local a reminder. A local paper here came down, did a nice article. One of the local radio stations saw that article. They sent somebody down, so we were on the radio as well. So
cable television network came in.
So we're getting all this good positive feedback to get our game out there, and that's what we need, to get our game out there and let people see what we have to offer.
We haven't talked a lot about it, but the game itself, there's houses. It's harder to keep It's harder to keep a bowling establishment in business if you're in the business of bowling. But it's not bowling. It's Little League Baseball's facing this, and high schools are facing this now because there's lacrosse is taking a little piece, and kids just aren't involved in as much sports as they used to be when and you say the old days, but they it's different. Things have changed.
Oh yeah, and
you got to go out and really actively market.
All right, Will Rigney working on it. Looks like 9 and another, I believe. No, he must have it. He's got a hidden one. From my vantage point, I couldn't see the pin hide, so he got a good load though on his spare there. All right.
All right, we got Jim with another report from the field.
Okay, just went down and checked on Ron Pelletier at 144 his 5th game, so he's up to 796 for 5. Early leader after 5 games. Also noticed Phil Dix didn't have a score up. He actually had to withdraw, hurt his back late in the 5th game, so he's out of the tournament. And Greg Schreifer, defending champ, at 140, so he's still in the neighborhood. Kind of fading off the pace a little bit. He's got 727 for 5.
All right, thank you for that update, Jim, and very sorry to hear about Phil Dix.
Yeah, he had came over. Actually, I was at the director's table with my wife getting some stuff, and he came over after game 2 and starting to bother him. He had a fall last week on the ice type of thing, and kind of aggravated it a little bit, and he was going to try to work through it, but back pain's tough. No doubt about it.
To update our trivia question, we did get a full response now. The year was 2003. The total score was 1863 to 1862, and Rick Gano defeated Justin Lapine for a 1-pin victory. So that's their current answer.
That sounds like full credit, and it is in fact the correct answer to the question. Thank you to the anonymous.
Very anonymous, yeah. Very
responder.
Yes.
And I can say to that as well. I was here for that event as well.
Yeah, Rick. What can you say? The guy is just.
Being a house bowler, I mean, he had the entire house behind him. As you'll see tomorrow, like last year, when you get into that shift 5, last event of the day type of thing, and you can see guys coming down to the wire. Who's going to win and who's not, and who's
You can only hope for a situation like last year where it was 5 guys just neck and neck.
And we had some guys
box to box.
And we didn't even catch them. It's like all of a sudden, where'd that guy come
yeah,
from?
Exactly. Well, a triple.
Yeah.
That's where they came from.
Yeah.
Just like right now, Will Rigney throws a 4-bagger. He goes from not being on our radar to being right in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah, Will's got 169 in the 9th of his 5th game. Puts another mark up there. He gets pretty close to 190. He's right in there. Yep.
Another one with 770.
Yep.
And I do have to once again commend the hardest working guy on the day here. Steve Korick has been just He's been pounding the pavement, getting scores for us and keeping us up to date and keeping our top 20 list very updated.
He's wearing a lot of hats today. He's here
Guy's doing a
representing
great job.
Bowlers Association of Connecticut, taking photographer, taking pictures,
awesome.
running around tabulating statistics, keeping his fingers on the pulse of the Eastern.
Got
That's
it
what
all
he's doing.
going. Got it all going on.
Yeah, I would like to thank Steve because I know he's been working a lot with as the director, getting a lot of the pictures up on the Facebook site for the Eastern, and we have some nice pictures that the bowlers, past winners have signed, and there's collage of them. So I want to thank him for all the work and the effort he's put in there. Because trust me, being the director, I know how much time she puts into it as well. So sometimes it's you don't think about it. We were joking. She was saying during this part of the tournament is there a slow time. It's the weeks before getting everything out, and then the weeks after, all the scores, verify all the averages, and then since you said prizes, figure out who gets what. Where does all the money go?
Yeah. I mean, you can't say enough. Dara's been doing this a long time. You know better than anyone. You've been doing it a long time, and it's always a class event, and it's because of people like Dara, you, and Steve who just make it.
They put in that time. I mean,
put in
like
the time,
said,
right?
And I joke because when I first started dating my wife, I was still bowling in the. She used to get a dinner out of it. We'd come, I'd bowl, and then take her out to a steak dinner. But now that she's director, she doesn't get no more dinners. She takes me out.
Yeah.
So as we start to approach the end of this fifth game, we've got keep an eye on Chris Kruger, Will Rigney.
Got a Mark.
Still got Mark Parker and Walt Brooks trying to maintain their pace.
I think that's Will Rigney marked. Is that 184? Tough for me to see from my vantage point.
It's in the 180s
I
for
think
sure.
I want to say 184, but yep,
Okay.
did throw a mark and put a little bit on it.
Yeah.
184, if that's correct, gets him to 868. My apologies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Through 5.
Through.
That can't be.
768.
Thank you.
Yep. Although it's possible, it's a heck of a 5-game
Would
stretch.
or it would have been an incredible game.
Yeah.
We would have had
And
a
don't
280
forget,
thrown on it.
with the beauty of this format, he stays right there. So obviously he's comfortable on that pair. Just keep going.
And
I think if there's a game that I really want to bowl well, it's games 5 and games 10 or games 11, right?
5 and 11 because you really don't want to have to bowl a bad game and then know you're stuck.
There another time.
You know, whether it's not the lane's fault ever, but it's a mental thing once you've thrown that game.
Well, actually, one of our crew members here was living proof of that last weekend. Down on 1 and 2, Mr. Brian Ewan, 181, I think 177. He got on a pair and loved it. And then someone came to me, can he do that as far as have the first and second game pool and collect both monies? I said, sure, why not?
Yeah.
It's a high 2. He's
Yep.
got them both. He just happened to park it there and liked it and fell in love through 2 big games.
Yeah.
Of course, I didn't have 350 for 3 last week, so I don't know. That would have been nice to have it for 2.
Yeah, Brian's got a reputation. I don't know if other people have noticed this, but the last 2 or 3 games of any cumulative totals, Brian is just on fire. I don't know what happens before that. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but you can pretty much bet the house on him showing up in those last 2 or 3 games and pulling something out of his rear end.
Yeah. Mine used to be more like the last game because, as my friends used to tell me, it's time to go home, time to go get something to eat. So I seem to have a good game that last one, throw all my marks so we can get out quicker.
Yeah, Brian's got a knack for that. So I'm looking over well off screen John D'Antonis, who had 591 through 4. Struggling this game. He's got a 101, and he looks like he's really going to fall off pace here. We mentioned Will Rigney, who's sort of reeled in the people at the top of the heap a little bit with a big 184 game. He's going to stay put and that or better. And two other big names. Current leader Walt Brooks. He's got an 83 in the 6th frame. He's got 658 through 4 games. Tremendous bowling. And Mark Parker, 644, really on the heels on Walt's heels, has a 95 working in the 6th.
And of course, did you mention Chris Kruger, who's also in the top 5, and Will Rigney's going to move well up into the top 20.
Looking on the board, I mean, in front of me, yeah, you see Walt Brooks, Ronnie Pelletier, Brian Stiles, all previous winners. You know, all our previous winners from years past.
Yeah. So we got a good shot here. Chris Kruger on your right and Ron Pelletier on your left. On the right screen, one on the right, one on the left. Chris in the pocket there, pretty flush. Got the 5'9" left.
Oh, and I'm watching off on the side here, Mark. Oh, Kruger made his. Another spare for Chris Kruger, 133 plus in the 8th.
Chris really turning it on now.
And actually over here are Mark Parker, 114 plus in the 8th, moving along too in the 7th.
Yeah, and with 12 game tournament, I mean, these guys, all they're doing today is, first of all, they're separating themselves from the larger pack, but they're putting themselves all in position for tomorrow to make a run at it. None of them are going to win it today.
Right. This is just it's not a sprint. It's a marathon, and you want to position yourself.
And they've certainly positioned themselves to put our first weekend leader in well within range.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you look back over the history, 1827. That's been good enough to win some years. Other years,
2066.
Yeah, 2066. Or, 2010. I mean, I remember back in '84, Jeff Moran and Peter Pierce. Peter Pierce went 2004, and he thought he had it won. Out comes Ferran, goes 2010. And if history, I know he went big the last three. I know it was way over 500 his last three Ferran did to come back and beat him. So,
well, I look at this. I look at the brochure, and I see 15 games, and I go, good grief. And they bowled them like.
Actually, it used to be 3 5-game sets.
So, and did they ever bowl 15 games in one day?
No, they did 5 in one day and 10 in the other.
Oh my! See, that's stressful.
Yeah, because a lot of it back then, of course, this comes back as a lot of the Eastern. It used to be when it first started, it was like a carnival, a bowling type carnival, and that's when the initials, the Eastern Sweepstakes, started out as a carnival type format. And then that's when it took off, bringing the cream of the crop from north versus south type of thing, and then it just picked up from there.
Yeah, so, Tom, that's a great opportunity for us to take a quick break here and present our audience with one of our little historical documentaries. So we'll take a break and be back right after this.
At about the time Bob Dylan first sang, "The times, they are a-changin'," the Eastern Classic was undergoing its 2 most significant changes. In 1959, the last 15-game Eastern Classic tournament was held. Maurice was the early leader and held on to the lead to win the event. He shot 2019. Frank Wojtek, one of the youngest bowlers, entered in the event. Snyders of the Willimantic Chronicle called one of the classic dramatic finishes. He narrowly missed out on the Eastern Classic title that year, coming up just short of Carenti's mark. That year, in 1959, did not begin their second block of games until after 1 a.m. on Sunday. The next year, James Wolfensberger would win the first Eastern Classic, his first of 2 career Eastern Classic victories. In 1967, the second of the Eastern Classic's most significant changes was in the works, as the new Lucky Strike lanes in Mansfield, Connecticut was being built. The new Lucky Strike lanes brought the 8 lanes from the old alley in Willimantic 16 more. The new alley hosted its first Eastern, the 38th overall, in 1968. Norman Lalonde beat what was then a record field of 343 to to claim that year's Eastern Classic crown. The next year, in 1969, the record number of entrants would be achieved, with 388 bowlers entering in the Eastern Classic.
All right, welcome back, and we'll just throw it right over to Jim, who's got a little bit to add to that, and he'll give you an update on the stats.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, Hip Carenti was just featured in that last segment, and when I was in high school, I worked at Holiday Lanes after school during the week, and a lot of times I'd come in, and then Hip would come in around 3 or 4 o'clock, turn on a lane, not bother put on any shoes. He was probably in his 70s by then. Just walk up to the line, take a house ball, one-step approach, and pretty consistently drop 9 or strike here and there. And sometimes he would throw a few balls to determine if he wanted to spray the plates or not, or what type of solution. He was always fiddling around with the different solutions he wanted me to spray the plates with. So, but even well into his 70s, you could tell he still had that stroke. So he was fun. He was a good guy to work with too. Good guy to work for. But I do have some scores here. Getting back to the Eastern, Greg Schreifer is already finished. He has an 860 for his 6-game block. So if he wants to duplicate last year's winning score, he's gonna need 4 figures tomorrow. Also, Will Rigney, the alleged nephew of Steve Ivorone, he's up to 768 for 5. So he's in the vicinity, and Ron Pelletier still leading the way, 796 for 5. One other thing quickly, if you're following us on Twitter, whenever we post or tweet something, if you could favorite it or retweet it, that would be very helpful for us to get the word out. And for Facebook, I'm not able to post on the Duckpin TV page. I'm putting my posts under my name. So if you follow me on Facebook, if you see one of my posts about the Eastern, if you could like it and share it, again, that's just going to help us spread the coverage of the tournament. So that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. And I'll buy you a soda the next time I see you.
All right, thank you for that, Jim, and thank you for sharing the story about Hip. You know, I hear a lot of stories. I grew up a Holiday bowler myself, Holiday Lanes bowler. Hip owned the establishment for many years. I hear a lot of stories about the man putting on a pair of sneakers or wearing his sneakers and going up there and taking a one-step approach and averaging 140. I mean, I don't know how you did that. Just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, if I put sneakers on and tried to bowl, I'd same thing would happen if I tried to alternate back and forth between a 3 and 4 step approach. I'd end up on my face over the foul line, somewhere halfway down the lane.
Yeah, it's amazing some of these bowlers back in the history. I mean, how talented they were. I mean, you just don't realize it. You know, looking back now, it's like, wow, that guy was a lot of talent there. And I remember there was a couple other gentlemen. I think I'm going to try to pull back some history. I think his name was Richard Frechette. And the gentleman was just, pick up a set of balls, pick on the house shoes, bang, go out there and just light them up. And I believe he won the Eastern one time too. But he used to also bowl against some 10-pin bowlers in matches and beat them in 10-pin. And he'd do like, I'll bowl you your game, then you come bowl mine. Well, we beat him in 10-pin, they never go back and bowl duckpin. He'd think, okay, you beat us, we had enough of you.
That certainly sounds like a talented guy whose fundamentals were in order.
No doubt about it. Well, let's see. Chris Kruger just finished up on 156, so that gives him 755 for 5.
That's great. 150 pace in with what he staying right about where he wants to.
Yep, like I say, he's on the same pair, doesn't have to move, so he just keeps going to town.
We've got a post here from Mark Anastasi. This is how we spend our Saturday watching the Eastern Classic live on the 55-inch TV. That's the only way I watch Duckpin TV, guys.
Wow.
Good for you, Mark. You're you are living large right now, it would seem.
It's like we have like a 55-inch TV in front of us.
Yeah, if you had them all together. looking up here, like I say, the guys are just finishing up Game 5, most of them, and some have already started Game 6. This, again, is shift number 5. It's our full shift today. We had 40 entries in this shift. It was kind of funny how things went this year as far as first weekend. We had shift 1 had 16 entries. Shift 2 had 16 entries. Shift 3 had 24 entries. Shift 4 had 24 entries. So kind of like we found a number and stuck with it. So maybe if we had a shift 6, we had another 40.
I think I know what would have happened if we had a 6th shift.
But yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, 120 entries. That's good. You know, will we?
This is a pretty sick shift, if you ask me. Sick bowling going on. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah. So. Lots of stuff. You know, many bowlers out here. Some have completed 5 games. Several are just wrapping up their 5th game. The top few are ahead of the pace that
well,
Jesse
already,
Deep set.
I mean, on average, we've got 5 bowlers who have gone by the weekend 1 leader. And then you've got Kyle Shaw sitting there, he's going to join the lanes in about 45 minutes or so. He'll be starting his second of the day.
Yeah.
He's got a chance to go by. So
sure.
John Zickus is also sitting there. So Jesse's still in the clubhouse, but he's got a lot of company right now on the course.
And actually, like I said earlier, I was able to bowl with Jesse, I should say, over the past weekend. And I know Jesse had about 840 for.
Oh yeah, he went crazy
and
second.
His second block, he went 978. He went 476 and 502 his last 3. So, anybody, even like you say,
we might not even be looking at the leaderboard. You don't even know.
Right. And you're looking at these guys, like a JT Zekis, who
right,
and a Kyle 913. They go back. Kyle throws another 914, and he ties them.
And I tell you, we watched Kyle this morning, and he did not have the same. Never does. That's not his game, but he didn't have the 4 baggers, the 3 bag. He just throws spare after spare after spare.
Yeah.
When he starts throwing strikes, then you're in trouble.
Then you're in trouble. Yes. But, as we were saying before, like all these tents, we have spares, strike scores, but 19 and 20 is our spares.
Yeah. Ron Pelletier up there, lane 4, looks like he's filling a strike. Has about 105 or so in the 8th frame, and covers the spare. And
so he's
115.
He's averaging 159. He's 2 boxes to go. He's still on pace. He doesn't have to hit 170s anymore. He's just got to hit 150s now.
And we said earlier, Mark Parker
easier said than done.
I know. I just said that like it's easy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mark Parker had 644 for his first 4, and right now he's 141 in the 9th. He's shooting a 4-pin spare, a little split there. Let's see what he does with it. Oh, gave it a try.
I was just talking to Dan Richmond, who's getting ready to bowl the next shift, and he said Mark was just incredible down south in the north-south matches and carried him. And Marcus Murtori is also bowling. They came in second place, and I know it's a very competitive field down there. So, Mark, both of them have been bowling great. Mark and Marcus bowling real strong.
Very, very successful event they've been running for a few years
Mark
down
Parker
there now.
finished with 150, so that gives him 794 going into his last game. So he's well above that 150 pace, 794.
794. Well, I think he might be able to throw a 106. I couldn't see that screen.
Yep, yeah, we've got our roving reporter. So, like you said, though, they get to stay there one more time.
So we'll throw it to Jim here, who's got an update. A couple big games, a couple of our biggest bowlers and highest scorers out there just coming in with their 5th game results.
Thanks, Eric. It's a 3-horse race going into the last game of this first block. Walt Brooks was leading after 4, but now Ron Pelletier's taking. He's got 796 for 5, almost 800, almost a 160 pace. Walt Walt isn't even second. Mark Parker at a 150 his fifth game, so he's at 794. He's just 2 pins behind Ron. And then Walt Brooks, he's got 789 for 5. So those are the 3. They've been leading pretty much the whole way this block. Will Rigney, 768. So if he can have a big last game, he might be able to join him up top. But those are the top 4 with a game to go.
Yeah, and right as you finish that those remarks, Will Rigney throws a strike. Will, very happy, as we were saying earlier, just coming off of a 180 in the same pair. He's repeating, or he's throwing his 6th game on the same pair that he threw his 5th game. So he probably feels pretty good about that, and maybe he'll be able to close some distance between him and the 3 in front of him. So.
Okie dokie.
All right. So just a note for the viewers here: tomorrow morning, we will not resume our coverage at 9 a.m. as we have advertised up until this point. We are running far enough behind schedule here today that we're going to have to start tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. So we look forward to seeing you all then, or presenting more of the Eastern to you all then.
And I just want to take a second here, and I know we were talking before about all the funds and stuff, the prize money and stuff. I just want to go through and just let all these businesses and all these people who did sponsor this to know how greatly what they do is appreciated. And give them a little plug here. Like we got Action Vending out of Hartford, Connecticut. Gold Crown Bowling Service. So I already hit that? Great. Oh, okay. Gold Crown Bowling Service in Marlborough, Mass. John's Tree Service, Stafford. Lucky Strike Lanes itself contributing. Paramount Industries in Medway, Mass. Phil's Landscaping in Vernon. Preferred Propane. R.E. Lawler Graphics and Printing. Sports Communication, Rick and O. Animal Plush and Crane. Wood Massey Insurance. Anonymous sponsors. We also like to thank the Bowlers Association of Connecticut, Bowlers Association, Rhode Island Duckman Bowlers Association, and the Duckman Professional Bowlers Association for money, helping donate prizes and stuff. Then we have a few individuals that just like to thank Tony Barber himself, the real historian on this event. Mark Flynn, who put in money, Walt Brooks and his wife Denise, and then my brother Mike and myself. We sponsor one of the, in memory of my father-in-law who passed away last year. He always said spares was the game, so instead of a high game, we say most spares you can throw in a game, and you win some money there. So like you said, many different ways to win money.
Yeah, that's my favorite award there, by the way, Tom. Yeah, so as you were going, we saw on the screen here, Will just threw a double. Prophecy. You throw the good first game on that pair. Sure to.
You feel comfortable up there. You said, I can do the. You get up there and say, no big deal. I got a spare. I can throw it anytime I need. I'm there. I'm locked in on that lane. Most wonderful feeling in the world when you get up there and you have no doubt on what you're doing.
Yeah. So Will really making a charge here at the end. Did not post the scores that the 3 guys in front of him, Mark, Walt, and Ron, but he is finishing strong.
And like we said, it's a marathon. You just got to take your time and keep going on through. Because I've been on the other side of that. I've gone out in the Eastern many years ago, shot like 965 the first 6, but you got to come back another day.
Yeah.
You said 960, you're right up there. Yeah, but if you come back shoot 860, you still have 1820, but that 1820 wasn't the 960 you had the day before.
Yep. Steve Malacone, the Boston Bruins fan, throws a strike on lane 5, and he is followed up by Will Rigney, who is filling a double. A great moment here for Will to
if he dropped the
continue adding,
yeah,
continue accumulating pins.
So on lane 5, we got Will Rigney getting ready shortly and see if he can catch that triple. He had 55 in the 4th, to double up. So let's see what he can do. Waiting for Chuck Paris to finish his frame there on 6, and now he's going to give it a shot. See what he can pull off. Oh, little full. Hit the object though. That's what you want to do.
B. Koontz back on the map. Will, what did he rip 4 out of the middle there on that double?
Yeah.
Will's been throwing the ball well though, from what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, hey, when you like I say, last game he caught that 4-timer there that only can give you more confidence on that pair of lanes.
Fortunately, it did not work that way for me last night. I threw the ball well in game 5, came back on the same lanes, and
wasn't there for game 6.
awful. Not what I would have hoped for. But if you do get comfortable, it's a good thing to be able to stay there.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the things. I mean, years ago when actually we used to use 22 lanes, we used to say 23 and 24 for our breakdown. We used to try to figure out, okay, where do you pick that twice in the one pair?
Right.
And I remember early days we used to do games 1 and 2, and then you would move. But then we came up with the smarts after. You sit back and you kind of realize it's like everybody had to wait for everybody. It's like, why don't we make the game 5 and 6? So then if it's faster paced, they can get out of here.
Yeah.
So smart move on our part.
Makes
Just
sense.
took a while.
Yeah. Trial and error.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's
See what else we got on the screen here. A little Mike Tomasello action. Steve Malacone. Malacone had a decent start. He came out the gate with 430 something. But it's in 557. So rough.
He had a rough fourth game.
Rough fourth game.
And, well, like I said, I'm over here watching on the side, off camera. I'm watching on lane 13. Mark Parker, like I said, 794, and started out with a 10 box. So let's see what he can do to pick up there. And actually, Chris Kruger started at 755 for 5. He started with a 10 as well. So
I spoke with Kruger during my little hiatus, and he was telling me he was actually kind of frustrated. He had 100. He had 4. It was 463. Came back with 136. He missed 3 breaks. The last game, he had 156. He missed 2 breaks. So he knows even though he's scoring well, he can certainly throw the ball a little bit better. So.
Right. Like I say, he's happy with that, but he could be just that little bit better.
Yes. You're disappointed because I think the only person he had to blame for those games not being really big was himself.
Yeah.
He picked up that spare there, so I think he's going to get on track this game.
Yep, just made that 1-pinner. And just looking over here, let's see, on 13 and 14. Walt Brooks just dropped 9, just flagged it, but he made it. Oh, we'll buy it on the other side.
Oh, I was actually,
go.
Eric's, taking a little break now. I came back for him. I found a note sitting in his seat here. I don't know. It's some family tree I think he was drawing up, explanation. It looks like, I think it says, I have our own family tree. There's only 2 lines. It was connecting Steve and Will. So maybe he was right. Either that or he just completely made something else up. We're still not sure. I'll have to ask him when he gets back. He might not claim that he made that, but we'll find out. We're going to get to the bottom of this before the night's over.
I just want to throw my 2 cents in. He's also trying to convince me that global warming is real. So.
Oh, I can believe that. He can sleep outside tonight then, and then he can
tell you. He can go shovel that global warming off my driveway tomorrow night.
Or get it off my roof. Just on lane 13-14, Mark Parker just threw a strike, so he's got 20 plus after 2. And like I say, over on lane 9, getting ready. Chris Kruger working on a spare.
Kruger's such, speaking earlier about having a simple motion and not having many moving parts. Chris has a lot of moving parts. He does the pump, big backswing, big follow through, takes some steps with some speed. But because he has it down to a science almost, it's okay. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
generally, if he's doing something wrong, he can figure it out. Chop 4 off the head pin on that one.
Yep. Like you said, he gets in his spot. He swings the ball back a few times, and it's almost like you say, he's got that rhythm. How many times? 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I go, and it. Oh. Yep. So he'll wait to get that respotted before he attempts his spare shot at that. Looks like he's got like 114 after 8, give or take.
Yeah, 114 through 8, 768 through 5.
So yeah, even if he 10s out, he'll be over 9. But he's hoping to catch a couple 2 here at the end, get him around 920 or so.
Exactly, 920 is the number.
Yeah, he's not looking at 9 right now. He wants 920.
And even 9, right? Like nobody's running away. There's nobody out. Jesse's in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And he's got the 915-ish. But nobody on this shift is taking it to the 1,000 level at this point. So 920 is going to be just fine going into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Unless Kyle Shaw or this comes out in an hour and throws something at him.
Mark Parker just dropped 9 on his. He's working on a strike, so he's probably one of the ones. If he has a big game here, he could be that 950, 960. Just made it 1 pinner, so he's got 40 plus in the third.
Walt's got to get going here. He's got 2 of them to start this game right in the middle a couple times.
Oh, did it again. Yeah. Too accurate.
See what Kruger can do here. Come back.
Well, now he's finally got that pin reset up for him.
Set up. Something to shoot at.
Yep, getting to his rhythm.
Just got a confirmation. Ron Pelletier's in the clubhouse through 6 with a 931.
Nice shot for Chris Kruger.
Worth the wait.
931.
931, and he's in the clubhouse through 6.
Up. It's concentration from Kruger.
That's it.
Waiting,
They tried to ice him.
Taking advantage. Worth the wait. You got to make it worth the wait.
Yep.
I'm going to throw this over to Jim Kaufman for a second. Again, he's got a couple of our finished in the clubhouse folks from Shift 5. We'll see what Jim has to say.
All right, I'm here with the winners of the past 3 Eastern Classics. And I'm going to start with you, Ron Pelletier. We talked before you started. Good start, good first blocks, 931. What do you think contributed to that score today?
Well, the first 3 games started off really good. But when you start getting a little overconfident, sometimes you start to speed up a little bit. So I'll take the 931, finish what I could with 430 the last 3. And then tomorrow, we'll take it blocks at a time, ball at a time. That's the way to do it.
Any changes that you think you have to make between today and tomorrow?
Nope, just slow down.
Words to live by there. I can relate to that. And then I've got Greg Schreifer, 860 for your first 6 today. Any thoughts on how it went out there?
It was not actually as bad as it may seem. I feel like I threw the ball pretty well, made most of my spares, just didn't catch many strikes, so the score is definitely out there.
Yeah, looking at your scores, your low was 33 and your high was 54, so you're in the neighborhood every game.
Yeah, just never really caught the big double or triple to get a big one out there, but, you keep putting it in there, it's bound to happen.
Same question for you. Anything that you think you need to change between today and tomorrow?
Actually, a little speed off might help me too. Get them mixing a little more instead of blowing them off the deck. But other than that, pretty much stay the same.
So both of you guys stay slow and good luck tomorrow. All right, thank you.
All right, as Jim said, heard from the last 3 winners of the Eastern Classic there, Greg Schreifer and Ron Pelletier. Guys, they both agreed they need to take a little bit off their ball. Obviously, they're both, hard throwers. Greg from the right-handed side, Ron from the left, but both, really humming in there. How hard is that, when you know something like that you have to do, but it's not something you naturally do on a regular basis?
It throws everything. I think it throws everything off if you're trying to do something different. And if you're even thinking about it, number one, it's a problem. So I mean, but the good bowlers make those adjustments and the corrections and get the results.
Yeah, Chris Kruger just dropped 9 and made it. Like you say, he's right on 9-1, 9-1.
I think that might be what separates the good ones from the great ones. The good ones can recognize what the problem is. The great ones can actually make the adjustments and make them work.
Right.
Yeah,
especially over a whole weekend.
I can make the adjustment. The question is it a good adjustment and does it work?
Yeah. I can sit back and analyze. I it's always, preach to the choir. Like, I can't practice what I preach. Occasionally, I can sit back and be like, hey, you're doing this, you need to do this. But if I go up there or somebody tells me, nope.
And, last weekend I bowled 6 games with, 6. I bowled all weekend with Donnie. And he kept telling me, I got to quit bowling and just teach people. He says, I see everything everybody does. He knew everything. After 3 games watching me, he knew exactly what to tell me. And he was coaching me up the whole 2 days.
Right.
And, it's Don Dove. I mean,
listen.
So I said, okay.
Yeah.
You just shake your head and do what he says.
Yeah. So I hear nobody on the lane at the second, but so as Tom Don was saying, we got Chris Kruger here, open the first frame, 3 spares in a row with his 755. Looks like Will Rigney is finished down there. It looks like he opened the last 2 boxes. From here, it actually looks like 132.
Yeah, so I put him right at 9. If it's 32, it's at 9.
Yep, 900 or 901 for Will Rigney, so somebody else in the clubhouse on pace. Meanwhile, John D'Antonis here just off the screen on 15 and 16. 69 in the 5th, just through the double, it looks like.
And he needed it being at 702.
He only had
for 5.
702.
He needs a big one here to, put him in the clubhouse with at least a shot for tomorrow.
Yeah.
In front of us on 13, we got Mark Parker, and he's 40 plus in the 3rd, working on a spare. Like I said, he's been cranking them up. Another solid 9, left a 7 pin in the corner. So like I said, it's 794. If he gets a big one here,
if I had to guess, that's what frame is this? 54. I've probably seen him throw at least 30 balls like that. That were just 9 or 10 snap.
Yep.
All the deck. He's got that flow going.
Yep.
It's his approach. Everything about his approach is compact, quick, and boom, and the ball when it hits.
Yep. So I said, when you keep it compact, you keep it quick. There's only so much that can go wrong.
Right.
And if something does, you can generally put your finger on it.
You don't see any side motion from his arm. It's all up and down, straight forward.
Yeah.
I think when you avoid, the motion that can get you in trouble, the wasted motion, that's when you can, even though he doesn't have that much, he can still, really get it out there.
Keep it simple if you can. Like you said, though, other guys have different, but like I said, they've mastered it. This is their way of doing it, and it's like, okay, not a problem.
Well, you compare him and Chris Kruger. Chris Kruger's got boom, boom, three wind-ups and then the pitch. And Mark gets up there, bam, bam.
Yeah.
It's out of his hand.
It's like Mark Burley or against Buckholz.
Buckholz and Burley, yeah. There you go.
So you got you guys may have touched on this, but when I was taking my break, Phil Dix actually had to drop out.
Yeah, we did have to. We had to, unfortunately.
He told me he actually fell on the ice on Monday.
Right.
He said Monday night he felt fine. He bowled. Tuesday felt fine. Wednesday he was kind of hurting. Bowled Pro League. Bowled okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just gradually gotten worse. He's had a few, ibuprofens and whatnot, and took.
But then he had, a 6-hour drive too. It doesn't help.
More than enough time for it to tighten up.
Absolutely.
I told Phil, I said, you probably did the right thing, because he's like, I wanted to fight through, wanted to see what I could do, because he had a decent game. Maybe I won a high game or something. I said, yeah, but ultimately it's not worth it, considering the damage you could do in the long run.
Yeah, I did talk earlier, because I happened to be at the desk when he talked to the director about it, and this was after game 2, and he still plugged it out a little bit, but you can only do so much with the pain and everything else. And like I said, due to the fall.
In the updated leaderboard, you can see that we have a little bit of an issue here. I'm going to take a look at that, Brian, and get back to you on that. It looks like we have a sorting issue.
Just slightly. It's close. But our weather. And our weatherman also is our statistician here. Oh, actually, that's one of the few balls I've seen Mark go off the head pin. And still.
Got away with it.
Got away. Got an 8 count.
Kruger up here again. 3 spares in a row, see what we can do. Reaches the ball.
Well, doesn't have to worry about a spare this time.
4 pin for the strike.
Yep.
That's a high hard one that's working for the harder throwers. Those are the strike balls. You've seen a lot of really good balls for 9, a lot of high hard ones for strike.
Yep. And Parker just went by that head pin, trying to make it off the outside a little bit. Yep. Ta-da! Nothing up his sleeve. Presto! So, yep. So Mark Parker, like I said, was going on a 58 clip. Well, Brooks 57 clip. Ron Pelletier, as we said, was in the clubhouse, 55. So they're bowling well. A lot of good scores up there.
Update from our man on the street, Steve Cork. We have Will Rigney in the clubhouse after 6 with a 900.
900.
So he'll be joining. He'll be jumping up in when we update.
Right. So that was a 132. Then his last game was we were looking from here. And
But just looking at the, when you're looking at the leaderboard, as we see the games building up, the number is creeping closer and closer to 152.25, and that number's still in the clubhouse.
Oh, yes.
It's not, that's not out of
not out of reach.
Well, it's not out of reach, but neither is it in jeopardy as much as we thought it might have been.
Yep. And that's one thing about this game. You never really know. You never know. And like it's.
Yes.
No, I don't think that's a good. But, yeah, so Mark Parker just opened, so he's got 77 after 5. So he's still sitting at, do my math here, Tommy, 871?
871 with 5 boxes left.
Yeah, so, again.
Good place to be.
Yep.
Well, you need 60 pins to get to Ronnie. So one or two marks, he's right there in the ballpark.
And anything past that, yep. Yeah. Maybe he's looking for my finish.
Well, watching him bowl, if he's got 5 boxes to get 2 marks, he's got a good chance today.
Yeah, the way he's been going, that's for sure. And,
you can see the guys getting a little bit tired now.
Oh yeah, well
that's just natural.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
A little update there. We had John D'Antonis, we said, at 69 in the 5th double. It looks like he broke 8, made it on the double. Just a good ball there on the count. Was unfortunate to lead to 7-10.
Yep.
Still sitting there.
Oh, but he made it.
7-10.
Made the 7-10.
Right out of the corner. Had the 7-10.
Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing that can't be made right there now, right?
Smash that 10 pin out of the corner. Just
It
drilled
came
the
right
7.
out.
That's how you draw it up.
That's it. That's
well,
it.
if you're gonna show it on a telestrator,
yeah,
that's what you
how
would
you
show.
do it.
Yeah.
All right, we got Kruger on lane 10 coming up. Working on a strike. Oh.
Through the middle there.
Yep, just a hair heavy.
See what we can do. Get this 3-pinner moving. It's just got the 2-3-6-10.
Yep.
See if we can get it kicked off the wall.
Oh.
Did.
Yep. Yeah, but he got the 8 count. 8
Grab one's
count's good.
here. Grab his wood. He's
Yep.
got 90.
So we got Mark Parker getting up on 13 here.
Just looking at some scores from Steve Cork, who's been doing all of the collection today. We've got Steve Ivarone, who, rumor has it, hasn't bowled in something like 4 months. Just went out and bowled an 880, 146 average for 6 games. Just like riding a bike, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, one of the few times I've seen Mark Parker miss the head pin, and unfortunately he had a...
Did not get away with that one.
Nope. Ended up leaving the good old 7-8. But it's...
Well, wait a minute.
We've seen it made.
The 7-10 went.
Yeah, so why not the 7-8, right?
Just
Closer.
a two-pinner, Mark. Just a two-pinner.
It's closer.
Yeah, it's not anywhere near as hard, sort of.
Let's see. Just looking over John D'Antonis, who made that 7-10 last box with a spare, loaded with a solid 9. So if Mr. D'Antonis can pull this one off and load it, he'll be sitting with about 870.
Yep.
Not bad for big game that he needed.
Oh, he missed the 7-pin after making the 7-10.
All right, so he's going to be looking at 860 something for his.
Delightfully D'Antonis of it. I've seen him do that. I think it's 9.
Yeah.
Don't worry, John. Sherman will get it.
865, yeah. Good old Sherman.
Sherman generally doesn't miss.
No, he doesn't.
But still, got to 63, 865, needed a big one, got a big one.
Yep. So yeah, he's not out of it by any means.
Well, he's ahead of Jesse's pace.
Pace from last year.
And,
If I remember
but
correctly,
unfortunately, he's got to go big.
Last year, I'm pretty sure he went big the second 6. I believe he started with a 200 either the first or second game in the second block last year. So
I believe you are correct. Yep. Yeah. I believe we both were in the booth at that time last year.
Yep.
Imagine that.
Yep.
A year later, we're still here.
we never left.
Thank you very much.
We've been doing our due diligence since. All right, let's see. People starting to finish up here. Brian Stiles, who had that big start, kind of petered off the last two and a half games. Got a couple marks in Ronell. Really wants to finish well. Looks like he has 76 in the 6th, spare in the 7th. Mike Weaver, one of our guys, top 5 last year.
Yep.
Consistent guy, gets the ball in there. Hadn't had much left today.
Yeah.
Looks like he hits about 629.
Yep.
For 5, obviously not up to his lofty standards, but have a decent game this game. Say 82 in the 5th, striking the 6th. If he can get a big one, like
you never know. You never know. And actually, he was the one that came out. I remember last year when we were watching on our Sunday performance, he came out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, I remember people running up being like, "Hey."
Yeah, did you know that guy down there's doing something?
He's on a triple. He throws 2 more. He's got a shot.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Where'd he come from?
That's what Mike does. He's just a model consistent. He gets up there, he does his thing.
And you never know he's there.
He's no nonsense. He makes his breaks. But when he ties strikes together like that, he's right there.
Yep. And on lane 14, ho-hum, another 9 drop for Mark Parker.
Well, I guess he's got to be happy with that because the last 2 boxes he's missed the head pin. So he's
that was solid. It was a solid drive.
There's the double for Weaver. So 82 in the 5th, double for Mike Weaver.
Oh, there you go. Parker back at it.
So he doesn't need to mark out. He just needs to stay consistent through the end of this game.
Make the breaks. Make the breaks. All right, on lane number 9, we got Mr. Kruger going up to restart it after having 90 in the 6th. Oh.
Pitched out, got away with it, left the head pin.
Yep, and just now on lane 13, I just took a peek over there. Walt Brooks has just thrown a double, so he had, and he needed that double too. He was struggling.
He had 45 in the 5th, was open for the first 5 frames, hadn't missed a break.
Yep.
I saw him at the middle at least 3 times. Do that double, so that's a spark you needed.
That's exactly when you're sitting there. That's what you need to jumpstart you, especially and
See if
760, 90 has for 5. It looks like.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Misses the head pin there. Gotta grab the wood here.
He made the wood.
Right. Shake that one off. You want to hope it's the rule book. Turn the miss single to a strike.
Yeah.
Maybe a double.
Yeah. That used to be the rule book I used, but it got thrown away, I think. I don't see it anymore.
I had that rule book yesterday, but the strike was a 5, 6, 7 instead. That happened twice. So. Not for me.
That was my about 20-year rule book. That's when I used to do that.
That was my 60 pounds ago. Oh.
Alrighty. As they were saying, we're stretch. A few of the lanes have cleared off now. We had 10 pair going. Now we're down to 6. So four pair have already finished off, and they're in the clubhouse. And waiting for these other 6 pairs to finish up, and then our next shift will be coming on for this evening's run.
This came up and told me he did finish with 854.
Okay.
So not great. But like I said, Chuck hadn't been bowling
But
for a while.
but again, Jesse had 840 something after 6. So still well in it. You're still in it, right? You got a big plan ahead of you for tomorrow, but you're still in it. You're not out of it.
You're shooting for a little more than you'd like to, but you're not out of the woods.
Exactly. You're on the racetrack. You're just running in the 43rd position.
See what Walt can do on those double. I just had 45 in the 5th. Now double 6-7. Pitches out, gets away with it, leaves the 139.
Got himself a break though.
Not the volley won it, but the result could have been a lot worse. So.
Exactly, and he's got a spare leave. It's not like he's looking at the 7-10, although we saw that made earlier.
Yeah.
So it's not the 5-7-10. Here, we'll try that one. I haven't seen that one made yet today.
No, me neither.
There he goes. Yep, stayed solid in that 1-3, and the ball just went through into the 9. So nothing wrong with 7 and make that mark. Now let's see if on 13 we got Mr. Parker going up. 96 plus in the 7th.
Yep.
So he's looking just to, like I say, with the last 3 boxes he's got there, he just wants to finish strong. Doesn't have to go crazy.
I got a bowl prediction. Semi-bowl.
Look at that. Look at that. He got the tap to come back.
Just off the screen, you guys didn't get a chance to see that. Parker hit heavy, had the 4-6. Same pin came across, kicked the 6, and then tipped the 4-pin off the wall for the second time.
Yep.
Right. Now he's sitting 116 plus through 8.
Yep. So
my prediction, though, as I was getting at, I think Kruger is going to throw a double here. He missed that head pin.
So watch him go now. Huh?
It's
Double
not even
penalty?
Gonna be one. Yeah, it's not going to
throw
be
the 2.
1 strike. It's going to be a double.
All righty. So, yeah, so Mark Parker is already 10 with a load and 2 boxes to go. So
ain't bad.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
All right.
We got another camera set up now. I don't know if you guys saw that just come in the picture. This one's a good one. We'll get to watch the conclusion of Walt Brooks and Mark Parker on lane 19.
Who are probably running 1 and 2 most of this shift up in our leaderboard.
Yeah.
So we get to see them finish out. And like I said, we had he had a double, and then he made the 3-pin spare. And then, like I say, consistency today for the most part has been Mark Parker. Like I said, on a strike with 2 boxes to go. So, he could be, set himself up real parity for tomorrow afternoon's jaunt down here to see what he can do. And again, the people out there, if you're in the area, come on down, watch. It'd be great. More people here, get that atmosphere fired up. So,
see what Kruger can do here.
Yep.
Oh, not a strike. Threw a good ball off 6-10.
Yep. No, this is the one he wants to split right between the eyes.
Just got to reach out there for it. See him.
Ooh.
Up, drilled the 6-pin right there. I had a feeling that might happen because he told me he's missed that shot twice today, hitting the 10-pin. So
well, you wanted to make
corrected it, but he overcorrected
right.
it.
You wanted to make sure he didn't pick that, go by the backside, hit the 10. So, like you said, just slightly over.
Yeah.
Not a lot either.
Got Parker about to step up on the lane here.
Yeah, he's quick. Like I say, he's our Mark Burley. Up, gone, bang. Look at that, and solid 9, right on the bottom.
Good ball. Good mixer ball there from Parker. Some power behind it.
Yep, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. He's got it zoned in right now, like you're saying, but his motion is so short,
That one slid off just the last second.
Yeah, like I say, it's not a lot of room for error, but but like you're saying, the more components, tougher it is. So he goes for it, throws it down there. Yep, got that 10.
135 through 9, so 829. Sorry, excuse me, 929 with a box left for Mark Parker. So
Yep.
Gonna steer ahead of Pelletier, just a matter by how much.
Yep.
Walt gets up on a spare.
Ooh, nice
Good
pick.
ball for the 4-7. He's got that groove back. Wasn't really off through 5 frame. Like, as I said, he left the middle 3 maybe 4 of those frames. Kept plucking. I don't think he changed that much. Just a matter of a couple inches. See if he can grab this 2-pinner. A little wide left.
Yeah, you got both Mark and Walt just a little off the mark on this frame here.
Maybe having the camera on him was too much pressure.
Yeah, the moment we turned the camera on.
Uh-oh.
Does Walt have, is that 789 or 769?
I think it's 89.
89. So Walt, after holding 9 there, 119, has 908 with a box left. So we'll see what he gets to.
I'll just claim I'm old and I can't see that far.
I thought it was 69 before, too.
So did I, so.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm the elder statesman here today, so.
Are you older than Rufo?
Yes.
All right. Hey, you look better than Rufo.
Well, thank
Don't
you.
tell him I said that.
I'm the weatherman.
There you go, yeah. Sort of Josh Cullen there, throw a decent ball, leave a split.
Yeah.
Josh is struggling a little bit. Looks like he had 6-12 for 5. He's going to get about 130 this game. But I think Josh is a B division bowler, I believe. So,
I believe you are correct, yep.
So, obviously, get to around your average. He comes out tomorrow, shoots 900. You never know what can happen.
That's it.
And we know what he's capable of. We've seen him on the Rhode Island Duckpin series, so we know he can put big games up there in big spots.
He took a good shot at that 3-7 there. Almost kicked the 3 off the wall.
As Lou Sarkeesian, the legendary Lou, steps up. Good ball.
Yeah, you got to love the way that ball zips across the lane and into the pocket.
Getting no justice in this game.
Yeah.
5-7. Yeah, I almost missed what Lou did because Mark Parker's hairline was in the way. He spikes it up. It makes his forehead look even bigger than it actually is. A, Mark's my friend, and B, I have a huge head too, so it's okay. Let's see if Lou's putting a shot on this.
Look at this.
Ooh, almost. Oh, yeah. Apparently, I don't know Southern bowler myself, but there was a time when the Northern bowlers came down south, and our own Eric Leteska actually forgot Mark Parker's underwear. Can you tell us about that, Eric?
Well, I wasn't in charge of his underwear, but that's not. I remember it, but.
And on that note, Walt Brooks just went off, had been a little light there, and left himself a 4-pin, kind of a mid-split. We'll see what he does with it.
Well, there was
back to you on that one.
So there was a shred of truth to this story, though.
Okay.
Mark did join us 1 year to come down south to compete in the Youth All-Star matches, and
was it Feb match?
It was a February match.
Okay.
Yep. I think it was one of the first few years that we teamed up with the Rhode Island bowlers and went down south, and we had a really great time with these guys. Mark in particular kicked the weekend off right with he had forgotten his undergarments.
Oh.
And I don't quite recall how we solved this problem. I'm not sure if we took a coach bus into a Walmart parking lot. So Mark could go shopping, but I think it did end up okay since Mark is here with us today.
Okay. Did you get blamed for it?
All righty.
No, I think I may have been staying in the room with him or something.
Oh, okay. Mark slams one in there.
Yep.
2 of them flying around the 5-pin. Don't kick it. I still like his chances of making this one.
And we got a final number in here for Walt Brooks. He did have 789 through 5. He throws a 128 in his 6th game to go
9-17.
9-17. So
9-17 for Walt.
He
Parker
comes in
all over.
Drills the 5-pin.
Like I say, he's Parker's been nice and smooth for the most part. So
we got Parker at 939 with left.
Yep.
Parker goes up. Another
Parker
hammer
just
for a
finished
strike.
with a strike.
155. 9:49.
Yep. That I think might be the highest first block over the between last weekend and this weekend. I think I'm not up close,
think
but
so.
I think
I think you're
close.
Yeah, maybe the second highest 6-game block behind Jesse's 978.
Yeah, you're correct.
But off to the best start we've seen so far. So
Yeah. Well, right
congratulations to Mark.
Well, Mr. Kruger, Mr. Kruger, he's getting up on from our vantage point on lane 10. He needs to kind of stop the bleeding a little bit. He's had 4 tough boxes. He needs to finish with a mark here and get himself around 890.
Get a mark in those 890s. He's sitting at 119 in the 9th with 755 through 5. So ideally, he throws the double, gets to 900, finishes on a good note.
Yep.
We're going to switch cameras right now since it looks like we're finished up here on 11 through 14. Cut over, got Brian Green from Hampstead, Maryland, for him to be set up. I'll just say Chris Kruger on this pair, sitting at 755. 119 this game, so 874 the box left. Once again, a mark in the 890s. Mike Weaver, traditionally, one of the better bowlers. Struggling thus far today with 629 for 5. Has a good game going here, 138 plus in the 9th. Needed a big one to at least, salvage the day, so that'll give him some confidence at least.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what Mr. Kruger does.
We're going to send it over to Jim Kaufman one more time, see what's going on with some of the finals as they start flowing in. Jim?
Thank you much. So just to recap the top scores again, Mark Parker leads the shift, 949 for his first 6 games. Ron Pelletier, second at 931, both are from Rhode Island. Third, we have Walt Brooks from Maryland at 917, and Will Rigney also from Rhode Island. Rounding out the scores, 900 or better, he hit 900 on the nose. One other note, Lou Sarkeesian, it's 85 years young, 735 for his first 6. If I can just bowl 6 games when I'm at his age, I'll be happy. But yeah, 735 for 6 for Lou.
If I can take 6 steps when I'm his age.
Lou is just a legend here. So how many bowlers come in over 900 on this shift so far? I lost count.
Ron, was it 4? Yeah. Will, Ron, Mark, and Walt. Well, at 9 or above.
At 9 or above, including Will. So, as we predicted here, the heaviest hitters on this shift, and most of them through 6 games here, or the most of any shift through 6 games over 900.
After we went away there to the interview, Chris Kruger did 128, so 883 for Kruger. 883.
Yeah.
Right in that Ivor range. Ivor had 880.
Yes, exactly.
And you got Mark Parker, who started the day off here with a 201 game.
206.
206.
Yeah.
So
First 200
confusing him with the 191 that Walt threw beside him, and Mark had a little bit of a low point following that, I guess I would say, game 2 in the 130s, but then just kept it together and then put together a couple nice games at the end here. 949, really exceptional bowling.
So as we see on 9 and 10, those guys are wrapping it up to finish our shift 5. So as they wrap up, and as they're wrapping up on 9 and 10, our other bowlers are starting to come in to hit bowl this morning, and we shall get the next shift on. Oh.
See what happens here. We'll see how some of these other guys finish up.
Well, on 9 and 10 on lane 9, we have Peter Gilbert, who bowls here in Lucky Strike on Thursday nights.
Okay.
House bowler.
What's Pete's average?
Oh, boy. And here comes the guy from the secretary. Should know all that.
Come on, Tom Dom.
I'll go. He's about
Give me a range.
125 to 132.
Is he B division?
B division, yes.
All right, okay.
I'll go definitely B division.
All right. So he's going to have about 780. So he's going to be a little around his average, a little above.
Yep.
Again,
yep.
with the B division,
Oh,
you're not
yeah.
expecting too much. You come in here, you get close to 800, come out, do what you can. You never know what can happen.
And even if you go 850, 850, 1700, there's that B prize section where they pay $300 for winning the Bs.
You're sitting golden. You can get to 1700 in the B division.
Yeah. So
he picked up that 2-pinner there, so he's gonna have that 780 range, 780.
And actually, I think the last couple of years, the like low 17, 1720, 1730 might have won the B divisions.
Okay.
So
that sounds about right. So that 860, 860.
Yeah. And you make $300.
Yep.
Again, it's not bad when you had you pay
300?
$80, chance to bowl win $2,000,
Yeah.
and you make 300 because you're a B bowler. Where the A bowler, he can shoot that.
Yeah, he's not getting in.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
Pat
he-
on the back.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Well, you might have had a
Oh,
got
yeah.
something down there.
We coup
Usually
$20, yeah. Better than nothing.
It always is. Wrapping up here on our friends here on Peter Gilbert's wrapping up the set.
It looks like he has 118, so
28.
774 plus this ball.
Looking around. That is the last ball thrown for shift 5 today.
Game over.
And what an exciting start that we've had for these guys. It's going to be
Oh.
it's going to be great when we see them tomorrow closing up.
Doubt about it.
And they will conclude the tournament tomorrow for us. So I guess we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll run a commercial and be back in just a moment.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Trotsky.
The Nick Trotsky.
The Nick Trotsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. See you soon. Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon.
All right, welcome back. Here at the Eastern Classic. Shift 5 just finished up. Our middle shift of the day. The gentleman will be coming back tomorrow to finish up. A lot of great bowling guys. We expected with the caliber bowler we had, some of the heavy hitters. We knew some big scores we posted, and we weren't disappointed. What do we have? What's the leaderboard looking like?
We got Mark Parker, as we mentioned a moment ago, comes in on top here at 949 for 6 games. That's a really solid set, 158-ish average about. You got Ron Pelletier. I mean, so you got the top 3 bowlers on the leaderboard here, coming out of this shift right now. But you got Jesse Deach, who shoots 1827. He's sitting there waiting for the results, and he's still in really good shape as far as I'm concerned. And he, happen tomorrow, and we'll see how this all sorts out. We've got Kyle Shaw getting ready to bowl here as to complete his 12 games, and he's in excellent position as well. What do you see here?
Also, you're going through there. Also, you got JT Zekas, who's 885. I mean, big set here, and he's right back in it. So there's about I'd say about a 10 to 12 people that that have a legit shot. Everybody has a shot, but those are the ones if you had to narrow it down, which ones you could say? There's probably a dozen of them out there.
Yeah, you have the usual suspects within striking distance. I mean, you have guys like, what else we have? We got Steve Ivorone at 880. Chris Kruger, I said, we struggled to finish there.
Yep.
He still got up to that 883.
Sure.
Just other guys.
Yep.
Joey here, 873. Had a talk with Joey at 250 for 2. Made adjustments, shoots 620, 3 for his back 4. Stuff like that. Greg Schrieffer, defending champ, shoots 860. Maybe some of those strikes carry tomorrow, like he was talking about. Doesn't rip at the wrong times. That could be a big number. John D'Antoni's had just over 700. Needs a big game. But the 163 on the end gets 860 something. All those guys are playing.
Yeah. If he comes back starting the way he finished today, off to the races.
And then a shout out here. We got 2 guys on the leaderboard here who also have SR next to their division. Guys who are senior quote unquote bowlers, but I put my money on him any day of the week against a young bowler, Scott Wolgamuth, who's through with his 12, and then Steve, who's got 6 more to go tomorrow. So we've got Jim, who's standing by with Mark Parker, top finisher 5 through 6 games. Jim,
thanks, Eric. All right, Mark Parker from Rhode Island, leading the shift 5 first block with 949. Great bowling.
Thank you.
Came right out of the gate with 206. What's going through your mind? Everyone wants to have that big first game, and you actually had it.
Right.
What was going through your mind that first game?
It was just about getting off to a good start and knowing it's a marathon and having a good first 6. It means a lot. You control your own destiny, but knowing that there's another 6 games, I will still be focused for tomorrow, and that's exactly what my focus is now. Focusing on tomorrow and knowing there's another 6 games, the big 6 games. 6 games is a lot of games. It's not 3, and I am focused for tomorrow to try to win this thing. It's my own destiny.
Excellent to hear that. Positive thoughts leading into tomorrow. Hard not to have positive thoughts after 949 for first 6. I was wondering, after the first game, you had a little bit of a letdown game, 129, and sometimes that happens a lot after you have a big game. I've been through it.
It's a popular thing to do.
I think probably the most important game for you was your third. At all 150s, games 3 through 6. Did you do anything different after that second game? Say anything to yourself or do anything different?
No, my first game where I started off 206, I got lucky. I was throwing strikes rather than middles, and then I started the next game middle, strike, and then the middle. When you start off like that, you have to realize that you just got to keep plugging. My first game, when you're throwing strikes in this game, you're getting lucky rather than being good. Sometimes when you're ripping the middle, it's the same ball you threw when you threw strikes. So at 129, it wasn't that much different than my 206 game, to be completely honest. It was just a little bit more lucky in my 206 game, but I didn't really have that bad of a game in my 129. But it is what it is. You got to keep plugging along. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And I kept my focus. I realized it wasn't an 090 game, and I kept my focus. So
yeah, a lot of people might get discouraged after that, but like I said, you came back 151, 150, 155 for that 949 total. So well done there. What are you going to do between now and tomorrow morning to get ready?
Try to go to bed as early as possible. Yeah, not like the old days. I'm going to go home, get a lot of rest, and be focused for tomorrow. That's where I'm going to be at.
I've got one last question submitted from our executive producer, Brian Ewing. What kind of underwear were you wearing today?
I always wear, honestly, when I try to wear blue boxers. Blue boxers. I have a few pairs, not just one. So blue boxers, it's a lucky charm. So blue boxers is where it's at for me. At least.
Even get into a trip that you took down south once regarding undergarments, or no?
Oh well, that was a long time. That was about 10 years ago now. That's true. That was Feb matches youth, and I went down with the Connecticut guys in a bus, and I got down there and realized I don't have any underwear. I have no boxers, and I'm sure Eric Leteska brought this up to everybody. I know for a fact he did this, but that's okay because it was such a classic story where I had to go up to Kim Bisson and be like, oh my God, I have no boxers. Somebody went to Walmart for me and got some boxers, and it was great. I have to wear the same thing for 4 straight days. It was a fun time. It's a classic story, but it's true. 10 years ago.
I think I'm glad I asked that question. So go, get out of here, have something to eat. Make sure you have clean blue boxers for tomorrow.
Blue boxers, that's right.
Best of luck.
I got hair ready for tomorrow. Hopefully they're as lucky as the one I'm wearing now.
You might want to wash the ones you got on now.
Maybe, yeah. If I have time, if I'm not worried about sleep, I can throw these in the wash and make sure they're dry for tomorrow morning. Absolutely.
I'm glad we'd have this conversation. Best of luck to you tomorrow.
Yes, I'll try to this conversation.
Oh, man. All right, so a lot of things to react to in that conversation. Mark?
I don't even know where to go.
Yeah, I find him for a sense of humor. And you know what? The first thing I'm doing after I leave here is I'm going to buy a nice pair of clean blue boxers for the next time that I bowl.
If I
If
I could shoot 949, I'd probably wear somebody else's 30.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can borrow Mark's after this. But so Billy, I mean, a lot of good questions coming from Jim there about where Mark's head is at. How did you react to some of the things he was saying? Is he in good shape going into tomorrow?
He seems in the right frame of mind. I think one of the main things he said was in Duckpin, when you're throwing strikes, you're getting lucky. You're not being good. That's not the name of the game. So he knew, to stay grounded when the strikes weren't falling anymore, but he was still leaving breaks. He didn't get frustrated. After the 206, 3 and the 6 at next game. Mark 3 to 129, saved it. And I was telling, I don't know who I was talking to earlier, might have been somebody, in the crowd. I was saying a tournament like this, just like, your average over the season is made by not your best games, but games. What can you grind when you don't have it, when you're not when you're not shooting 200, are you shooting 130 or are you shooting 105? And that was the difference. That gave him the confidence. Maybe he shoots 105 that game, doesn't mark. Everything else kind of goes downhill. It doesn't. He keeps focused. He kept using I think that's the main thing. And, he was talking about going home, getting some sleep tonight. There's no partying for Mr. Parker tonight. He's all business. I think he knows, he threw the ball that well. He knows he's capable of doing it again. So why not do it again?
A good chance tomorrow to add his name to a long list of very accomplished bowlers and to become part of the history of this tournament. And he sounds like he's poised and ready to take a good shot at tomorrow. He said a lot of things that I would like to hear a bowler with 949 say after 6 games. So
everything was said. You couldn't ask for, like you say, you couldn't ask for more. Those are all the right frame of mind coming in, rest up. I agree with him wholeheartedly. Bowler has been in that same similar situation. It's like, yeah, today is done and it's good, but tomorrow's a new day. Let's keep going what I've done now.
So the action here is kicked off for the next shift here. Maybe we'll just wrap on this. I just wonder, Billy, Mike, Tom. Call you
right.
Mike.
You haven't been
Excuse
the first person to call me Mike.
What does Mark have to worry about tomorrow? I mean, what's the one thing he doesn't want to do between now and tomorrow morning, or even over the course of his bowling tomorrow?
I think he needs to get his sleep. I know Mark. I know he has a young son. I know, but maybe let Barber, his wife's a nice lady. Maybe let Barber take care of the son tonight. Get yourself some sleep. Come in rejuvenated. I think tomorrow, once he steps on the lanes, he's not going to be thinking about. You heard him, speaking, and I don't think he's going to be thinking about today at all. If he does, remember it fondly. But It's in the past. It means nothing to him tomorrow.
That's right.
So I think he's going to show up and do what he has to do.
Right.
Yeah, and that's actually a great segue into our coverage of shift 3 or shift 4 rather, concluding. They started this morning. This is the only shift in the Eastern that does all 12 games in one day. Some might be intimidated by that, but others really prefer it. And these guys don't have to worry as much about the things that can go wrong or make you feel different as much as maybe Mark has to. And those maybe that's why a lot of these bowlers chose to bowl this shift.
And actually, this shift we just brought it back last year. Years prior to that, we had probably about 10 years ago we removed it and kind of trying to figure out where the bowlers wanted to come. And then a couple years ago, we had the feedback from the bowlers saying we'd love it if we could bowl all on the same day because of my job. I work on Sundays. Could you do something for me? Last year, and actually today we have 24, so it's almost not quite 40, but it's getting there. And like you say, I look at it and kudos to them. I don't think I could do 12 on the same day.
12's a lot. I mean, it is. I mean, you've seen, we bowled pro tours. We know how arduous it gets by the last, 7th, 8th game. And there's 4 more games. Granted, there's a little bit of a break, but it's not anything to go home or go home. For these people in the area, you can't go back relaxed. It's still, you got to stay in the same mindset.
And if you're like me, you bowl 6 games, you go out, you eat something, and the first thing I want to do is go and sit on my couch and turn the TV on. Not come back here and bowl 6 more games. But these guys chose to do it this way, and there's a couple of bowlers out there who, just like several of the guys we talked to at the end of shift 5 games 1 through 6. We've got Kyle Shaw, who's got 9 through his 6 games. John T. Zekas in the high 800s, as well as a couple others here. Let me see if I can find them. Joey Sears and Keith Boyle. Joey Sears at 873 and Keith Boyle at 876.
Again, I talked to Joey in between, and he said he had the 250 for 2, made adjustments, said he moved all the way right. And Joey doesn't throw the ball hard to begin with, but he said he took a little bit more off his ball, was really mixing. But he could tell even by the other games, if he put a little bit too much on it, he was ripping the middle. But he said his reason for bowling, was, if he were to come back tomorrow, maybe he gets sore. Maybe things tighten up. If you only have 3 hours to rest instead of time to, go home, relax, go back to the hotel in his case, relax. You wake up, Lord only knows what's going to tighten up. So just stay fresh, come back, and keep at it. He made the, adjustment he had to make after 2 games. It's one less thing he has to worry about now, so just go out and execute.
And as you were saying earlier, the 3-hour break. Kyle Shaw is one of the lucky ones. He could go home.
Yeah.
Get something at the house because he only lives 10 minutes from here. So he's one of the special ones that could do that. But like you said, the rest, it's like a 3-hour break. Go get something to eat, and maybe come back.
What an unfair advantage Kyle Shaw has.
All right. He's a cheater.
Home house. He knows the lanes.
Yep. Well, so we have Walt Brooks here with us in the booth, and Pat Rufo, the weatherman, is going to interview him about his first 6 games. Go ahead, Pat.
Sunny and 55, Eric. Sunny and 55. I've got Walt Brooks here, who's just put in, again, another outstanding performance at the Eastern Classic, and above 900 in the hunt. How do you feel about your event? Your performance today.
I got out to a hot start. Really not pleased with the last 2, but you're setting 58 over. Setting at 658 for 4, and you shoot 259 the last 2. It's kind of a disappointing. It's a downer, but 917 still in the hunt. It's probably the 3rd time I've ever shot 900 in the first day. So, and I've done well in the tournament. So Sundays have always been better than Saturdays. So if everything holds true, I ought to be in the hunt tomorrow.
You say you've done well. That's probably an understatement of all understatements. You've come in first in this tournament. You've placed second twice. Done well. Yeah, sort of. 2010 was a win for you. I think you backed it up the next year with a second place finish. you put yourself in position, and you talked a little bit about the condition of the lanes and how your comfort with the wood deck, and talk about that a little bit.
Well, I learned how to bowl in a wooden lane house, and I really like the way the ball in a wood house versus some of these guys get very spoiled on the synthetic surface where you throw it and it stays where you put it. Here sometimes where you put it isn't where you want to put it, if that makes any sense. You a couple boards more to the right or the left is better, but that's the advantage of that I think I have versus some of the bowlers that are bowling on the synthetic surface week in and week out.
So going into tomorrow, do you have besides knowing that you're in it, do you have a strategy, game plan? What do you want to do coming out of the gate tomorrow?
Just make shots and pick up my breaks and hope to catch a few strikes. That falls into place, then it's a good finish.
Yeah, and that's Walt Brooks, and we got to appreciate, you guys coming up every year and supporting this tournament. It's a great event, and you guys are a main reason why it is a great event. We really appreciate your guys' support.
Well, it's a joy to come up here. Unlike some tournaments, to make you feel wanted and respectful of you being here.
Thank you very much, Walt.
Great talking to Walt there. As Walt said, he said this is only the first times he's broken 900, the first 6. He's more of a Sunday. Knowing that has to give him some confidence going into tomorrow. Knowing the way that he's normally a big finisher here, but he's set the pace pretty well the first 6 too.
Yeah, he's not a bad place to put your money. It just occurred to me we've got John Zekas in front of us. It didn't just occur to me that John Zekas is in front of me. What occurred to me is that John Zekas set a state record in this bowling alley last year, or the year before rather. He broke a record for 5 games held previously by Jeff Ferrand. I believe he shot something like 913 for 5 games. Everybody sure? Yeah. The executive producer here is asking me if I'm sure.
That sounds right.
That sounds about right to me. Leave a little bit of room for error, give or take a couple of pins. I know it was north of 900, and he did wrestle the record away from Jeff Ferrand, who was the previous holder of it. But I mean, just worth pointing out here because we got a 6-game stretch, a guy who's in position, and more than capable of putting together some big scores in this house.
Right. He's had the past history run, and like I say, it was a 5-game event, and that day he just had it zoned in, and he was just banging them away. A lot of strikes that day. I remember that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that could happen, in this shift. So, like I said, you got the Sears, is right there. Shaw, Zekas, obviously. He's the type of guy like when he's going, he's throwing strikes, but he's making his breaks too. He's not a one-trick pony. Both things are working.
Yeah, you gotta make your breaks. So, oh yeah.
Got on camera here. Got Kyle about to shoot this 5-pin. It's a really good ball for the 5-pin.
I think we saw him shoot the 5-pin about 35 times in the first 6 games.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. He didn't do that the first 6 games.
Well, maybe I'm the problem. I'm in the booth, so maybe that's it, because I didn't see any of the first set. Well, I saw it from afar. I was wearing my other hat.
Yeah, that's
a 9?
That was a 9. I think
Sherman will get it.
Sherman's got it. I noticed in his backswing there a little bit of lateral movement when he comes up. When he comes up to the top, it doesn't quite look like it's coming straight back the way that he wants it. We'll see if he corrects that
I have a feeling
quickly.
he will.
I noticed a little hesitance. I tell him not to be a wuss. I really get it.
I'm not telling him anything.
Good advice.
No,
Good advice for any bowler.
Yeah, don't be a wuss. He'll be fine.
All right, we got John Zekas, who's going to take his shot at the 5-pin, lane 14. Oh, Oh man, we've got a
5 pins have the force field on.
I think it's contagious here. Of these guys to miss the 5 pin. We'll see here. John gets himself the 10, and now's a great time to break off for another interview. We have Pat Rufo standing by with the two brightest, most vibrant people in the bowling alley, John D'Antonis and his son Cole.
Yeah, I got John D'Antonis here and his son Colby, and they are, in fact, wearing the bright stuff. My daughter's a distance runner, so I'm used to seeing these colors all the time. Now, Johnny, you were my pick today. I think I had you on my list. You came out of the gate strong, finished 865. You're still in the ballpark. How do you feel?
Struggled in the middle 3 or 4 games. First ball wasn't as great as I'd like it to be. Missed a couple singles, but grind. You know, over the course of 12 games, you're just going to go through stretches. You try and limit the stretch of bad frames, and you go from there. Hopefully tomorrow you wake up, a couple square ones, makes it easier.
Now, last week we had Jesse Deach come up from South, and first appearance, 6 games, 849. Bounces back with a 978, puts himself in the lead in the clubhouse. That's kind of what you got to look at. Do you think you have? And I remember last year, you came back. You might have been 840, 850.
But 880, and then come out Sunday 160, and then I think I caught a 5-bagger for a 200 game, and that just propels you right into the lead and makes you a player. Just however it goes, you just never know.
Now, Colby, you made the trek up here to the Northland. You do some bowling yourself, right?
Yes.
Where do you bowl?
Southwest.
And if you had to describe what the hardest thing about bowling is, have you ever bowled any? Well, first of all, have you ever bowled 10 pins?
Yes.
And so give me the difference between 10 pins.
Well, 10 pins is easier to throw a strike, and duck pins is harder to throw a strike.
Well, that's a number one right there. Now, has your dad given you any good advice about how to manage now duck pins? You can throw a really good ball in duck pins and get something that's not really pretty, right? And get an ugly break. Has your dad given you any advice on that?
Yes, sometimes.
What's the best strategy?
Hold your wood.
Hold your wood. Right out of the mouths of babes right there, Billy. Right out of the mouths of babes. We got John D. and his son Colby, and we are going to look forward to you guys coming back tomorrow. And we're going to be cheering. I'm going to be cheering for you because you're my pick, man.
Hopefully I can help you out and get you a nice play and get a nice score tomorrow and see if I can become a factor. A lot of tough scores out there. A lot of good bowling today. Mark Parker was great. Walt had a great day, too. Ronnie Pelletier, always a factor. And they can't count out Greg Schriefer. You know, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well, thanks, Johnny, very much. Appreciate it.
What a treat that was, father and son interviewing together. And, Billy, I couldn't help but notice you did the fist pump when Colby did said hold your wood to be, the most important.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Hold your wood.
I don't know.
Third ball is the most important ball. Nobody listens.
Yeah, maybe we should explain that in case there's some people out there who aren't familiar with the phrase and what it means in a game. But all it really means is make use of your third ball to cover as many of the standing pins there, and maximize your total frame score. And the word wood really represents a pin laying down on the lane or standing. Rather, not a remaining pin standing on the lane on the third ball. Man, I might have just confused everybody more.
Yeah, I don't think that helped.
Jeez.
We knew what you meant, though.
Thanks.
They just told me Colby, we were talking to him, he's been setting records, the Preps Division, Band Division. He actually just turned 12, carrying 125, so.
And the kid's following right in his father's footsteps, right?
If you're taking advice or, listening, heeding anything from the youth bowlers, Colby's a good person to listen to. So
yeah, absolutely.
He's got a bright future ahead of him, just like his shirt.
I had a conversation with John briefly in the middle of his last game there. He was doing okay. It was actually the exact opposite of the conversation I think you had with Joey Sears, Billy, where Joey is saying he needed to back off to start getting the breaks. John mentioned an issue with his hand that you had brought up a little bit earlier, and he said he was really looking to put something more on the ball. He couldn't get it from his hand, so he was looking to get it from his leg, speeding up his approach a little bit, and that really was throwing his game off.
Yeah.
Whatever adjustment he made in that last game, he put it together and really put a big game up there to kind of pull him into the conversation. He's on the margins, I would say, but if there's a bowler out there who can shoot 1,000 tomorrow, or a couple of them, it's John D'Antonis is one of them.
List.
So
he knows what he has to do, and that comes from experience and talent and ability. And, he knows he didn't have his best stuff today. He knows he was, whether it was missing breaks or fighting the hand thing or trying to adjust, get more out of his legs. But I think that is maybe one of the advantages. Coming out, bowling 6, and then coming back for 6 more. When he comes back, he knows what he has to do. Now he'll have, the rest. Maybe now in his case, maybe he needs the rest. Your legs are different. Whereas other guys made their arm tightens up, so instead they bowl the all day. The shift we're covering right now. Maybe him, needing to get that extra push from his legs, his thighs, whatever. Maybe a good night's rest could do him good. He'll come back tomorrow rejuvenated. And when he's doing that, he's carrying pins, he's throwing strikes. That's when you get to the big scores that he's going to need tomorrow.
yeah, he will certainly be on the list of people we are watching carefully tomorrow. So, with that, maybe we can wrap on the 5th shift for now and turn our attention to the bowlers who are concluding their 12 games from the 4th shift. We are about halfway through game 1 for just about everybody. Some of the bowlers we're watching closely are Kyle Shaw, who looks like he's got 83 in the 6th.
Yep.
We've got John T. Zeke, got 57. He's worked 57 with a spare in the 5th. And where is Joey?
Joey's right here. Joey opened with 3 open frames in the 3rd, but he's on spare strikes, so he figured out whatever was bothering him.
Yeah, 73 in the 6th, working on a strike, as you said. And then Keith is trying to track down Keith here.
I'm not familiar with Keith. You're going to have to find it for me.
I'm just looking by names up on the telescores, and I'm having a hard time with some shadows. But and he's starting slow. 53 in the 5th, 1 mark in the 1st frame. Hopefully he will be able to turn it on here in the second half of the 1st game.
Zekas.
But it's our executive producer here just pointed out that there is some talent in front of the camera here. Joey Sears.
Got Zekas there.
We've also got John Zekas in the camera.
Hammer for the 9-pin, picking up the spare. So there's another one. See what Joey can do with this strike.
Hey, we got 2 schools of thoughts here that I'm watching carefully to see which one's going to win. You got Joey, who said he's backing off.
Yep.
And D'Antonis, who said he's trying to add some more. And Joey just made a pretty good case for his theory, for his hypothesis.
That's the best ball I've seen since Reagan. That was certainly from Joey.
Yeah.
That was a good ball. So again, Joey came out like he had those adjustments. Maybe he overthought a little bit. But the good bowlers, what do they do? Spare. He knows what he's doing now. I actually had a ball switch. There's composition of the balls, that Joey throws. I know he has a lot in his bag, but he was throwing one. I noticed he switched his first ball. Seems to be mixing well these last couple frames. That one, there was no mix. It was 10 off the deck, so it's working right now.
Yeah.
Kyle stepping up here, just out of the picture. Kyle's got 83 in the 6th, we said. Yep. Slams one in
see
there.
him throw the ball to the left of your frame there. He puts one right in the joint. We'll have to ring in 4-pin. So
what for you? I mean, I see Kyle at tournaments, whatever. You see him a little bit more often than me. What's the most impressive part about Kyle's game for you?
oh man, what to pick? I think for me, one of the things I really realized is essential for Kyle is that slide and that bend in his knee and how consistent that is every time.
Okay.
He is always well balanced and in a great position to deliver the ball. The one big thing I see varying is the thing that I pointed out earlier is where his backswing comes up and the trajectory that he sets himself down on his downswing.
Okay.
If he brings the thing sort of behind his back a little bit too much, he's probably going to miss to the right. If he leaves his arm out to the right side, he's probably going to miss to the left. But everything else, I mean, it's just very. I mean, that's probably the word that I would summarize his game with. It's just consistency.
It's interesting because we talked about simplicity and simple, cutting down on motion and wasted motion. But Kyle, he takes some long strides.
Yeah.
The follow through's long. The way he retracts his arm is long, but he never really gets out of sync, it seems like.
Yeah.
And when he does, he remedies it within the next frame.
Right. Reminds me, I'm reminded a little bit of Don Dove's approach. And that,
I can see that, yeah.
Big long strides, nice big slide to the line.
But it doesn't look jerky. It doesn't look forced.
You're right. Absolutely. It's something I don't remember who I was talking about earlier, but it's about managing your body's energy, putting too much, not having too much pace or too much swing or too much in your downswing. He is just like a perfect smooth tempo just about every time.
All right, we're going to take a little break here, have a little commercial, and we'll come back to the action and see what these big hitters are doing. So we'll see you in a few seconds.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's route across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon. Lucky Strike.
Hello? Duckpin TV hotline. Yes? Uh-huh. Yep. Right at your mouth.
We're right here. Just talk to me. You gotta keep the phone line open.
Jesus. We probably missed 10 calls.
All right, so welcome back, folks. We're going to take another quick break, but this time we're going to share with you another segment of Rules of the Game.
This is my favorite. I love these.
I hate
This is Rules of the Game, brought to you by Lucky Strike Lanes in Mansfield, Connecticut. I'm Brian Ewing. The National Duckpin Bowling Congress is in charge of publishing the official rules of duckpin bowling. In this edition, We're taking 115.
Bowlers shall show courtesy to bowlers on adjacent lanes, but shall not wait for bowlers who are 2 or more lanes away. Any bowler who waits for bowlers 2 or more lanes away shall be deemed to have committed a deliberate foul and shall receive a 0 for that frame. Examples.
So now when one of these situations arises in your league or tournament, you will know the rules of the game.
We are back, and Joey Sears, as we talked about before, last time we checked, he threw that double. That double has catapulted into a 4-bagger. So
Yeah.
we're sitting here, looks like he's got 123 in the 7th through 7. Yeah, working on the double in the 8th and 9th now.
Yeah, if John D'Antonis is nearby and listening, I don't know. I think Joey's onto something here with slowing the ball down.
Yeah.
Well, he talked about it earlier about making adjustments and bowling on wood lanes, and we just heard about the same thing, how the ball moves differently, and once you make the adjustment, you get a good result, and you get real happy about it, and it's maybe harder for guys that bowl on synthetic lanes to make that adjustment.
We want to keep it interesting here in these last few hours of the night, so another question we're going to pose to our viewers out there, those following us on Facebook, on Twitter. The Duckpin crew. We're sitting here. We got our executive producer, Brian Ewing, myself, Billy Koontz, Eric Leteska, Pat Rufo, Jim Kaufman. A lot of you, Tom Dom, Steve Cork included. A lot of you all out there listening are friends of ours, acquaintances, familiar with us. If this is the question. If any of the members of the Duckpin TV staff were going to set a world record in something other than bowling, what would that record be?
And keep it clean for my people.
Keep it clean. And what would the number be? And what would the record be in? Tweet at us, at Duckpin TV, Facebook.com/Duckpin TV. Shoot us text, however you want to get a hold of us. We're accepting any and all entries.
Still accepting suggestions for nicknames as well.
Yes.
And we've got Joey Sears getting ready to fill a 4-bagger, or 2 out of the 4 strikes on the 4-bagger.
In the meantime, we had Kyle Shaw on the mark. It looks like Kyle's rattled off about 6 marks in a row. Sitting there. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong person. Kyle has 112 in the 8th. Excuse me. Just made a spare, though. So he's got the 9-13, 112 in the 8th, spare in the 9th. I believe that's Mike Steinert.
Yeah, that's Steinert there with 133 working in the 8th. He's collected.
Like 823 the first shift, looks
like.
like.
Yeah.
You need a game like this. Way to get out of the way early.
Guys, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty terrified with what we're going to hear, what people are going to think these world records are going to be.
Maybe one of the best ideas we've ever had, or worst ideas. We're going to find out
one
here
or the
within
other.
next hour.
Isn't that the same thing?
You live and die by these ideas.
Yeah. Steinert up here.
The something we wanted to talk about was it's 7 o'clock. We're in game 1. What was the start time of this shift?
The scheduled start time, it was...
I think it was 4:30, gentlemen.
Whoa.
What do you think's going
Mike
on
Steiner,
there?
you guys saw Mike Steiner just slid in, had to stop. 10-pin fell. Pretty impressive ball control there.
Yeah, you'll see that. If you caught it, it was in the top left of your screen there, but that's what Billy was reacting to. Really impressive, display of agility from Mike Steiner.
They don't
over
consider
there.
those Duckpin bowlers agile, but when you see stuff like that,
yeah,
we are athletes, people.
I chuckle as you make that comment, but I think there's something to be said for the fact that a lot of the bowlers who are really competitive, you look at them, they're athletes either in the past or currently. you don't. There are athletic components to the sport. I bet you if you talk to somebody who's in sports medicine, they'd be able to tell you a lot of stuff about the way that we use our body to play this game, and you know, balance, agility, strength, and all those things come into play. And you know, it's obvious if you understand the physics of the game.
Got the right side of the screen there. Joey pitched out on his four-bagger, got 6, threw a decent second ball, didn't carry the back pin. Can hold this 10 for 178, which will put him at 1051. So 873 comes
1051, right back on that 150 pace there.
Yep. Kyle Shaw here coming into the screen, throws a monster pitch in the 1-2, breaks 9, leaves a 6-pin. See what he can do. Catches the outside of that pin. Now he's got 141 with a ball to count.
So this schedule, you know, we're getting to this in our conversation is fragmented about this topic, but you know, we're running pretty late here. The tournament's running late. I wouldn't say it's anybody's fault necessarily, but there are times where we don't observe the rules about lane courtesy the way that maybe we should. You know, the game is a lot slower than it used to be. I think a lot of bowlers would say. All right, and it's probably because we're a little bit too respectful of each other when we're on the lanes, and it really slows a lot of things down. It's not always necessarily as bad as it happens to be today, but we are running quite a bit behind schedule. And unfortunately, our broadcast is going to conclude before these bowlers are done. But rest assured, we will do everything we can to continue tweeting and interacting on Facebook to deliver the results real time, and we will give as much of a recap tomorrow morning when our broadcast resumes at 10 a.m. To let you know how things concluded.
While we're at it, you know, recap some of these scores. As I said, Joey had the 178. John Zekas was struggling in that game, 102 in the 8th. Just threw a strike in the 10th on the back of another one in the 9th. Sits with the double. Big time finish for him. Kyle Shaw, you saw him make that single in the 10th. He cut 5 off the headband to 146. Which, so we have 10:59 now for Kyle. So again, lost a couple, but it's not a bad game.
Yep. It's John Zekas. I saw the one he threw in the 9th frame. It was an absolute hammer. He just blew 10 pins off
that
the plate.
As well.
Yeah. Maybe there's a little bit of room.
You know, Eric was just talking about the athleticism or the necessary skills you need for duckpin bowling, and whether it's a sport or if you have to be athletic. You know, there's some news the other day from the cricket world.
Yeah, it's
and
Cricket World Cup right now.
Cricket World Cup, and there was this is astounding to me. The team from South Africa defeated the team from West Indies by a score of 408 to 151. Now,
is that a blowout?
That's the largest margin of victory in cricket history in any aspect. Never mind a World Cup victory. So, you know, you look at a game like soccer where they score maybe a goal or two.
Yeah.
This is 408 to 151. I mean, that's a blowout.
Oh, wait, I need a time. Are you hating on soccer?
Oh no. I was on the front page of a newspaper watching the finals of the World Cup soccer.
Now we're talking. Thank you.
I enjoyed, and I went to every match. And
good man. Good man.
Would I
That's
pay?
pretty crazy though.
Would I pay to go to a soccer match? Now, maybe.
There you go.
All right, but cricket, good grief. I mean,
Cricket's
first of
getting
all, the people that play the game don't even know how to keep score.
I have no
That's
idea how it works.
really cool.
Yeah. I see
'Cause,
some
I mean,
impressive things.
You could say that about the bowling as well. I mean, sometimes you never know. You look up and you go, "Hey, what happened there?" But
Hey,
Yeah.
how do we get 408.5?
Wow.
And what is that number in parentheses? How do they keep scoring
Yeah,
cricket?
I really don't know. I know they set a record for the most runs scored ever without making an out or whatever it is they call it. But yeah, the largest margin of victory in cricket history happened just 2 days ago at the World Cup.
Well, they beat
in Sydney. They beat the West Indies team. Yeah.
Okay. So they beat the country with a population of 320.
Five.
Good for them.
Yeah. I think 325.
All right, we got another rules of the game coming up here. They're finishing up the first game, so we got a little downtime. Let's run one more of those.
This is Rules of the Game, brought to you by in Mansfield, Connecticut. I'm Brian Ewing. The National Duckpin Bowling Congress is in charge of publishing the official rules of duckpin bowling. Today, we take a look at Rule 607. A foul is committed when any part of the bowler's person or clothing encroaches upon or goes beyond the foul and touches any part of any lane, equipment, or part of the building which is beyond the foul line, during or after the act of delivery. If in the act of delivering the ball, any object falls from the bowler's clothing or person and breaks the light beam, so as foul, a foul shall be called and so recorded. If the object falls onto the lane beyond the foul line, and the light beam is not broken, no foul shall be called. Now, let's take a look at a couple of scenarios. So now when one of these situations arises in your league or tournament, you will know the rules of the game.
And we're back. Hope you learned a lot from that rules of the game segment. Everybody's shifting down. We're going to see what we got going on here. We're still going to have Kyle Shaw, Mike Steinert, Joey Sears, John Zekas in the picture here. Again, this shift, like I said, we're moving down. Some people are making the turn down. We've got two groups down to 1 through 4 now. And the rest up here on the high end of the house, so nobody in the middle, but we're going to keep you interactive. Got Jim Kaufman in the booth with us here now. How you doing, Jim? Hanging in.
I'm surprised both of our foreheads fit in the
Pretty
booth here.
amazing. It's a good thing Eric Pellis not.
Yeah, we cannot have Jim and Billy and Eric. That would be a problem.
Dave Wander tweeted earlier today that he was happy to see the BGH represented.
Oh, the big giant head work
Yeah.
crew. Good to see. Miss you, Dave. All right, so let's see what's going on here. So these guys are moving down. I'll ask you guys, Pat, Jim, you guys bowl here a lot more than me. Do you guys have a preference? Because bowlers are superstitious like any other profession, competition. Do you have a preferred side of the house?
Yeah, I'll say yes. But it's with a. We
Asterisk.
haven't bowled on 1 through 8
Okay.
in like 3 in our league. The only time I actually get to bowl on those lanes now is or here at the Eastern.
Right.
So I can tell you right now, it's in my head. It's totally, absolutely all me. But when I walk in the place and I see I'm on 9 and 10, it's like the start of a bad night.
Yeah.
But
devil tear than a
it's
devil
like
side.
it's like I don't. The moment I throw a bad ball on that set or I get a bad break, it's just instantly in my head.
Right.
But as you move down from 11 through 20, we predominantly bowl on 9 through 20. The further down I go, they're pretty. I mean, from 11 down to 20, they're fair.
Okay.
I mean, there's no. I mean, people into here, and the numbers prove it out. The best games ever thrown here, the best sets ever thrown here, happened on 1 and 2. But I've had nights on 1 and 2 where, you throw a ball, you think it's good, and you get 7, 8,
Yeah.
8, 10. So I think this place is about as consistently fair and gives you what you deserve more often than many houses I've bowled in.
Okay.
I struggle here in general. It doesn't really matter what pair I'm on.
Now, Jim, you bowl a lot out down at in Newington T-Bowl, right?
Right.
Would you compare? I mean, if you had to compare the two houses, what would you say?
Notice when I'm here, I seem to slip a little bit more in my approach. The approaches seem to be a little bit more slick here than, and that hurts me personally. Especially I bowling. You get used to bowling a certain way when you bowl in the same house week after week after week. And I don't bowl as many tournaments as I used to, so switching conditions is tough for me. So I did come here and bowl a tournament earlier this year, and I struggled because it seemed like I was just slipping the approach. So.
Right. I definitely experienced. I heard a lot of people say that about T-Bowl. They think some people call it tacky. I don't mind it there, but people, this was a little bit slippery. I prefer, slipperier conditions. To the point where I'd rather have to adjust to sliding too much than not sliding at all. But some people prefer it one way. Some people prefer Matheson, great ball. Came in third a couple years ago. Was on my lanes last night. He really couldn't gain his footing for 2 games. He had to switch his heel, and he grew up bowling at AMF College Park, and he has this thing called the College Park slide, where he can almost slide and then plant his foot and really drive.
Yep.
But he couldn't do that. He kept sliding through, so he didn't really find his footing. No pun intended.
Yep.
Until he switched his heels and could get something going that way.
Well, I know. I bowl here and I bowl at Holiday in Manchester, and I bowl quite a few tournaments in Rhode Island, and this place I'm accustomed to this slide.
Right.
And I rush the line pretty good. I throw the ball pretty hard. Doesn't bother me, but when I get into a house that's a little tacky, that does.
Yeah.
And I've launched myself a couple times, and that's not fun either. So I'm not sure which way I want to lean. I guess I'd rather adjust to the slipperiness than the tackiness, but that's just me.
I distinctly remember landing in a gutter at time. That was not one of my finer moments.
Well, you get going to that line, and you don't expect that to stop, and so
grab.
You got a guy like Kyle Shaw. He doesn't care what there could be mud out there. He doesn't know. At the same steady approach every time he throws the ball. So.
All right, guys, we're actually getting the cameras adjusted right now, so once we get that figured out, back for you right now. We're down on 1 through 4. Kyle Shaw in front of us will keep you updated. He opened the first frame with a 9 box. Same one's in there for a strike there, so.
That's something that didn't happen earlier today. He didn't have a lot.
There weren't a lot.
I don't think he had many more strikes the whole day.
No, I believe that.
Yeah, I think when I asked him after, I don't remember. I think he said he didn't even have a double.
Oh no, he definitely didn't have a double.
If I could throw 9-13 without a double, that'd be beautiful. I would feel fantastic. Steiner's here, as we said. So, Steiner came at 823, so not what he wanted. 163 to start here. He knows he has to do that 5 more times, but now he knows it can be done. So let's see what see if he can keep it going.
Type of bowler, if he gets going,
That's
he
all
can
momentum.
very easily put up a big 900 for 6.
Yeah. And as he does it, you do it once, he gets confidence. He does it twice, he starts thinking big. And when you have a bowler, that's capable of that, that's dangerous.
Yeah. And he's done it many times too, so it's like you said.
All right, got the camera working now over this lane. Got Anthony Howe, formerly of Baltimore, now from North Carolina, up there bowling. He's on the lanes with Steiner. Next to them, Sears and John Zekas and Dan. Shooting the 1-7-10 is Anthony. Ooh, just slides by it. Anthony, I can tell former 10-pin bowler, has that big hook on it. Definitely a ball that if he finds a line can work here. Because we talked about throwing the ball not too hard, moving the pins around, keeping them on the deck. So Steiner looks like he's counting on a spare here from the first frame. good ball there. Leaves a 5-pin.
Little light ball trailing away from the 1-2, but I'm sure he's happy with shooting a 5-pin for a spare.
See if he can grab this one. Ooh.
Piece of cake right in the ear.
Clips it. Just got to knock him over.
That's all that counts.
See what else we can. You got to see Dan Richmond shooting a 5-pinner here. Dan struggled a little bit. He started the last game hot, had a double, pitched out on the double. Didn't mark much at the end there, so he's really got to get it going here, give himself some confidence. See Kyle stepping up, come off that strike. As we said, he didn't have a double. Maybe he'll get one now. Jinxed him, and he left the 5-6 on a decent ball.
Yeah, a little bit lighter than Mike Steiner. Couldn't carry the 6 along with the 5, so.
Let's see what he can do here. Tries to kick it, gets one. Gets 10.
You guys were talking about among the Duckpin TV crew what types of records other than bowling, what accomplishments that you could see all of us possibly doing. Dan Richmond, outside of bowling, very good, very skilled poker player.
Oh, yes. He was basically doing that for a living for a while, wasn't he?
For a while. Yeah, I was talking to him earlier today. He's going to be going out towards the end of May, early June for the World Series of Poker out in Vegas.
Really?
Going to play a couple of tournaments, he said, out there. Dan, as far as poker, you think poker nowadays, everyone's no limit hold'em, but Dan, not only along with that, likes to play all the other
Omaha stud
games.
Okay.
Raz, 7-card stud, Omaha. So those are the tournaments he'll be looking to play out in Vegas this summer.
Oh, yeah, wait. Really missing Steve Dreyer this weekend. You know, Steve's one of our, better duckpin bowlers here, especially in the. But former winner, and Steve, I don't know if a lot of you probably saw it, had maybe one of the worst answers in the history of Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, I think on AOL or Huffington Post it was rated as the worst.
That's impressive. So,
the
thanks
worst.
for representing the duckpin community well, Steve.
And just to let you know, what did he do? The puzzle on Wheel of Fortune, it was all but a couple letters left. And actually, it might have been all the way spelled out.
There was like three blanks left.
Yeah, and the puzzle was Surf City, Here We Come. And he blurted out, Surf Clay, There We Go.
Close. I mean, it's kind of close.
Yeah.
The letters almost fit, sort of.
Yeah.
Almost. But no cigar.
Hey, but in Steve's,
An embarrassment.
In Steve's offense, though, he still won over $7,000 on that episode. So
yeah, I don't feel bad for him.
He didn't walk away empty-handed.
Yeah. See what Steiner can do here. Working on 2 spares. Pitches out, gets away with it, leaves a 1-2-4. Take that off that ball every time.
Yeah, sometimes that's the difference in a tournament. When you're not hitting the head pin, you go off the side. The difference between going off the side for 7, and going off the side for 2.
Yeah. That's generally when I know if it's my day or not.
True.
It has nothing to do when I throw the good ball. It's when I throw the bad ones. He picks it up, and it's another one. Apparently he was on a strike from the first frame, so it looks like he's got 47 working now plus in the 3rd frame, so good start for Mike. Good ball there from Anthony. Leaves the 9-10. He put a little bit more on that one. Kick either one.
I think one of the pitfalls of spinning the ball a lot is you tend to leave, I think, more splits than normal. I think. Instead of driving through the ball, if you're spinning the ball.
Oh, yeah.
Either way, it's still unlucky, though. You throw a good ball, and You got to look at the 9-10.
No, thank you. I just want to let everybody know that our coverage tomorrow, we finishing up with the shift that bowled Friday night. The conclusion will be tomorrow morning. Coverage actually begins at 10 a.m., not 9 a.m. So tune in at 10 a.m. tomorrow. By the end of that shift, and then the conclusion of the heavy-hitting shift 5, and the end of the tournament wrap up. See who can get their name up there in the lights. Now, let's see. We had Sears. Joey, after the last game, started 3 opens in a row, was able to rebound, spare 4-bagger, got to 178. Starts 3 opens this game, throws a strike, so just needs a mulligan for those first 3. He's got to get it going. Can't start, but he's finishing well. See if he can keep up that trend.
Oh.
Ah.
Rip.
Quite mixing. Looks like the 2-3-7-10. It's always.
Well, at least he's got some count towards his strike load, but
yeah. Here in the foreground, we got Kyle, Mr. Shaw stepping up, 38 in the third. Looks pretty good. Ringing 5-pin yet again. See if Kyle can pick up the spare. He's shot the 5-pin more than I've seen any person shoot any other single combined. Clips it again,
Makes
like
it
clockwork. We're going to cut to a little break here, and we'll be back. The 85th Barber Eastern Classic.
Oh my God, Brian. I got it. Is it the dream again about Diffie? I gotta see a specialist.
Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at LuckyStrikeLanesCT.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon.
And back here at the Eastern Classic. All right, I wanted to mention yet again, we've had wonderful people donating to us ever since Duckpin TV started up. We are still taking donations, trying to get everything done around here. So if you're in the center and you want to make donations, we're taking them at the counter. If you want to donate online or anything, you can go to our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/TV. And go on there. Any and all donations are accepted and appreciated. That's how we get this equipment, the batteries.
Well, that's how we all get paid, right? I mean,
paid?
So I'm negotiating from a point of weakness. I mean, when you start at 0, it's
fair enough.
I think I got a couple donuts.
Oh, I got donuts too. You're right.
Yeah,
And coffee.
so I mean,
I'm not supposed to have coffee though.
I'm
so
good.
I probably shouldn't have done that.
Get 2 donuts.
You had 2?
A couple chicken wings would be all right.
I've been trying to get Burger King all day.
Yeah.
That was my nickname when I haven't had.
I'm gonna negotiate next year. I'm gonna try to get some, actual food during the broadcast.
Yeah, but in all honesty, we've had a lot of great philanthropy and people helping us out thus far. So like I said, any and all, it's accepted and appreciated. So Duckpin TV, help us out.
And I am just kidding. I would never want to get paid to do this.
Oh,
I would.
I would want to get paid in food.
Why wouldn't you want to get paid to talk about bowling?
I would.
Oh no, because I enjoy it so much. Oh, Kyle Shaw just made the softest 1-pinner in the history of bowling.
9-pin.
Don't hurt him.
He was just practicing when he leaves the 9-10.
Just practicing for the 9-10. Joey Sears has a NASCAR hat, baseball cap on. I think it's a NASCAR. I don't know what it is. Either way, it's got a number on the side. I have a very difficult time bowling with a hat on. I don't know what you guys.
I can't.
I can't at all.
You and I have trouble finding hats that fit. Right? So.
Word. HAT.
We'll see what happens here. As you see, Joey threw a good ball there, busted a 2-pinner. He ended up, when he ripped the middle on that chasing and grabbing 2, so he only has 52 in the fifth. Got to get it going again here. Goes by that 2-pinner.
Whenever you see a bowler like go down almost to the ground after a shot,
it's begging.
Not
That's
good.
what it is. You're pleading with that ball to get. Oh my! How could that be on the sweep? Joey's been going to the gym.
One thing I can't stop thinking about, this is a shift that bowled, and they had to come back after 5 or 6 hours and bowl another 6 games in the same day. I was watching him warm up, and I was hurting just watching him bowl, just watching him throw practice balls. I couldn't imagine throwing 12 games in a day right now.
I would do it if it was consecutive. Only if
I
it
could
was.
not know. There's no way I could do 12 in a row. Are you kidding me?
I could.
I think it's a big
Not with
difference
a
between doing it in a row.
Not with a break.
Then with a.
I'm not saying I'd want to do it.
But if you had to choose
but
one over the other.
if I had the choice between 12 in a row or 6 off 6, I would take 12 in a row.
After 5 at Pro Tour, after 5 or 6, I'm asking for oxygen and a candy bar.
What order?
Both.
Both.
Same time.
No, these guys, you know what? Kyle Shaw, the break didn't affect Kyle Shaw.
No. Break hasn't either.
Well, how old's Kyle? 25 maybe?
No,
Not even?
No, he's 21.
So
he's still in college.
Young buck.
Can he drink?
He doesn't.
Oh.
He might be able to. I mean, he's in college. Obviously,
That's
the
true.
opportunity's there, but I don't believe he's a very solid distance.
Okay.
And
Not
no, it's
that.
not.
I'll tell you that.
My daughter's a distance runner, and that's not part of the diet.
I was a distance runner last night when I had to run from the car to the hotel room.
Nice and warm out, huh?
It wasn't the room. Or it wasn't that.
Wasn't the cold?
We were staying in some seedy joint that looks like the hills have eyes. So.
Red carpet hotel.
Yeah,
the red
not,
carpet
not
inn.
the red roof, the red carpet.
The red carpet.
That is frightening. Back to the bowlers, though. Steiner just picked up another spare there. It looks like confirm this. That's 73? 75?
83 plus in the fifth.
Okay, 83 plus in the fifth. So started after that 163 the last. So again, he hadn't cooled off. Kyle now sitting with 67 plus in the fifth, so he's getting it going. See another missed single pin over there, this time John Zekas. So he has 3 marks this game, but hasn't been able to put 2 in a row. He's going to have 80 through 6 frames, so not terrible. Not where he really wants to be, though, at this point.
Just an early observation on Kyle Shaw right now. The first game and a half for him, his first ball's been much more aggressive. And I wouldn't be surprised if we come back tomorrow morning talking about him as perhaps the tournament leader.
In order to do that, he'll need
It's like a
920.
No, he's a 9:15 right now.
What? Right.
All right, we're going to get back into our top 25 bowlers right now from 2014, as determined by the cast and crew of Duckpin TV.
Subjective as it gets.
Oh, absolutely, totally. And again, get on Facebook, get on Twitter, let us know what you think, what you like, what you don't like. And
Yeah.
we'll have some friendly discussion.
Vote for your favorite player, as they say.
Mr. Good friend of mine, actually ranked number 13 by the NDBC in the
There
country.
you go. Bowled last night, right?
Yep. Number 17 in the DPBA points. Came in 5th at Town Hall, 7th at Pinland, and I've bowled with Billy for a couple years now, and he's really got he's really good in youth leagues. He had a couple down years. Now he's back at it.
What's your name of your team? Billy, and some other guy?
Team Billy, 4 Billies, and Russ. But Russ Welton, man, we always end up as Team Welton somehow. I think people are scared of him because he's so big, But Billy, he's really been throwing the ball well. He's, averaging upwards of close to 150 out of White Oak Lanes.
Nice.
He's been bowling well in tournaments, back here on tour, bowling opens as well. So it's good to see Billy back at his best. Coming at 15, one of our Canadian brethren,
Hey.
Mike Herbert.
Hey.
Mike's a great 5-pin bowler. Comes down here. You know, he's been.
Didn't he win a couple? Didn't he win a couple stops?
He's coming second.
He's coming second a couple
bit.
times.
Nice.
Yeah. Hasn't really broken the ice yet, but he's been there a lot, and he is always a factor in every tournament I've seen. Looks like he was 11th in the DPBA points.
Nice.
Came in 9th at Meadowbrook, 2nd at Johnson's.
So he's been. That's why I see his name all the time. He's always
every
there.
year. Good to see that guy's coming down, and you know, Mike has an interesting style. He comes in from the right, you know, because hard gets it out there, but it works. It works at every house. Something about it. So good to see Mike up there. Number 14, Kevin Burke, winner of the $10,000 stop this past year, coming first at Southside, 8th at Pinland. Kevin is amazing to me because Kevin's not big in stature, throws a big ball. I mean, it's all power. It's a low line drive, and I'm always, you know, in admiration of how well he throws the ball and how consistent. And Kevin, you know, when he's throwing strikes, he's totally dangerous because he doesn't miss many breaks as well. So, and I think a lot of people saw that at Southside. You saw what he's capable of. That was his second star. I believe he won one at East Point maybe 8 or 10 years ago. So, to see him.
Yeah, and right now, as you were talking through that, Mike Steiner threw a cannon shot.
Another strike, 6 in a row to
big,
start this game.
Big time.
6 marks. I'm sorry, 6 marks in a row.
Yeah, he that was the best of the bunch right there.
93 in the 5th, striking the 6th now. Looks like Kyle opened, so Kyle's sitting at 82 through 6 frames.
And yet, for him, that he's 22 plus.
That's fine.
He's not going to throw doubles, but he's probably going to mark 3 out of the last 4 boxes.
And if he does throw doubles, that's when everybody
then
else is really in
you
trouble.
got to start watching.
Over here, we got Dan Richmond sitting there with 91 in the 7th. Joey Sears is struggling this game. As we said, started with 3 opens again. Last game, he did the same. Started a spare double to come back. This game, not so fortunate. Comes with a strike in the 4th, 3 more opens, so only 71 in the 7th. And it looks like John Zegas has, is that 88 through 7 frames?
You got it. 88 through 7.
88 through 7. So both of those guys are going to be looking for a big finish here. Get back in it. All right, we're going to throw this over to our executive producer, Brian Ewing, for a second. He's going to have a little interview, and we'll see who Brian's talking to. Brian?
Finally let me out of the booth for a couple of minutes. I'm down on lane 4, and we have Charles Craw in front of us here. He has 167 plus in the 9th frame, so he's working on a really good game. One of the reasons I wanted to bring your attention to him is that he's part of a pretty historic moment in the Eastern Classic. Charles Craw has actually re-entered. He's bowling for a second time. He bowled last weekend, and he had 1481. He's having a good now, and he'll be around 1050, pushing 1100 at the end of this game. And I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. I'll have to give this one to Pat. But, he might beat his mark from last week. Back to you.
That is interesting and also pretty impressive. Good having a game like that. We'll see. Come back down here to our 2 feature pairs. Joey Sears, another open frame, only 80 in the 8th now for Joey. Mike Steiner goes up. Blasted again. Ringer comes across, swings and misses on the 5-pin, but I think he'll still be all right with that. Steiner's been so on zone like that. Keep leaving the 5-pin, you'll be quite content. Makes it like it's nothing.
Especially when you make it, right? Yeah. So 62 to start, and on pace for even better than that. We were looking at something. Maybe he's making a move right now. Who knows?
At a big back in the
but yeah, just getting back in the game.
Yep.
His name is Charles Craw over on lane 4, finishing with a 187 game. The kid that re-entered is not going to bowl 12 games in 2 weekends. He's going to bowl 24.
Of a season of
He's
bowling.
bowling 8 weeks of a season in 2 weekends.
That's impressive.
I know a lot of the leagues around here, there's been so many cancellations of leagues with all the snow, especially the Monday night leagues.
We're going to be doing that on Monday. We got, 3 makeup nights, 3 Sundays
You guys gonna
in
be
5
bowling,
weeks.
Yeah. Enjoy July 4th.
Well, no, we're not doing that. We're bowling. we're bowling Sunday, Monday. We're backing it up.
Oh, I like it.
So we're going to be bowling 2 nights for 2 nights in March and 1 night in April on a Sunday. But not Charles. Charles is doing it all in 2 weekends, baby.
Jeez.
Others held out
24
here.
games. I get tired of taking 24 steps.
And think he probably bowls in a league or two, so he's probably thrown like 40 games in the last 2 weeks.
I don't feel bad for him.
Sporting that Jason Witten jersey.
I do like that. I'm a big
yeah,
Jason
I know.
Witten fan.
I know you are. I could tell.
You know,
one of the best tight ends in the history of the football
one of
game.
those underrated players, still productive.
Yeah, very unassuming, but always there when you need him.
Yep. All right, we got Kyle about to step back on the lane here. Open last frame, so 92 through 7. Still okay. Let's see what Kyle can do here. He's got to start himself back up after 2 open frames. Missed the head pin, but got away with it. Left the 4-7. See if Kyle can pick up the 2-pinner, get himself back on track. Puts it right in the crotch, grabs it.
I think he means both pins with the ball. He hit it on the inside.
We'll kick it over to Brian, our executive producer. He's got a little more something to tell us. Brian?
Hey guys, you let me out of the booth, and I just really interesting wrinkle in this year's Eastern Classic for these bowlers on this shift in particular. We are running a stream live to the TVs in the bowling center today. The stream is on a bit of a delay, so some of the bowlers are getting off the lanes, and they're able to watch their entire frame, maybe pick out some things they did wrong. Really interesting way to make adjustments for this year's Eastern Classic.
That's interesting. That's something I wish I may have had last night. I could have seen what I was really doing wrong in some of my frames that were a little bit off. Got Mike Steiner there. Maybe the first bad ball I've seen him throw in about the last game and a half. See if Steiner can pick this up, shooting the 1-3-6-7-9. A little bit off.
That's right. He's still going to be in the 130s after 8 frames. A couple marks for another 170 game.
Yep, got the 9, so 137. If you're sitting where Steiner is, you know you didn't have your best stuff this morning. You obviously have had it thus far tonight. You know what's going through your head?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I can't hear anything in my headphones right now.
No, Steiner's position. You had 820, struggle, grinded this morning. Obviously not where you want to be. You're throwing the ball for 18 frames a night, scoring well. What's going through your head? What's some of the positive thoughts you're thinking?
I just think you have to stay in that zone as long as you can. You know you need more than a couple of good games to offset the 820 if you want to have a shot to at least get into contention.
Definitely. Let's see. Got Kyle up here on a spare. Slams another one in there for 9. Seems to be a recurring theme tonight. And we talked earlier about how well Kyle shoots a 10-pin even for somebody coming from his angle.
Piece of cake.
Doesn't let us
Did Kyle
down.
make another 1-pinner? Gosh.
It wasn't the 5-pin, though. It was the 10-pin this time.
Shocking.
Heavy hit. Left the 10. 121 plus in the 9th for Kyle Shaw. Let's see if
All right.
Steiner can rebound from that off frame there in the 8th. Set himself up for the 10th with something good in the 9th.
I like his chances. Going back over to the other pair, Joey Sears still having a nightmare game. Only has 88 in the ninth. Been a tough go for him. Last we checked on John Zekas, he had 88 in the seventh. He did back-to-back spares, so now it's counting 117 plus in the ninth. So getting back to where he wants to be. If he can go count here, get back into the 40s, not too much lost.
Yep, I agree. It's the games that you start struggling. If you can finish 135, 140 or better, makes a huge difference compared to finishing with like a 120-something game or worse. Yeah. It's very difficult to come back from a game like that.
Joey did pick up that single pin there, hitting the outside of the 10 pin. Just needs here some count. It's a big, obviously he's not going to get back anywhere near where he wants to be this game, but a foundation frame it can be for the start of the third.
Yep. And it is a 12-game tournament, so you got to pick up every pin you can, even if it's seems like a meaningless mark in the 10th for a game in the 1-0s. It's you never know when you might pop a big one and look back and say, wow, if I didn't miss those marks when I wasn't bowling well, could have been the difference.
How many times have we gone back and looked for lost pins in a set or a game?
Absolutely. Yeah, bowling in my league Thursday night, I threw a couple of balls away, and then pinfall was close. Luckily, it didn't matter, but I remembered towards the end of the night, I'm like, wow, I hope we don't lose pinfall by 2 or 3 pins.
You didn't think about it until then.
But at the same time, it's just a reminder next week.
Yeah, don't let it happen.
Don't do that again.
Joey did rip 3 out of the middle there, got to 101. So Mike Steiner pitched out, chopped 2. Going to be looking to hold some wood here. Looks like we have half an hour left in our broadcast today. I want to thank everybody that's tuned into Duckpin TV, everybody that's contributed and interacted with us via Facebook, Twitter, any way that you have. And we appreciate each and every one of you. But like I said, tomorrow we will be back at 10 a.m., not 9. So tune back in for that. And if you want to hang around for this last half hour, we'll be glad to have you.
And again, if you're following us on Twitter or Facebook, if you see a tweet, feel free to favorite it, retweet it. Also, like and share the posts on Facebook so that we can capture a greater audience. Some bowlers may not be aware that we're streaming this weekend, and if they happen to see your post or retweet, maybe we can pick up another couple viewers. And like to think that we're doing this for a decent size audience.
Oh yeah, I'm just assuming there's 1 million people.
Oh right. We'll check the Nielsen ratings on Monday morning.
I look, Zeke is there with a strike, big time, big ball at a big time. We'll watch Zeke finish up his 10th frame, and then we're going to kick it back to executive producer Brian Ewing, who's standing by with another interviewee.
Hey.
Zeke is here, as we said, struggled out the gate. Together, got 88 in the 7th, now the spare strike. It's not generally about how you start, it's how you finish. In 12 games, you're going to have games where you don't have the best score through 7 frames. Kyle Shaw goes up. Rips the 158 on that spare to get to 124 and through 9. See if he can grab some wood. Cuts the 3-9 on that ball. He's got 129 plus whatever he hits here. Kyle grabs 8. It's to 132. So 1191 for Kyle Shaw. Looks like John Zekas chopped 5. Came back, grabbed 3 more. So he got to 145. Certainly not a disaster game. Good finish there. John's going to be at, I believe that's 1177. So not bad. Still some work to do. Finish there. We're going to cut over to Brian now. As I said, executive producer Brian Ewing with another interviewee. This is a very good bowler and a very important man in terms of Lucky Strike lanes, and certainly the way the Eastern Classic is taking place. So go ahead, Brian.
Hey guys, thanks. So I heard you talking about Nielsen ratings a little while ago. I bet that we're going to go up after we talk to this next guy. No, it's not Matt Damon. It is Colin Dunnick here with us, manager of Lucky Strike Lanes, member of the Dunnick family, and pretty good bowler in his own right. Now, Colin, we'll start off with a question for you about the past year of your life. You got married over the summer, and as I understand it, right now we're standing in a location pretty close to one that's pretty important to you.
Yes. Well, we recently got married in September, Ashley and I, and we actually met at the bowling alley at here Lucky Strike Lanes. First time I met her, I was up at the desk, and she was bowling on lanes 9 and 10. And from that day on, I fell in love, and now we got married and having our first child.
And 2 times, congratulations on that, for sure. Now, Colin, you bowled last weekend. You had a week to reflect on how that went. What are your thoughts?
Well, I had a good first weekend. I felt good and everything, but, you know, I tried the best I could. I had 920 something the first 6, came back and had 2 bad games, but good ball. You know, you try the best each and every time, and it's out, and sometimes it doesn't. But as long as you try the best you can, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, for sure. And last question for you, Colin. You're the manager here at Lucky Strike Lanes, so you are a big reason why the Eastern Classic is a success every year. Can you just run down for our audience a couple of the things you did this year, with your team to make this Eastern Classic special, and maybe just elaborate and tell us what do we have to look forward to in the future for the Eastern Classic?
Yeah, no, it's not only just me. It's the team that we have here working. Between the director, Dara, she puts a lot of time and effort into the tournament. I can't take any credit for that because she does a lot of work between getting sponsors, which I help her with, putting all the scores together, taking phone calls. It's a lot of work, and I have to give her credit for that. But it's the machines themselves. That's what you have to get ready for. Make sure everything's working, gutter belts are working well. And because you want, as me being a bowler, when you bowl, and you want to come to a bowling alley that's going to run and run well. And that's what I want to try to do best for the bowlers here. So, but, a lot of hard work, a lot of time, and it's a long 2 weekends, but it's worth it.
All right, Colin, well, thank you very much for everything you do for sport of duckpin bowling and the Eastern Classic specifically. We're watching another Lucky Strike bowler, Kyle Shaw, take a run at this one, and we'll throw it back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Brian. All right, obviously, good commentary there from Colin, one of the good people in duckpin bowling. Glad to see, him and his family, what they've done with Lucky Strike over the years, what they've done for this tournament over the years. And we at Duckpin TV, and as bowlers, appreciate everything they do and everything they continue to do. Some of the bowlers moving lanes here now. So as we said, Kyle Shaw at the 132 that game, so 1191 through 8. Mike Steiner finished that game.
We went spare 9 for 165.
165. So looks like 1151, as we said. So that's 328, 163, 165 for the 2 thus far. Certainly back to where he needs to be at that first 6. So he's humming pretty well right now. John Zekas, I believe that game with 145, which I think would put him at 1177. So getting closer, to that 150 area he wants to be. Say gets you to 1800, gives you a realistic shot. Joey's here to struggle that game for 101. Does start this game with a strike.
Right on cue.
Good to see Joey getting back at it.
Yeah, these bowlers finishing up shift 4, they want to catch up to how shift 5 started their first block.
Yeah. I'll say.
Particularly Ron Pelletier, Walt Brooks, Parker. We're not quite done yet with our broadcast today. I think we still have like another, but somewhere around there.
21 more minutes. 21 more minutes to have him. Let's see what.
Dan Richmond with 10 in the pit to start his third game.
So we're going to see here Kyle Shaw going up for his first frame. Not one of his better efforts. He's a 1.389. He's allowed to do that from now on now.
Kyle's one of the bowlers that decided to wear shorts this weekend.
Amen.
Your pro shorts?
Oh, yes,
yeah.
yes. I only wear pants because they asked me to.
I'm glad they asked you today.
Wait till you see my get up tomorrow. I got maybe my favorite pair of shorts. I like it. See what John Zegas can do here on this two-pinner starting out. Scoops it up. All right, we're going to see here, like we said, Mike Steiner, 165, really coming out the gate hot. What he needed to do, getting back to 11:51, he's going to keep making up ground if he keeps throwing the ball that well. So I wouldn't put it past him, given how streaky he can be. And when he is on a good streak, he's not just going to make spares. He's going to throw strikes. He's going to throw strikes together, and that's what he needs to do at this point.
So 11:51, the 150 pace for 8 games will be 1,200.
Yeah.
So he's still a little bit below that magic number. But again, I think with the start that he had the first block, he can get to a position where he's cashing.
Right.
Winning might be a little beyond his reach, but.
And as we said, the longer he keeps, stays in that zone,
well, you never know.
The higher the aspirations get.
Absolutely. I'm not saying that he can't. He certainly can, but at the very least, it's a long trip. It's a long weekend.
Yes.
Between your entry fee and the side pots and your travel and lodging and food and all that, it's nice to get some money back at the end of the tournament.
Starts with another spare, single pin, make it.
See if Richmond can double. Heavy, but leaves the 2. The wood is not going to touch it, so.
We'll take that. Kyle's going to try to start this game yet again. Open the first frame, but hadn't stopped him thus far. I doubt it'll stop him now. I'd like to see Kyle catch some strikes now. He's had a little bit of bad luck. Not in terms of not breaking breaks, but just hadn't been able to time any strikes together. Good ball there for the 10 pin. Get the game started.
He's got that deep knee bend at the line too, which is, I think, one of the key mechanical things that you need to do if you're going to be consistently successful duckpin bowling, to have that deep knee bend at the slide.
Sounds pretty familiar. Something we were talking about earlier, specifically about Kyle's game. Yeah.
Yep.
And
he
he
made
covers it.
Facial of floor, total facial.
You also notice that in order to get the deep knee bend, you get your foot pointing towards that object pin. The straighter your foot is, the easier it's going to be for your knee to bend. A lot of bowlers, me included, tend to rush the line, and you start sliding, and your foot gets diagonal. Very difficult to bend that knee. You can put a lot of torque on that knee. So if you can keep everything straight towards your object, and
you can just fast forward to our follow through for a lot of us.
Absolutely.
See
Yeah.
where our feet are pointing, and I'll tell you where the ball went.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with those comments there, Jim. Wherever your last step goes, the direction that you're pointing in. I mean, it's just it's the bellwether where the ball's going to go.
There's a lot of bowlers without doing that. Luke Robustelli, Ricky D'Anstro come to mind, at least from Connecticut, that are the feet are sideways at the line, but they're still able to score well.
But even them, I mean, so they carry a lot of speed and momentum. They probably walk a little bit faster than most. So I bet you if you took a picture of the moment that they're releasing the ball, they're probably pointing in the right direction. Turning with a little bit of extra momentum that they're getting rid of at the
fouling
end.
after they've already thrown the ball.
Steiner,
Nice.
they're making the 1-3-8-9. He's just making everything right now.
Made it clean too. It's not an easy.
No.
And
But
he did.
those two bowlers you mentioned, I mean, those are guys like excellent knee bend and extension and follow through. You know, all the stuff we're talking about. They just happen to be probably a little faster paced than Kyle is, as an example.
Steiner is pretty much a toaster. I mean, the arm's there every time. I mean, especially when he's going well. That's where it needs to be every time.
Joey starts strike, spare, strike.
Oh, yeah, and that spare, I saw him chop, too. So he 2 and 8, brought it back, and puts a strike on it. So that's big time. What he needed after that last game.
Yeah, he's basically is Steiner. He's got 11.52 after 8. So they're in the same boat. Zeke is.
Let's read the finishing thing.
Yeah, we're coming up. We're coming up on the end of our broadcast. Not because of a Duckpin TV policy. In fact, it's a limitation that YouTube imposes on us on the length of a broadcast for us. We started our broadcast 7 hours, 46 minutes, and 15, 16, 17 seconds ago. So we are running out of time. But as I said before, we will do everything we can to try and keep you updated. If you stay in touch with us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, we will try to give you the results real time, especially since we got a couple bowlers on this shift who are absolutely in contention.
No, we'll keep you in the know. Kyle, there another slammer.
Just can't get a drop consistently, but can't get that 10th one to fall.
Yeah, this is something I experience a lot in this house. You know, the strikes.
Best balls are 9.
Yeah, the strikes just aren't there when you're burying it in the pocket sometimes.
As long as he keeps
And then other times they're there. It's really hard to explain, but maybe I guess maybe the ball's just a little bit heavier than you think it is in a moment like that.
I think that interview with Mark said it best. In Duckpin bowling, but certainly, Exhibit A at this house, strikes are lucky. That's what.
Yeah, that's a great quote and an excellent perspective that he has there about that. Strikes are lucky in bowling.
Absolutely. You got to be in that mindset. No matter how good you threw that ball or how much you thought it was a strike, you have to be.
Steiner to
be happy that you have to be happy that you have a spare leave and just focus on making that.
Yep.
And go from there.
9 there. Gets the ball out there, breaks the 6-pin. Another shot for another 3 marks in a row out the gate. A little wide on that one. Check back in here. So Anthony Howe picked that 2-pinner. See if we get 10. Again, Kyle up here, back to back, easily could have been 2 strikes. 10-pin make. 4-pin make it. just have to wonder. Eventually, they'll strike. Either the well's going to dry up on the brakes, which could be dangerous to him, or the strike's going to start falling, which is dangerous to the rest of the field. So,
can always go one way or the other in this place.
yeah.
Notice a little extra velocity on that ball from Kyle.
Yeah, he got into that one. Pitch out, hit the 3-5 pocket at the bread line, 1-2-4-7. See if he can grab the spare.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to do that, and that's why the ball was off the mark a little bit. Created a spare leave, and he hits it.
Heavy on the 1-2.
Heavy.
Hits the 4-7.
I'll tell you guys, that doesn't hitting a 3 or a 4 pinner like that on the outside in this particular house. It doesn't seem to want to go.
That's whatever he does on that next count ball is bonus.
Yeah.
Richmond has the same shot, but the 1-3-6-10 on 17. See if he can convert.
He's going to pick the headpin.
Wow. I'm going to tell him you said that, too.
That was pretty good.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
That was pretty good.
You got something against Dan? You got beef with him?
No, I love
all right. Wow. So
All
that
right,
66 in the fourth for
single. High hard one. He's a 2-4. A little something to shoot at.
I'm sorry, Richmond actually has 55 in the fourth, not 66.
See if Steiner can rebound from missing that single pin in the last frame. Scoop up his 2-pinner, get back on track. Oh, hits the outside.
No, just
4-pin slides over.
Zekas says 1177 for 8.
Let's see what some of these guys are. We're going to wrap up here for you guys here in a few minutes, talk about the rest of this shift, see what these guys need to stay in contention or to get themselves back into contention in the case. Again, you know, not too many people on it, but we do have 3 or 4 guys. We're going to cut over to the So again, through 8 games. 8 games is an interesting spot to look at because that's, I mean, we're all used to bowling the Pro Tour, and that's how many games you bowl. So again, you want to be on that 150 pace, so as close to 1,200 or more as possible. You got Kyle at the 1191, John Zegas at 1177, Steiner at 1151, upswing. Joey Sears after the last game. Been struggling a little bit, so 11:52 for Joey. Now that we got the leaderboard up there for you guys.
Yeah,
so maybe a lot of these guys are from the other shifts, but you know Kyle's on pace, Zekas still in there. Then guys like Steiner, Joey's kind of on the downswing of that 101. Starting this game well though, strikes bear. We talked about Steiner with that 328 for 2, 3 marks and 4 frames now. So anything can happen with those guys.
Yeah, this might be one of our last looks at the leaderboard here, so maybe it's worth recapping where we stand. You know, you got Mark Parker, who wrapped up his 6 games earlier today. Fabulous bowling, 949, 158 average. Second, same shift, Ron Pelletier, 931. Walt Brooks has these 2 guys in his sights, 917. This is the first time Walt's ever broke 900. He says on his first on the first 6. He's a closer. He prefers Sunday bowling, so we'll keep an eye on him for sure. Jesse Deach, we talked to him earlier today. He gave us his thoughts about his performance last weekend. Really impressive. 1827 completed his 12 games, average of 152. Another 6 games. I got my money on Jesse finishing in the top 3.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know whether he's gonna, the 3 guys in front of him are gonna manage to keep it up, all 3 of them, or if anybody's gonna leap over him. But I'm feeling pretty good about Jesse in the top 3. You got Kyle Shaw here, Will Rigney, who also put together a really nice performance. And a bunch of guys who are still kind of out there right now on this shift and have 6 games to go tomorrow to try and stay ahead of Jesse and beat the other competitors who are out in the field with them.
And in the meantime, while we've been reviewing this, the guys we were talking about have been doing what they had to. Steiner threw the strike, so he's got 75 plus in the 5th. Kyle Shaw dropped another single pin, made that. Joey Sears, another mark gate here. John Zegas sitting at 52 through 4 frames, so 2 marks. Tough split that one, threw a really good ball for the 410. See if he can find the frame. So again, especially bowlers, it's not just the numbers these guys are putting up. These are guys we expected to be there in the first place, so they're lethal when they're on. So if they can find that for the next 3.5 games, who knows?
Quick question before we wrap up. Who do you think is the one bowler off of this shift that's bowling right now, shift 4, that could have a shot? And then off of shift 5 between Mark Parker, Ron Pelletier, Walt Bricks, Will Rigney. So one off of shift 4. Who do you think have a shot to go past?
You want to, Bill? You want shift 4 or shift 5?
Well,
you want one from each? All right.
Yeah.
All right. So my pick off of this shift is going to be Kyle Shaw. The guy looks real solid, and I think he's
made another single.
And I think he's gonna he's got the best shot at it as far as I'm concerned off of shift 4 here. Shift 5, I'm gonna put my money on Mr. Pelletier. I think he's gonna get up there and win his 4th and tie Jeff wins all time.
Okay. I'm gonna say I do like Kyle. Obviously, the way he's throwing the ball, I think eventually, I don't think he's gonna run out of spares. I think the lack of strikes is gonna catch up with him. I think between him and John Zekas, the 2 highest sitting right now, I think one of them's gonna start throwing strikes. That's gonna catapult them. They're gonna tie some together. So if you go Kyle, I'll go Zekas because I think he's gonna start tying some strikes together. He's been on his breaks, and I don't think that's gonna change. Shift 5, I think any of those guys have a legitimate chance. I'm going to have to actually go with, I think Chris Kruger's going to make a run at it. I mean, Kruger, I think, bowled well today. I mean, he had, 883, which is, a decent score. So you're talking about to get to, Jesse needs 940 something tomorrow. I can totally see him doing that, shooting that 9, getting up in the 950 range. You're just talking to him, I could tell, and from watching him for maybe I probably saw 12 to 15 of his frames. I know he was throwing the ball well, but not as well as I've seen him throw it in the past. I've seen him miss a few breaks, saw him miss a heaven a few times, and he even said that. So if he can do that and shoot 880, I can only imagine what he can do, really pumping it in there frame after frame. So I'm going to go on the limb a little bit and say Kruger. Jim?
Well, I think off of this shift, I probably have to lean towards John Zekas just because he's got the higher score. Steinert's a little bit farther up the pace along with Joey, and Zekas is the one who can string strikes. He puts together a lot of big 200 games. So I think with time running out, he could be the one off of shift 4, and then off of shift 5, it's tough. Maybe it's Walt Brooks because, like you said, he's a finisher. He usually doesn't break 900 his first 6. He did it. So if he can come back and perform like he normally does his last 6, he could potentially be your winner this year too.
Yeah, no wrong answers on any of these questions. No. These are all guys who are capable of putting it together tomorrow and finishing up tonight and potentially contending for the win. So we look forward tomorrow to bringing you the of the 85th annual Frank Barber Memorial Eastern Classic. We have a very exciting program lined up for you, including interviews with Don Dove, DPBA President Todd Turcott. We are hoping we can catch Larry Schreiber from the WNDA. We are hoping we can catch Jack Danzero, Bowlers Association of Connecticut President, and Richard Danzero, his brother, who is the youth bowling director of the T-Bowl Lanes youth program and president of the Connecticut Youth Travel League. And we're hoping we can get a word in with those guys. And, of course, we will continue and conclude our our view of the top 25 bowlers in the country for the 2014 season. And we're very excited to bring that to you tomorrow as well. There will also be pieces that have been put together, and maybe some rules of the game. Got a couple more of those things to show. And of course, the very talented commentary from myself. Oh, and the other guys as well.
I'm unfortunately, I'm bowling tomorrow morning, and then I'm actually heading out. So
Okay, so we're going to miss Billy. Billy, this is a good opportunity to say thank you to you. We've enjoyed working with you very much, as we always do, and we look forward to commentating and pointing out all your flaws tomorrow.
Yes, no problem. I have to say one more. I promised her I did it last year. I promised her I'd do it this year. I got a shout out to my girlfriend Melinda. I forgot to tell her I was coming up here till Wednesday. She was a little sore about that, but I'm sorry, baby. Soon.
All right, talk to you guys tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow.